Every omade share, Mimobi Ajo, Mimobi Kwaba, eba NDC 360. And I jebre, na what be a ebo deuro, efa, enshishie pa, ene pa, NDC amanyuko, and yewra John Dramani Mahama, a woman on my Ghana. As far as the upcoming 2024 elections is concerned, a hassle and a nyema. E ku twiba bremai efa amamuo bonia ekoso ye my Ghana mu a e de ahokyere ne konada ababeto ye nyina asomanfo so no ne yegebre eyi nsem no baako boko te sa wo no se ne be ya akra keto akra ebeti ase. This is the 9th edition Bidiane Samija Mfibu Somfo achiame hinema NDC amanyuko, and I will be hosting this 9th edition of NDC 360. Showy, we're streaming live on Facebook on NDC 360, X, the one our friend on Twitter, NDC 360 official, and on YouTube, NDC 360 official as well. We're also having a simulcast on 5 television networks simultaneously. We are live on Angel TV, TVXYZ, Weasel TV, Unia TV, and Loud Silence TV. And today we are also live on MBN TV, formerly Maranatha TV. If I got the name wrong, forgive me, I'll come and correct it. But formerly Maranatha TV, we thank them. And the many other platforms streaming this program live on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are most grateful to you. What are we talking about today? Very short. We're talking about Nkontompo Hine Alaji Bawumia Utu Frankama MPP. And Trobe Brea, where dear Che Ghana for? Futura what to Ghana for near. Ofri say ye refi into bit to me as answer the 6 adane and I. About whether you need medical chim say about we here. And it is about GDA. It's about who among those vying for the presidency we can trust. And until today, we will be assessing his credibility to see say so o karina ni suni ne ban no e kire nipa ye betumi anya no mugidie e de omayi ahye ne nsa anase da bi na ye wie no under the moment of true segment no ye beba lest we forget and ye kakae ho afa yura John Dramani Mahama ne nyuma pa wa ya aboa Ghana empempi no e anadodo no refi no ye be kakae ho kakra ne ye be health sector, some of the achievements, the superior legacy of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Emreti Awa, Wunyaye, Edebesumo May, Enyuma Power, yeah. And unti ye jina so, Astre Biem, se Ghana for Bayan and Moa, Amatua Bano, Amani Biem, is answering penny for said, why ye be dano, and your friend Aye Boafo. Now, you realize we forget now, yeah, the NDC and U segment, and also Ebebremo. And today on NDC and U, we are revisiting the conversation about the Mahama 24-hour economy. And she share pa yura Mahama edeba edi adwuma ebe bagana bebre na edi ahotompuntu eni sikaba yobotom no ene yebe sanso edi ho enkomo biem. And these are the 3 main segments that we have for you. Medikai, like I said, we are live on Facebook, on X, and on YouTube. We are also live on the television stations I've already acknowledged and many other platforms. And like the link, share the link, and more importantly, comment, because I believe that I can count many of your text messages. Tell a friend to tell a friend that Samija is live, NDC 360 is on. Yeah, the NDC in Sempano. In fact, Ghana Mpuntu, Ghana Dache Hono. Yeah, the Bremo. No Krense Munkwa. A dance here, a tayachira. Ubehe Jumedi area no. Ebe boawo am wo hunye mebebre a na bia wontwe wadwen enko so na boawo am wetimi ato abapa mame eno nti ene yenye advert ntin bia. Just watch this moment of truth montage for me. Iwe ya ebeba na me screen ho to bring you the first presentation on exposing the dishonesty of Alaji Bawumia. Shall we mami CCI? for this is the moment of truth, where we serve you with the truth and only the truth, nothing but the truth. And we are talking about the man on the screen, Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia. The entire yedi ni hu nkomo na nyese bia ne hu na ye febro so ana ye ni bibia ka enti ne ye ka ne ho asem. We are talking about him because in prempria ye ka say ono ne omampanyi abedi akire. Omeyi aban a wote akonwa so. Baaso ku a aban na te se omohwe omeyi sikasem nyina so no. Ono na ye baaso ku ne titireni. Eniti Ghana sem sikasem ye ku twi ba brema nyina no. Upeso humu nchiremu apape ne betimi achire mu Alhaji Bawumia. Na potoka sem ya can say he's the chairman of the economic management team. Se say improdie o tu franka ma MPP amanyoku a onam ebo ntoa se mon first year ne mame mon first year ne mame o kan sem bebre obi aso nye ni stia obi anye ni stia mfiri ni sem oni license mpo ni amanistia because on the driver nyina no ye de car ye Ghana share wonsa no omode yafa kwan bone so amaka na konya accident a e de ahokyere ne abenedie ababeto yen so enso de bia osori o se mon first year ne maye na minim se wa wo hwe me no woni me be ya adwen se ye betumi di stia na ma wura Bawumia ade ba akopaa e wo se ye gina so na yesusu dua ye de be so no wahwe na yetimi ahu se ye betumi anya ne mugidie no ne nokreka senesitie. It's answer when nipa bi a won kanokre, you cannot trust the person. You see, about why ye babetui, it's not just about promises, boshe. Eno de yatia bre. Enye why ne betumi de adwen wanwaso foforo bi aba, even though that is important. Enye de odwan anum se maye we, there be. De hia titiru pa ne se nipa kura o kasa ansem no o hye o sa abo no o kasa big ideas and policies no ni so ne bind to say what is his track record na so na dwuma a waye ni nyuma a wo ye ne nsem kaye ne de o ye fa ne nsem kaye ho no ebetumi ama ye nya ne mugidie de o ma ya hye ne sa na. Trustworthiness is what we are talking about, because if I can't trust you, then I can't give you my vote. It's as simple as that. So which of these two leaders, John Mahama, Alhaji Bawumia, leading the two major political parties into the 2024 election, can we trust? That is why this conversation is important. And I want you to listen carefully. Maybe the answer me yensem no pensem na mama wadanse emre bia metu bia so me kiresie na mama obi adi na wankasa wo de akwa adwendwen mu na wankasa wasi agina ya ebeboa wankasa wabrabo wo ma wabusua ene wo daache. Now I will start with this quotation from a man called Brian Tracy. And Brian Tracy kasem we opotoka sem say the glue that holds all relationships together, including the relationship between the leader and the led, is trust. And trust is based on integrity. Pape oye obi a waben pa train Ansah sem ko Canada memwa, they celebrate him. Ajidin people all across the world read his writings. Waka sem bi ehun here was a Ghana for ye twe adwensi so. O say glue a ka ye first akandifo leaders any on manfo bomu no e glue ba akopɛ e gidie trust na sa gidie no ne fapem ene no kreka integrity. If you don't have integrity, you cannot be trusted. And fa won se nipa ne be promise o se to abama me o to abama me a me de obekwa bruchiri mema $1 million maybe adwuma emfa ho ne de nipa ne beka se nipa kro no ye obi a onya no kwafo a his words means very little. Now you see ene yentumi nka nsem nyina entima fa nsem no ne fa bi part 1 pe. And under this part 1 me twe wadwen si in kontompo akɛseɛ edu 10 lies that Alhaji Bawumia has peddled. And I will give you the evidence for you to know that indeed this man is a liar. When we call him a liar, we are not insulting him, we are not attacking him, because that is who he is, that is his nature, that is his name, that is his title, and that is the only name you can call him. And until Busiafo, the Edikan Eyedian 2020 MPP4 call Cape Coast. Omo ko launche omo manifesto. Bosha hodwa no mo woma Ghana for. It was just like this time 2024 ya near kwa kotuaba, because 2020 was an election year. Why am I starting with this? Because this was a promise and asemo Bawumia kan in the run up to the 2020 elections. And to bet me the atoto and somewhere never in the run up to the 2024 elections. Or say, and yes, omu besi habo for frama Cape Coast for Debbie. Or say, omu si, omu busu, omu si, we are building a new harbor for the people of Cape Coast. But we are casa seminar. And what dancing if we mame.
Good news for you. We are building a new harbor in Cape Coast and a new airport in Cape Coast. People of Cape Coast, I have good news for you. We are building a new harbor in Cape Coast and a new airport in Cape Coast.
Now, producer, I want you to play the video again. And why we're here, say good people of Cape Coast. No, we will build, or say we are building. Tape in
Cape Coast, I have good news for you. We are building a new harbor in Cape Coast and a new airport in Cape Coast. It is people of Cape Coast, I have good news for you. We are building a new harbor in Cape Coast and a new airport in Cape Coast.
That is it. Kalkum yeti nukwenu. Bible say wenu wansem ne de bebu afo na de bebu abem. O say we are building. Enti enne wa wo hwe me no. Including MPP for amohwe me a e bi kura mu didi matemi. Ye bisa mo say harbor na Bawumia say they are building o si no away. Because ono ankasa ne boss o mampanyi Akufuado yeto abane ma wo mu wie pe no wakọ radio so akọka se ono onka ni baabia se obesi ana wo si habo ama Cape Coast for shani so o mampanyi Akufuado not Sami Jenfi, not NDC o se Bawumia your trofo because ono your mampanyi no onka ni baabia da se o si habo e wo Cape Coast and now will be see. And on what dance in remember.
As far as the harbor, we have to be very clear in our mind. We never committed ourselves. I never said I was going to build a harbor in Cape Coast. I said I was going to build a landing site, like what I've done in these 6 other places in the central region. Cape Coast also will have its own landing site, and the construction of that will begin next year. The airport.
Yes.
The airport.
You see, MPP for free say Ghana for we have short memories. So, o me twan kontompo 2016 age to me, 2020 o me twan kontompo sa 2024 aba. And o ma san so den sem there ba no moto Ghana for mrade. And e bi no mo boje Bawumia so. But this is the man we are talking about. We say you are building a harbor. At the time Bawumia kasa no, there was no place in Cape Coast ani isi harbor. Baby akra ni wa na ya do na kampese ya to 1 block pusi isi harbor. Not even 1 block. Yet utimi jina TV cameras and twa we are building a harbor. Then 1 year down the line Akufuado say me share Bobie Ansah. We never, the commitment was never to build a harbor, but a landing site. Landing site and a harbor. So one will say MPP for Subaint here. One will say na Bawumia the Subaint here. And at the time this happened, we say say we are some we see here. Emma Ghana, various media organizations, a report to here. So one here maybe a wide range Amazon. And let me play to you a news report that Joy News did on this. Cape Coast for Ansah, a kasa about nada papayo dasui Alaji Bawumia or the dada omo. Play that video for me.
I don't understand the apology. What he's saying, I don't understand it. Is he apologizing that he lied on Eagle FM? Or is apologizing that he's no longer going to build a harbor for us? You see, and what we have at Elimina is not a harbor that he promised Cape Coast. What Nanado has done, Nanado has told people of Cape Coast that we should all start crying. He has told that Cape Coast, our father has died, our mother has died. So what we have Cape Coast now is funeral. So from tomorrow, we Cape Coasters, we are going to put on black. We are going to mourn Nanado. We are going to put on black because he has deceived us. And we are demanding, we the youth of Cape Coast, we are demanding our harbor and the airport that he promised because it is in his manifesto. The moment Pelamixia crying Bahumia, Nesamno Kain, Bahumia, you want a cassette to her. Well, there you go. Or will be there, or the Bamiguafo, or your harbor, no on your airport, no, then ye, and a President Nakasa. Nanado and Ansah Bella now Bakache de my neighbors plane airport dam and no one could see how about me. I'm a big teach mention the menu to chat menu to and
it was for Areho. Mr. Crafton. That is how depraved our country has become. That today we have in a very high office at the very top a man occupying the very high position of vice president. Nipa no krese eni nenum. Yenim boni ya no kredi aye Alaji Bawumia. No kred nam left, no far right. No kred nam ha, no far say. How can you lie to people like this? How? Na odi habo no kra na wodada wo mo a. Enka airport na odi twa one because he said we are building a new harbor and airport. It ka airport no podi kese e. Ena me no kasa yoko Cape Coast harbor nail. Airport wa she nothing has been done. Say same podium munya tumi wie no. Omampenye kufu ado se wakoda adwen when we say Cape Coast for kra mon sem fata airport. Oh yes, waka. E bia na unte. Waji tumi na wie based on Bosha wode ahye we say Mercy harbor awansi. O say mi si airport ano. Wo de aka wonya no humpo. Also, what dream when we said, maybe a woman said in here, Sana, and crying Cape Coast, hey, 1 hour 30 minutes, and crying Cape Coast, 1 hour 30 minutes. What do you hear? Who don't see any?
This morning, people feel strongly that looking at our potential in tourism, we need to put up an airport.
This is a place which is, 1.5 hours from the capital, which is the major international airport. There's an airport in Takrady. Well, the studies are ongoing.
Go ahead. You don't see the need of an airport.
I'm not going to say the need. Okay. These things, they're not the response of a government should not just be people say we need an airport. The response of a government should be the matter has been thoroughly examined and the need has been established. And that is the process that the Ministry of Aviation is going through. Is doing the same with Koforidua from the region from which I come, which is also another regional location which is very near Accra, another an hour and a half, to be able to decide for ourselves whether in fact the need for the airport can be justified when you have Accra, you have Kumasi, you have Tamale, you have Takrady, whether on the coast with Accra's presence there's a need for an additional airport.
Okay. Let me just bring up this question, if you don't mind, because this is the first time I'm at.
We are building a new harbor in Cape Coast and a new airport in Cape Coast. It is very critical that we do that. An airport makes a lot of sense in Cape Coast. It's a real tourist hub, and between Greater Accra, Kumasi, and Cape Coast, you have a triangle that really is a lot of hub of economic activity. You can build railway lines between them, and it's a major growth pole if we put an airport here to drive infrastructure growth.
I can't help myself but laugh. video ID kan boy ene Omampenye Kufuado. Wako if mantem wako tena radio so. Was say habo ne de ho de kra de ono de so wan hye sa abo no ba womia ne kodi ne tro. Airport so a say Omampenye Kufuado enim so onhoro so. So what fa ne bossa again they say kan airport won hia ma Cape Coast ana o say men ka sa ba ye ntimi sore nka say ye kusi airport sa akwa e wo say ye nhwehwemu hu say airport so no e be hia because enkran wo he ya takrade wo he ya wo nyina wo airport Cape Coast hemfinfinti Cape Coast there afi wo say ye examination ye enti alaje ba wo mi anya examination no san nhwehwemu e wo say nka alaje Omampenye Kufuado say wo say wo ye Ansah na waka say wo be si airport wo Cape Coast no ade no ma anya Ansah no mode sa aboshe na eba abeji tumi afi o manya tumi awie no so aboa no fidie ne chie na ne sunku agya no so ade sunku te say dia o se o yakoye nhwemu se wo hia enso tie ba wo mi a o so wo hia pa ye hia airport e wo Cape Coast because Cape Coast wa takrade wa ha enkran wa a triangle no wa ye ne say ti ye kora bit my railway lines. You see this man, he talks big but he also lies big. He is nothing but a braggadocious talkative. Oyobi ananwe de. Say yemfa doko sempa under the nipano or your expect. And that is what you have seen. By yonko Number 2, the Chrese Bawumia on Kanokre and we can't trust him. For Cape Coast for airports and harbor fiasco netunchen. Now here we. Or say in 18 months of an MPP government, no community in Ghana will have a water or toilet problem. But Womiane Kaya 2016. We just simply so. Se Ghana for mon to abamaye. Na mo to abamaya. But so me do mo twechi. Ensure how we Ghana nyina no e be solve. Ni ama Ghana fo nyina ensutano. E janan bia ya ne problem se wo ha nyina so ye be solve. Na se bi obia so enya bi. But this was not even in the MPP's 2016 manifesto. Manifesto. Into Untubin can say it's a failed manifesto promise. Now, party biano, or manifesto promises in Yano so. This was not a manifesto promise. But because of your trophy, platforms were now it is a bar from left, right, center. Even what is not in their manifesto, he will lie about. This is the evidence. Video the mame.
There should be no village or community in Ghana after the first 2 years that would have a water problem or a toilet problem.
No. TFO video now in 18 months, no community will have a water or toilet problem. In the way I will share no, bisa ho cannot create won say. And Ghana 18 months na twam won fie mo 8 years. Ya in their 8th year. Water and toilet problem, you solve where we are now. How can any politician even make such a promise? It is only a liar. Or no, everything is about power. So be ditro aji to me kura won fa ho. Number 3. Alaji Bawumia 2016. Oba yanim se Ghana for yan to abama MPP. No metina konwa so no. O ka asem bia na ede pa. Se bi asem we uko nwuram. Eko kachira boa moti akra obedi wachi afiri ngurama bafie asem wa na asichire wom asem wa na ewo wom ede or say we don't have to borrow for roads. All we need to do is to tow the roads. Or say Ghana onyame ehira eja ne boss Akufuado say yetisika soso ekom de and Bawumia boten na won chen say akwan ya Ghana yehia nyina yehia kra se ebeje busia yehia sa akwan na yaye no yemfa road tolls insisi so ye gigi sika na ye betumi dia ya akwan ni nyina obi nyi ni se nipa bi petini ada pa ka bibisa. Somebody is watching. I'm not a prophet, but I'm sure obi I want ya same way no maybe thinking say sami je mfi obo aba obi ntimi nkasa anywhere.
We don't have to borrow money from anywhere. Just toll the various sections of the road and we'll raise the money to do the roads in Ghana.
Producer, I'm about to repeat it, why? Repeat it,
We don't have to borrow money from anywhere. Just toll the various sections of the road and we'll raise the money to do the roads in Ghana.
So, enumjahine and trohine in Kuntumpu hine. 2016 no chantrona na osre. And then you chantrona na osa saswa sanos when beating ko. A young tron kwa. Obe han ni akale de no osre. Oh ye be ye lisesi. Nan say meet me wonu wakojina na nanu matena konwa anim no dwananum. Yeah, was yes samra we ye betua moka. Now people still believe this liar. Just say yeah impenyi say ye de yaw na anya we ya ye nya wo faye. And throw away in you still believe this liar. Na nye ne MPP agu anka Darocha party, Professor Kofi Abriva party, UP party. Ka papa we betimi aye omo franka tufu ana. And ne besi o mabo besia. Amen na Ghana car. Kwame Nkrumah Afrifa ni kotoka e champon Akufo-Addo papampo Akufunum Dr. Hilal Liman, J.J. Rollins, Papa Kofo, Papa Tamils, Papa John Mahama, 59 years on what Tina Kunyaso. Bessie on my boy and the cow Moody Ghana, 120 billion. Opana Jack Toronto Nini Yakitwa. But when me, I was saying this year, Bob Bessia put the year coin. On the canon, every 120 billion to 538.6 billion. And now check Ghana, Ghana, your population here 30 million. Ghana Nibia the cap over 22,000 cities. Yes, including Washeme, including MPP, CPP, NDC, including a cracketwa ya one ne over 22,000. It is 220 million. No canon. In the Ghana is bankrupt. Or my need to mean to Yaneka. And in fact, not only are we engulfed in debts, IMF also despite the promise by this government said we will never go to the IMF. IMF da. And then Ghana is the world's largest borrower in terms of IMF. What do you read video with MCCA? Producer, give us that tape and let people judge for themselves.
What was the promise of the MPP?
You have to borrow responsibly.
He lied. Today, Ghana remains the world's largest borrower at the IMF. Nanado doesn't give a hoot.
We won't borrow money. Everybody borrows money.
They promised to borrow responsibly.
It only means that we are going to borrow responsibly and not recklessly.
I warned Akufo-Addo about his excessive borrowing, but he didn't listen.
Who's that?
Dr. Kofi Amwa says so.
They were warned from 2019 all through to 2024. They kept borrowing.
You have to borrow responsibly.
Ghana's debt is projected to hit a staggering 99% of GDP by the end of 2023.
You have to borrow responsibly.
Thus, the World Bank has cautioned Ghana against excessive borrowing amidst concerns.
It only means that we are going to borrow responsibly and not recklessly.
As a Ghanaian, if we divide the national debt by the total number of Ghanaians, which is roughly give or take 30 million, in 2017, every Ghanaian owed 4,874 cedis. Fast forward to 2021, you owe 12,146 each and every one of you. When we look at 2024, when President Nana Akufo-Addo will be leaving office, you will be owing all the international debtors 18,312 Ghanaian cedi.
You have to borrow responsibly and not recklessly. You have to borrow responsibly and not recklessly.
Words may be forgotten, but broken promises are etched in our souls. Your words mean nothing, Baumia, when your actions are complete opposite of what you did in office.
These are the people who said, come there. These are the same people. Confused bunch of people. Road tolls no almost a bit in Ghana, Queen, and then a confused. They don't know anything. And so mu Joe Manim chain the baby. No mu bundi penim tia. And that one. This is their scorecard relative to borrowing. All presidents from Nkrumah to Mahama in 59 years, 120 billion. More 7 years, 81.8 billion. No more they are the papa mpo Kenya ya. They no more this kana. Not even one hospital. Or metimi fiti ase whether a regional hospital or a district hospital, ye fiti ase ewie. And the petimi kum kwaja ya re. They no more this kana. We disikani say atam. And that is why we are struggling. And these people say they will break the 8. Almost sounds what shall but to Obama omo. And some want to make another mistake. No. Don't make a third time mistake by believing these lies. Number 4, Alhaji Bawumiana. I say we will start constructing roads with concrete instead of asphalt. Yamposo kakra hadie emwedru. Asem way emwedru. So because since Ghana beto hono, Nkrumah kra or defa hu di ba menye so sheboshe di say. But this man Bawumia promised. Ghana kwan nyina was we asphalt a sentem dodo. Nti ono or the proposal akoma banya giatum. Nti akwan ya wo Ghana nyina no mo ba ye no concrete. Na Ghana fo agbaje so you. Na asem no de ehu kra ne say asem no ka na sori dem. Muntie mi yo. Enye to ka no political campaign platform so one can say oh political campaign platform the depend me do tro muntie me ye onyame fie enya sorry bia kwa lighthouse osofo panyi Dagi Ward Mills na sorry onyame fie nyame sofo te wo you see Bawumia ensuru nyame just like ne boss Akufuado ada de nyame so we see asore dan amano a wa fa so de awia Ghana sika over 1 billion new Ghana cedis. Now the utimi ya manyame the biggest pits in the whole world no. But we also could not sorry them. It could do to us obey concrete roads, asphalt crade and yet omujaye. Me patro and what dancing.
All this asphalt bitumen stuff, which the roads get washed away after 2 seasons. You look at the Mamoto Way, which was built with concrete, and it is lasting almost 50 years. And so that sort of got me thinking, and we started that discussion. It's a simple idea, but it's full of wisdom. I checked, and I realized that even in India, since 2014 in India, they have a policy to only build concrete roads because it works out much cheaper. So I said, well, let me bring this to my bosses, and we have been discussing this as recently as last week in Parliament. And Bishop Dag, I'll let you into it. Cabinet did decide last week that we should move towards concrete roads as a country.
Oh, well, it say a harvest chapel, it say a lighthouse. Whether harvest or lighthouse, it's Bishop Dag be all. But no matter the name of the church, nyame fie. Ni nyame asafo nyame man nyame honhom ti omumu okudi trama ya boye nsemu ama se wo be concrete roads mfie nwotwe since o kasa asene concrete road na bi wen wa wutie mi MPP ni a wo hwe mi a wudidi matem no wo hu concrete road ni bi wo ukrom and you are marketing this liar adana mo yesa MPP for adana mo yesa mum pa chokra for true me catch say ya tete na. Say we are in the time of grace. Adom remuni away. Tete na mransem du ni adwuma na Bawumia. Enko ojira wo twa tro na asase apai na nyame bufuo no asase na mene no. How can you lie even in church? How can you lie like that? 80 okay no Central for report here. Ghana Web, this is it. 18 July 2017, we will start constructing concrete roads in Ghana. Bawumia. Number 5, where the FAO for one kasa was sitting in this is direct. And then people for the BBR by a friend of e-levy, Momo tax. It doesn't only apply to mobile money. I will send you a $2 to here you breast somewhere in 50 years, or send you an abandoned $2. Enye Bawumia obey economic management team chairman KNT been paying some da. But baby ame kunye. This same Bawumia 2020 yakotwaba on Peace FM sometime in August 2016. Who said about one mraso MPP here to me no ofiti ase atwa kontompo. Kontompo ne zei. O se o mommo de eye hiafo ne yusu. Ehihia se ye de to bi abeto so because momo ye hiafo ne ye momo. Enti to pa se ye de beto momo so de da. Bawumia promise. Yet ono ankasa ehwe me ye de e-levy baye. Share this video for me.
Oh, the point is that you are not taxing mobile money, and it is, for me, my view and that we should not tax mobile money, because mobile money transactions, a lot of the people who are using these transactions are very poor people. You know, someone will get sent 5 CDs on mobile money. Why would you want to tax that? Oh, the point is that you are not taxing mobile money, and it is, for me, my view and that we should not tax mobile money, because mobile money transactions, a lot of the people who are using these transactions are very poor people. You know, someone will get sent 5 CDs on mobile money. Why would you want to tax that? Oh.
Yes, abusian for ene da no say why would you want to tax mobile money? E bra dwene ntiase so mu hia. Yet on na di e-levy buy. Ene wa pepa na no so minimum hwe akufuado na de buy na me nka ho. Wa pepa na no ofi say ye refi. Bosha or de share yen ene de oyeye. But well adanse da was a Bawumia himself. And the proposal e-levy no na kofa buy. On na da so ho da ye de buy ma banji tu. Enya me na meka MPP, then General Secretary, for Penny, CEO of MPP. Oko cabinet meetings, John Boyd on the kind, any more. Another screen is no. Or say, wait there, Bawumia Semwa, I feel more mame. Modern Ghana. This is a story by Eric Nanaya Kwafo. Or say, Bawumia is in full support of e-levy. John Boyd reveals John Boyd. Because he was going to the cabinet meetings and also Bawumia in full support, not in support, in full support of e-levy. When you force a quarter question amount to ma TND, this same man no the e-levy abano, and there were promises will be try e-levy when yaji. How can you believe him? Obiso John Boyd will be on Bawumia Sentinel cancer, no problem. Way me kromni Gideon Boako, spokesperson to Bawumia. Also, so need say Bawumia supports implementation of e-levy. Bawumia supports implementation of e-levy. Spokesperson, go and read the story. myinfo.com. It is there. Entro number 6. Ebusian 4. Mokai Bawumia and US dollar 17. Emra na Bawumia be to me. None a pet subject. As someone not kampa was about CD. Because the Mampenya Kufuado Mayeti says, or no, onim sikasem tutoye. And until no akofa alaji Bawumia so mebuano. No meshe Ghana sikasem so. Eti Akufuado wo video bi jinaka so say CD na ye hata no kasa wodwom. And until na makofa owura Bawumia o mebua. And Bawumia so kansem. Se Ghana sikasem fapem under Mahama. Atetia pansam. The fundamentals are weak. And if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Shebompo said, watch it after they came to office, after 100 days, also watch it dollar to prison, they won't suffer IGP. And then dollar. And then I'm saying, share video, mame.
But if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. The type of free fall that we are seeing with the cedi exchange rate is a vote of no confidence by market players in the management of the economy.
If the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. So Ghana, sika semfa pemtete pansamoa, dollar be kosro guye sika nanimu ase, ama obi ehun say ye mo number. Samra wakasa no. na dollar ni nyame do 4 cedis impo, because this was before December 2016. It was around 3 cedis. But we miasi on TB da. Mahama more number. Mahama nima mamu. Fundamentals ni weak. Now the entire dollar yet 3 cedis at the time was because investors are passing vote of no confidence. Or much less omuni GDP we sikasemo. Yeah, but we mia the benyu anashe sa. Enfie ngotwini. Fundamentals man. How far now? Oga, how far with the fundamentals? Dollar now watching us prison. No? What in Kensin, what it change? And the dollar kaka krebi na 16 Ghana cedis. Ready full soon. I can't so for bread. I may be bia ya the dollar krebia boy day. Say from podie, bubu. President Mahama Breson up 1 million CFA, 6,500 ubenyabi. And I just hook it up close to 27,000 cedis. But ne be ne de ayo. Aden na won kan okresa. Why? For number 7. I'm showing you 10 lies peddled by Papa or Tisu or Sian Twabamano. Mon first year and Mameno. I'm showing you. So you can't trust him. And once you can't trust him, you can't vote for him to lead this country. Because you also obey Bian when you to me we are obesisanano. The Cape Coast Harbour, Cape Coast Airport example are clear. What did he say? Number 7, I say under an MPP Akufo-Addo government, the economy will grow, say no and grow, and there will be jobs and jobs and jobs. Say yeah, but nya be shisho man ni sika semye. Na o man ni sika sembe nyina busu ama adwuma so akosoro buso. Wa wo hwe mi. Na adwuma ho 70. Na Akufo me chiamo. Mo 700 Ghana no mafa o, so me nkro ma ntua. And now, minti bi krada national service personnel omo strike. National service personnel omo allowance, I'm not sure it's even up to 2,000 cedis. And so omo lorry fempo omo strike. That is how broke and bankrupt this man Bawumia has rendered our economy. Next is omo school 2017, 2021, 2022, 2023 omo tifie edwumenio. Next teachers, so my school tifie. My exams, so my national service, no jobs. And the unemployment rate are 8.4%, almost 15%. So economy no can say to grow and create jobs. Oh, the video, look at the evidence.
Economy is going to grow and grow and grow, and we will have jobs and jobs and jobs. This is the economy of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and
This is the economy of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, where unemployment has increased from 8.4% to almost 15%. National service for Ako strike. What be that? And they were unemployed trained teachers association, unemployed nurses, trained nurses association. There is no hope. And this man says, Santua Bamani Biem. Adengana for your Huri and Kosro, or Mubu Yazay. Shantre that way, wait ye, on one in Grofo, Zongo for, because we in Cremoni. And not me cry me so in Cremoni, Papa Bay. Because then now, or the Bawumi or China or the Timothy. And they say, I'm a power Christian, and you may Cremoni. But this is what he promised the people of the Zongos. I said, we will build model senior high schools in Zongo communities in each of the 16 regions of the country. Alaji Bawumi on the kind. Say Zongo or region biya. Into region biya, including what we region, whether Ashanti, whether Bono, whether Hafo. Or say, Yabere Zongo, Kessia, or near secondary school, Kessia model school. I'm a Zongo for Akobi. And what dance ye ni? Shemame. MPP will build 16 model senior high school Zongo communities across the country. Bawumia promises. 1st August 2020. Ni ekwa kotuaba. Say ya. 4 years ni school no so we si ba akokra aka yebeka so we fiti ase. Not even one has been built. Not even one. He promised 16, not even one. And I'm not promising missy way. Where are the model senior high schools in Zongos? Number 9. Mokai sa same way. Bawumia secures $19 billion Chinese loan for Ghana. Hey, I tell you, Bawumia free say a refi. But in this campaign, it's about trustworthiness. It's about principles. It's about credibility. This was a time Bawumia called China. Obaye jamboree kesiye nipa koshia ne airport. The economic whiskey has hit a jackpot. Or the $19 billion abba. From China. Where is the evidence? This is the evidence. Ghana were 5th July 2017. $19 billion Chinese aid. Security to get 25,000 houses. Bawumia so no konya $19 billion. Obe sit down kwa mako 25,000 and ama security agencies. Not 2,500. Not a dime 25. Houses a dime kwa 25,000. Bawumia, I am trying to tell you say pay no crane in the num or your trofo. That is who he is. Where is the 19 billion and where is the 25,000 houses? Na yenya papa bi okrom wa IDEC penyipa Dr. Emmanuel Akweti samre no obu fi say yenya ade ehren bia na ye good o but omo Bawumia atwa omo nice they said wa ko circle na ye de key soap ayo iPhone no Bawumia defraud omo o say let's applaud Bawumia for securing $19 billion Chinese loan o say Bawumia ya de ye moyensem mano. So the executive director of the Institute for Democratic Governance, IDEC, Dr. Emmanuel Akweti, has lauded government's ability to secure a $19 billion aid to boost the economy. This is a quotation. The man goes to China for 3 days and brings $19 billion to our economy. Let's give him a round of applause. Round of applause for Bawumia. It is a round of applause in $19 billion away. Otrofo. Amma. And that is the same game Frakadama or the Ghana for. Ewa, you actually cried or say $19 billion Chinese deal, joint venture, not a loan. Or say a joint venture. You see, but what can see and yam or the baby pennies so that the Nipankwa no crebianim. Me two much race, me say Bawumia on canocre. I've given you 10 lies. I've given you the evidence. Well, we are on number 9. Let's go for number 10. Number 10, we are going to stay on this for about 20 minutes. Because they won't hear. The entire menu is because of number 10. Okay. I will move Ghana from taxation to production. Me banama betete so. Na me the Ghana free taxation to production. Yenre. So the free taxation to production. Etwa na yetua under NDC Mahama Breso no wabete so mama yenre. Yedi kan. Yenre to nko a Bawumia yedi o maizi kasem nsa as chairman of the economic management team odi agu yenso. Aban ne betela konwa so a first 10 and omo to VAT mu 5%. Enye anso wa ye fret to be special import levy. Nemre so 2017 I was saying Kabai ni twem. Bawumia tremu from 2017 to 2019. So tax number 2. 2% special import levy. See, Oma pass act I friend act 1004. Sa 2% special import levy. Omo promises omo be twemu no. Ene omo dia to yenso up to 2024. Oto abama omo a ombesanso atrema mo atua. Taxation to production man by and so the 5% national fiscal stabilization levy by. That one was ended 2017, almost trim to 2019. So Shemra Act 1011 at the call 2024. 2023 and almost you almost so my drain. Or my national fiscal stabilization levy 5% now as they say there. Almost a sadino, no my growth and sustainability levy. Pintimamento, the value is the same. You are paying all these taxes without knowing in different ways and forms. And that is why I will be because the Osha will say he will move you from taxation to production or your trofo when in the bush. Or a personal income tax, they reviewed it. The 35% personal income tax on a monthly chargeable income exceeding 10,000 was introduced in August 2018. This was reviewed to 30% on monthly chargeable income exceeding 20,000 in the year 2019. Mokai luxury vehicle tax. You say MPP bawumia I was so no taxes muchen ubia or the tax be buyer. Car ni engine bro 1.5 liters be I say luxury car, including toilet car between 1,000 cedis to 2,500. Omoje ya twinye moja edru baby isuye demonstration no so omoja but omoje. Communication service tax. They increased the rate by 50% from 6% to 9%. 6% to 9%. Communication service tax. Taxation to production for assembly account. Where you from 2021 to 2022, 1% COVID-19 levy on the 3% VAT flat rate. And that one. Making it 4%. Now, COVID yari ababe kum ya say adwuma so no yesan so timi e de dane to manfo so ana in the whole world, not just Africa, not just West Africa, the whole world, Ghana nko na de COVID sa yare bone no adane to ato ne manfo so malaria enti e baaye no na JJ Rollins de malaria levy baaye enka ba womi ani akufu adon ka de no mbeka. Do we have HIV levy? Or cholera levy? Or typhoid levy? Why do we have a COVID levy? 1% on VAT. And so how? So throw me a new National Health Insurance levy so na 2.5%. Yeah, the COVID levy na sans what so and also so 3.5. 5% financial sector cleanup recovery levy. Financial institutions are now omo wa wunye mu akebe to me 9 billion na save omo. They spent 25 billion on collapsing them. That is how wicked they were. Tax. Into what account, what bank, the bank transfers this levy on you. You pay anytime you do any financial service. They transfer it, you pay. Look, 1.5% e-levy actually, about 1%. I hope you are counting the taxes. If you count, you will get more than 50. More than 50. I'm telling you. The man who promised you said, Obe Buvu from taxation to production. Fuel idea, Juma. Look at the taxes. These were the people are not petrol boarding or the so. The energy sector levy 20 pesos. We a new one. 20 pesos. Every liter. Petrol ni diesel. Anwa konko no fried oil konko no. Be 20 pesos. And on the 18 pesos energy sector levy at LPG. You will meet Bawumia and his wicked taxes. And on the sanitation and pollution levy, the baller tax. And crime for Muntie baller tax. High teen and you talk a crabia. Na ensure yirifying because a thing we are engulfed in filth. Even gutters square was about Litimuno or Wintimintim by you to baller tax. Why would to petrol? Why would to diesel? Why would for car? Or be a tweeby? And so I won't find that there was someone there. Or the Chobanum spelele. Abujavo, where you new taxes on fuel commodities, but where your taxes are, net that fuel so that I know say I was thrown the better so. And also someone ready on my ear. Road fund levy at the equine. Now you're 40 pesos, and normally I call 48 pesos every liter of diesel and petrol. That's why you find the primary distribution margin. Now you're 4 cedis 50 pesos. No, now you're 4.5 pesos, and now you're 26 pesos. In Tumunu, a 477% increase. We are not just talking about a 10% or 20%. 477. How wicked can Bawumia be? That one tax handle on fuel, 477% increase. I'm giving you the facts. Check. Boss margin, I 3 pesos per liter of diesel and petrol. And then Oma Tumak or 12 pesos. Percentage in 200%. Anyone that say petrol gallon present mama brasona 14 cedis no. And then later, I want to wedding check for 4 gallon yellow no. And a gallon, came 60 cedis, came 65 cedis. Petrol gallon. Inti adia de faka biya boy den e wodwa so. Wo ton ayento, wo free ayentua, wo don sa show botomu a enti hwe so. It is because of a modern taxes. I want you to know, look, not even Idi Amin Dada or Mobutu Sese Seko was wicked enough to increase taxes and introduce so many taxes on their people at the same time. And Pranero Mukrana no Moshini Panum no or Manyas Adiwe. Look, full market margin 1 CD 50 pesos. And nobody are called 9 CDs. 1.5 pesos. It's somebody are called 9 pesos. 500% increase. UPPF. Now 9 pesos. Somebody are called 90 pesos. The entire petrol boy then na mechiru 900% increase. Aban bia ni wa Ghana beto why set more the same way. 900% increase in UPPF. Full market margin 500% increase. Boss margin 300%. Primary distribution margin 477%. How wicked can you be? Yet you promise to move us from taxation to production. The same petrol. There will be an energy debt recovery levy. Now you're 41 pesos and then you're 49 pesos. 19.5%. And you put the money to 4 ball. Increase in price stabilization recovery levy. Now petrol you're 12 pesos. And then you're 33. No, 16 pesos. The percentage is 33%. Not diesel, no. 1 liter beer, the daso. So price stabilization recovery levy, no. And also so, na 10 pesos, somebody about 14 pesos. Into mono 40%. Where you twa menu tuya. Senebeya, fan wo boko sora aban ne betimi aso ya sene no watebo no so. O ma ba betum agi over 3 billion in price stabilization recovery levies at 3 year. Edume was on mode year. Which is that Omonfante Petro so no, they are not doing it. And into now no. VAT Omatum 2023 omutum 2.5%. Into the VAT rate in inquiry 15%. Or they get fund NHI on the can one way to 20 something. Growth and sustainability levy 5%. Yeah, they are good companies so. When I am a yano, Liwe Becca when I'm a dream one mentiasian. Mama Ghana ya din pe bre. People are struggling in this country. Boys enye adwuma, girls enye adwuma. Bet kakra brantie betwa on a football game. Na wanya bibi kakra to no bottom so no. Abrantie na bra predict obi wo obedi bet ba ko ne adi no be 100 times. Na one day oye lucky no timi predict score line bi ye no di bet kakra. When you spa chacha boss score line or predicting no D, no when you're 1,000 Ghana 500 yeah, but we may say also 10% of budget. That is it. Fees and charges or mobile mobile to boom. I can go on and on and on. Shahamame, ukojo mu anyama otona, o say emuaya den. In 2023 yeah, but we may dem ready by Parliament. The friend of the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023. So Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023 Act 1093 no. Ansah yenom sparkling wine. Say alcohol ni sparkling wine. We adokodoko nsa. Na eto e da so no. Excise duty ni 22.5%. But we me dey akọ 45%. Not 30, no 45%. Man with the other months, name ta number and then the boy day. You know why? Because by we had the law we call parliament. You know? Excise duty, that's why I 10%. But we had the 20%. Spirit, the producer, the cameraman, your mother, how far? Mo point you me call my brother be track akra. Spirits and son and wedding kakra. Now 25%. And also so by we out to 50% excise duty. We the emphasis on crowd the nya depend to emu tax a year. What about in fear nipa benom water, mineral water, aerated water. Na eto na excise duty na 17.5% or they are called 20%. Ensure adokodo concern si chire wom ti se coke here da hey. Excise duty 20%. Non-alcoholic beers, beer, alcohol, beer name, 20%. Energy drink, energy drink, 20%. Cider beers, 20%. Other non-alcoholic, 20%. All in one law. The taxes are so many. Oh, can't cry no wabre. They say the Bawumia 2024, the Odiaba. Non-life insurance. Oh, kwa insure what dying. O car ne de keka ho a ye de VAT atoso. Ye de VAT ato say wa wo dying now person wo ton and I will rent it down ye de VAT atoso 5%. Textbooks are yamofra de besua de. Aban way for over 5 years. 6 to 6 years. Almost the new syllabus about no textbook. Textbooks are our for better amount exercise books, newspapers, publications, architectural plans, scientific and technical works, magazines, periodicals, calendar, trade catalog, price list, diary, stationery, to say pen, stapler, taxation to production for, and also some of the VAT at also. Offer plane, domestic air travel, VAT, that's all. Domestic transportation, offer stra VAT, offer formula VAT, offer insurance VAT, stamp duty atum, excise duty no, afekwa no matum boom 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 boom. Na de nwan wakra bro so no say omode enwusie so eto ato nwusie so enwusie to emissions levy. Enti ene wa wo moto abobo ya pragia okada mahama can do. Wa wo car say enwusie free to banko ade say 100 Ghana cedis afibia ne agyew. And a factories no mo ye adwuma mo so produce nwusie no ye besusu nwusie na ehwa ye say nwusie no do so to 100. Ehwa ye say nwusie no we dey do so pa to 500. Enwusie to taxation to production people. And that is why His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has promised say bear tax 10% in ubitwem. Boys, this is good news for you. Just say you encourage chacha. No. About 10 billion you person a back to chacha. But betting has become a refuge for young people who are totally hopeless because they remain here. It is over to make your boy tenye bibi kakre diabo akoma a ye chance obakwa kobo krono. Twa bet nye bibi kakra nye ho na bawumia wo don se kwa akwohye agene tax. Na wa be ka che se me ba me twam. Wo betwam atwa nu ne because una economy ni sha wonsa. Akufu ado so tie wo che nipa bia because ono wo se e be sikasem a omo number enu nti no do buy. Etu betwam atwam ne. Yes, President Mahama ni betime nya ne bugidie se obetwam. Because we cut taxation to production, you have moved us from taxation to more taxation and more taxation. You can't be trusted. Mahama Sanswa Shebo, this is good news for you. Mo to ade online here ti musika no Mahama say e-levy obetwam. Ba wo mia copy so akoka bi. He cannot be trusted because onya no kwafo. Nanse ye Mahama apart from e-levy, o shia adwadifo kubata ye from Uguta. Or the assembly to be about port taxes, but we mean to Wamana Donswa. A man yama boya den wa port. Na a Jomusu bibia boya den. We are no shebo about those levies.
A person imported a car, and I was just looking at the charges. This is it's a 2023 Lexus. These are the charges. 20% import duty. Then after that, import VAT. Then processing fee. Then ECOWAS levy. Then vehicle examination fee. Then network charges. Then network charge VAT. Then network charge COVID. Oh, I was shocked. Then Ghana Shippers Authority. Then import NHIL. Then network charge NHIL. Then GHS disinfection fee. Then MOTI import declaration fee. Special Import Levy, Ghana Export-Import Bank Levy, Ghana Education Trust Fund, Ghana Education Trust Fund Network Charge, African Union Import Levy, then COVID Health Recovery Levy, then certification, then IRS. You know, there's overage penalty by 0 because it's a new car. But if it was an overage car, it means it will be 23. You know?
One car obidiaba Ghana woyi. And what 23? In which country do you see this? And then man kasa about the Bawumia or position or kind about port duties. Anyhow, he said obetete port duties so send be ya yebetimi compete with Togo ne be keka ho. Ni nyina na nada, ni nyina na frakadam. Inti enne the duty of a car both me denche and sika ye the talk car. Go and check Corolla duty at say. Go and check. Even cars and getting go and check. But there is good news. The nation builder, that honest visionary leader, that experienced leader, why ye be da? No ye aye boafo ye be to me agenedi no. Washebo. Said to one obey bibi afao. Hwe mame.
Some of the levies and other things, what they say, anything I can say, the charges at the port and some of the illegal fees, no, so we'll work together on that.
Mepacho, this is President Mahama addressing traders. Say port levies, fees, the bena eku edwadifo no. Oni omo be ye adwuma. Na bibiri wen hia superfluous na yenyin free ho na adwadifo wen ha omo. Ko adwadifo wen ha omo a ya ye koto ebedi ne so ye so ye ho be ha. Producer, by popular request, bo tape ni bi.
Some of the levies and other things, what they say, anything I can say, the charges at the port and some of the illegal fees, no, so we'll work together on that.
So we work together, we will take some of it out. Those are the words of the nation builder John Mahama, the man you can trust. And I'm going to show you why you can trust Mahama. I believe says we are no for even if you are an MPP member, be a bontin and I want to menyadre. If you are bontin, I'll be dimatem. But one kasa or conscience would tibua. When you say one kasa, in your loneliness, you will agree with our verdict that this man here, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, or your trofo, or your dadafo, or your kuntumpuni, your jinidia, in ye. And for that matter, Boshe de one and some work as ya work a cano, yatia bre, will be see a swap and ko ma. Yem man nada ye be the third time. This is just part 1 of exposing the dishonesty of the liar, the pathological chronic liar, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia. There will be part 2. And if you mame, ye bape, may the less we forget, no ebro near the NDC and you know at waso. Sharp, 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 sharp.
Let me be clear. I am utterly appalled and disappointed by the unprecedented unemployment rate we're seeing today. Perhaps if the government had not jettisoned the 40-year National Development Plan, which was developed by the NDPC during my presidency, they would have adopted and implemented my 24-hour economy initiative, which was contained in that document. And that would have saved Ghanaians from these levels of unprecedented unemployment. But as the saying goes, elections
yes, so this is lest we forget. And today, unless we forget, we are talking about Mahama, the nation builder. I want you to know the entire Kasa Mahama, a nation builder. Nation builder, Chese. Chese, you be a impuntu dana komaso. You be a or Jonesha Kain, he's visionary, or when this wadi huno, or one share pa. Your man, a Quenya Manasumo May as president, no, you impuntu. The assay of fire in the year. And your man will be that in all sectors we saw. And I have this short video documentary put together in 2020 as part of the 2020 election. It's called John Mahama, the Nation Builder. Even though say a 2020 year video, no, it is still very relevant for today. So don't pay attention to the fact that it is 2020. Just watch this video because it is very relevant for the 2024 election. Yaba, I will talk to you about some of the things John Mahama, the nation builder, the health sector, the one who didn't tear, indeed, John Mahama is a nation builder you can trust.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nation builder.
John Mahama, waya, 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 waya. Come on, hey, come on, hey. John Mahama, waya, 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 waya.
A nation builder is one with vision, a planner, and a master tactician. Here's a man with a team that understands that the implementation of free senior higher education, for example, requires adequate infrastructure in order not to destabilize an already working quality educational system. This is a man with a team that negotiates deals in a holistic manner, like the Tema Port expansion project that concluded with the construction of the
Yes, Abuzianfo. So that was Mahama, the nation builder. Pictures amuhuya ne etweguno. Hospitals, schools, power plants, factories, and yema bebre stadia eja a osisi in just 4 years. Eto de bi ebi say 4 years pe. Ebi aga na ase edru no. De na Mahama be. O ntimuji tum se masa ga na pa on. Well, I have news for you. If 4 years is enough for Bawumia and Akufo-Addo to destroy Ghana, then 4 years is enough for John Mahama to rebuild Ghana. Because in Yuma Power, airports, schools, hospitals, acquiring interchanges, Ghana sika in a short period of time, despite the challenges we faced. In 4 years. And now, even more experienced than he was then, no, he would do more, far more than he accomplished in those 4 years. And I want to show you, say Mahama and Bawumia, they are not the same. Bako yo trofo osia onyo. Bako yo nokwafo osia oyo. And I want to show you some of the things President Mahama promised and indeed did in the health sector. There is a 717-bed University of Ghana Medical Center, Accra. It is the best hospital in Ghana. Oko University of Ghana, Legon campus, and Kraiha. President Mahama built it. Jumediano President Mills Nefitiasie, Emrana President Mahama, Eye Nabediechre. And it's a shortcut sometime in March 2011. Parliament, in fact, Cabinet, Emma approval, also in 2011. Then, 2011, by June, July, Parliament approved the loan. Some meaning in no man penny mills in the man penny. Na bed yechira or buano. Ama implemented sign is ready huno. Na President Mahama, Samren Vice President Mahama. He was the chairman of the economic management team. Enti project no besia ne hu sikasemi nyina no. On na nation nsa obo man penny mills. Ma omo ye sankrata semino the cabinet approval, the parliamentary approval of the loan. ɛne deɛ keka ho. But by the time one yes signed the agreement for the hospital, many don't know the agreement was signed in August 2012, and that time President Mahama was in charge. Kopem said contractor called sites 2013 under President Mahama by. And the hospital no ni na koso from Krinkrin to Kankai, the construction, not only the signing of the contract, but the construction. It was the parliamentary cabinet approval shortcutting a C under NDC 1, Mels Mahama, but the actual construction all under the Mahama government. Shema yesiye ho enene omo legon omusua nursing ompesa omo be doctors, health professionals hono omo je enkyerɛkyerɛ. Na see me reading wokowamu, they have successfully done about 5 kidney transplants. In Fidie wo hono do a yembe show. People get there and they ask, is this Ghana? Because indeed abrochire, even United States of America, baby hospitals in Nusa Hospital way. It's a quaternary hospital, the best hospital in the whole of West Africa. And this in the year, President Mahama and the share. Today, Matis MPP for Kazu, and your mama and the sea and the Atamils. Now, Atamils or MPP ni. The Atamils the sea if I'm home. Atamils, I went on the baby call your papa. Let me be a trained President Mahama. President Mahama, do you want to say about Wumio? Na eyema akufuado dia the best friend ne Bawumia. Baby enko ye dia Bawumia say me nim no kra Pontius Pilate. Me nkan bi. When somebody is your vice or your boss as president, you are inseparable. Because one take it near to Abamamo. And until as a president, you are vice president, and acting as president. So when Atamils was president, John Mahama became acting president several times. Same for Bawumia. So the vice president shares in the successes of the president and in the failings of the president. You can't separate it unless you resign. It is Atamils it means John Mahama did it. That is what it means. What I say, but I've explained where it started from. President Mahama, the construction. It was almost 100% complete. You commissioned in January 2017. President Mahama did all that. And so when we say it is his legacy, and on the eka. And this is it. The Nim Hospital, the Nim City, UGMC, na eka any hospital, let us say hotel. Any Bimu Kodawa Yaka so Munku Fi Ukra no Musu, because Omufi they don't get these facilities. Any. Then apart from UGMC, the Visionary Nation Builder Belt. Okay, say Accra, capital. Na enkra regional hospital la a share region in Puenimunyam. Greater Accra, you won't believe it. The regional hospital, you won't believe it. Into regional hospital, na what na pratiti aseno. And I'm a catcher, me say Mahama, offer the say no why any year. That is why we call him the nation builder. He builds, but Bawumia and Akufo-Addo destroys. Look at the when this one there. When this one there. Rage Hospital, 420 bed. And I'm just showing you the exterior. Hotel. Mr. Hotel. A hospital as a hotel. 5-star. Look at it. Abusafo, enya no nko enya nkan de nko. And I will call Eslema Mentifia Pa East Bolegatanga. You see brand new 386 bed Apa East Regional Hospital. Maybe we no MPP for na mudi matter. Most of them come mo dia masi. Mo regional hospital, mo quaternary hospital. Show us your Rage Hospital, show us your University of Ghana Medical Center, show us your Apa East Regional Hospital. Show us. This election is about issues, it's about trust, it's about proving track record. And atro. And Apa East the Anusuni, big hospital. There's an area view. Papa. We took these pictures in 2016 before we left office. Huge. Then Tamale Teaching Hospital phase 2. President Mahama did it, 400 bed. Increasing Tamale Teaching Hospital to 800 bed. Because phase 1 was 400 and we added 400 beds for the people of the north. And you can see that here. This picture was taken in the evening, so it's not too clear. If you go on the internet, you see more. Now hospital papa e won fichire here. Your friend of the Bang Hospital. Ya the born coronavirus by eno na je Ghana nkwa. MPP ministers now mudi papa ya tem no. Omusi oni mama mu no. Including the then Minister of Health Ajimamanu. Corona chi omo ana omo ji omo ho a enye no. Utu kwan a enye yie ko ya to airport ni mu. Ntimi nkwa Bruchi Hospital. Omo pe hospital papa akono. Omanko Akufuado Hospital, Omanko Bawumia Hospital, because Omundibi, they went to the Bang Hospital, built by the Bank of Ghana under the able leadership of the then President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the nation builder. The Bang Hospital, what was it? John Mahama, and this what they fair, or your guy, her hospital. Yeah, Mahama, go on hospital, let's say. Her hospital, the Bang Hospital, and if and see what's on her hospital, the Bang Hospital. Then, this is in cantonments here, Accra, 130-bed Ghana Maritime Authority Hospital. We also certificate President Mills Abreso, President Mahama came and continued it. Hospital kesiya pa. Na pampa muni na hospital no, ya wo baby a plane kura aeroplane etibisi wo na pampa me has an you can say a helipad and na muhun ha no. This is the Ghana Maritime Hospital. Then 104-bed police hospital expansion. We expanded it by adding 104-bed hospital. No work that any train yen kama. And also some this was 2016 when we were about to leave office. And they were quite the same President John Dramani Mahama. Who said Ghana have one military hospital. I'm talking about the nation builder John Mahama, which is the 37 military hospital. You know who say Ashanti region, not just for the people of Ashanti. I told you say Ashanti for too many projects, but they don't vote for you. And this year, whether you vote for us or not, it doesn't matter. John Mahama nye Akufuado no waka say akumfi forma nto aba ma minti me twema so. Ana anwona forma nto aba ma minti se nsuo yiri afa monyema me mfa ho. Nsuo no wankasa share da ma ne nkrofo bie e de sese nipa nyema. President Mahama is not like that. But these things were done in Ashanti because they are central for the northern sector. All the regions, Bono, Ahafo, and even the northern regions can access them. 250-bed, Wafari. Upper West, 160-bed. These are Eurojust projects. Yes, Kufuor signed agreements, got cabinet and parliamentary approval. Besikana, Omoka, Somoko, Pena, Ama. President Mahama. And August 2012, through a partnership between Absa Bank in Essie, and a Barclays Bank PLC, you pay Sika at the year, sir, Eurojust projects, including Upper West Regional Hospital. President Mahama economy is serious. So, Afaridie, Medical Kahwasem, the same thing. Apart from that, 7 district hospital, Dodowa, Kwabena, Kumawu, Abetifi, 120-bed. It's our district hospitals. MPP can't tell you. Dodowa, you see, we in 4 years, many people. Omo ma bo besia cha ban bia wo Ghana bakosemu ajeje taxes acha ban bia enya all you sika cha ban bia they can't show you one district hospital they started and finished o come mo say agenda 111 no mo ka say mo dia fe ba ku ne be si mfie sen ni he said you almost be wi si hospital no kwa obesia wi omumie no kra no na dane asem UGMC for 1 year no mo ku almost omumie the same thing they abandoned these projects for years. Kwabetifia, Omajatuama Hospital, na Sese. It is there. Bekwai, 120-bed hospital. District hospital, Stepa, Nsoko, Konongo, Salaga, Chifipraso, Madina. The 100 hospital. John Mahama took the loan for all these things. And Sakra na President Mahama also Jebusia, 89 million euros for the construction of 85-bed district hospitals at Bupe, Tolon, Sola, Sobenya, Wita, Nedia Kekao. So I can go on and on. This is just part one of his achievements. I don't want to spend too much time. But what am I communicating to you? Wow, hear me. What I'm communicating to you. And I say, in Penyufo Mienua, Omujina Yenim say Yantua Bama Womono. Bako, Ujini Di because of your trophy. That is a large Bawemia. President Mahama on Tessa. And that is why you can't associate lies with President Mahama. He thinks ahead. Or where are they here or minor? Yemma and inchima. And invest in that. And those things no kwa one found ko ujama or minor. Send a beya MPP NDC Ghana for nyina. You been yason for so near fires into my pefra. That is why I've showed you a few, just a few. Polyclinics, health centers, cheap compounds, can't want them. This way hospitals be you see, I jumped. And we will get another time and talk about part 2 of Mohammed's achievements, the nation builder's achievements in the health sector. In the hand, the less we forget in ABC. And I believe, say, you watching, you agree with me. Say, it will be the Ghana Ansah 2024 and beyond, 2025 and beyond. It is none other than the nation builder. Yen will be a wayebida. Yen mani nyuma pa. En kasamano. Yen form me Ansah. And President Mahama will not let us down. Ye call NDC and youth segments. A free NDC and youth segment in the BAPE. I'm going to talk to you about the 24-hour economy in the next few minutes. I will Ansah ne de neju medino abayiye. Hwe ma mesisi me basisi.
Let me be clear. I am utterly appalled and disappointed by the unprecedented unemployment rate we're seeing today. Perhaps if the government had not jettisoned the 40-year National Development Plan, which was developed by the NDPC during my presidency, they would have adopted and implemented my 24-hour economy initiative, which was contained in that document. And that would have saved Ghanaians from these levels of unprecedented unemployment. But as the saying goes, elections come with consequences. The stark reality is that the current 8-hour working system is inadequate to create the production, productivity, and well-paying jobs required for the revival of Ghana's currently bankrupt economy. It is also inadequate to produce enough goods and services for export. My young people, extraordinary times require extraordinary interventions for extraordinary results. The 24-hour economy initiative is the answer for now and the future. It will create an enabling environment with deliberate policies for business, companies, and government institutions to operate 24/7 in a 3-8-hour shift system. In addition to the traditional 8-hour system, the 2 additional work shifts that my administration will introduce will double and sometimes triple or quadruple the number of jobs that participate in public and private entities that we currently have. This is the 24-hour economy optimization strategy, giving more to society, providing efficient service delivery, and generating decent and well-paying jobs. The benefits of this system will include, but not limited to, 24-hour port and harbor services, 24-hour customs services, 24-hour DVLA services, 24-hour agro-processing factories, 24-hour manufacturing industries, 24-hour construction companies, 24-hour diversified sanitation and waste management services, 24-hour financial institutions, 24-hour healthcare services, not just emergency care, 24-hour community pharmacy care, 24-hour tourism, creative arts, and entertainment industry services, and 24-hour retail centers, and more and more and more. As has already been estimated, the Ghana Police Service alone, at its present capacity, will require nearly 25,000 new and additional personnel to manage the 24-hour economy additional working shifts. And keep in mind that the police service, as it stands now, even without the 24-hour economic initiative, already requires additional staff and motivation to meet the optimum police-to-population ratio. We'll adopt a multi-stakeholder approach because the beneficiaries of the 24-hour economy are diverse. Unemployed youth, including unemployed graduates, farmers, traders, small and medium-scale businesses, students who need vacation jobs, and the underemployed. No one will be left out. I'm determined to provide the necessary incentives such as favorable tax measures, cheaper and reliable power, financial support through the Ghana Exim Bank, oil revenue, and the National Women's Bank, which we will establish to soften the ground for both public and private participants who sign up to the 24-hour economy initiative in order to have a smooth takeoff.
That was the nation builder, President Mahama, explaining to you, in summary, the cracks of the 24-hour economy policy. This is just a 4-minute video. The MAN say, "Well, potokasa, ubi I want to potokasa seno, ibiano went to be antiase, and untinami wahe." To just break it down in the Cree language, so that one tip potokasa na seno be to be antiase. This 24-hour economy is what is going to change Ghana. We nebema Ghana ye krabehe because we ne di ejuma pa eba Ghana, not ejuma bi akeke, ejuma pa. A ni munyam wo ho aketua pa da ho. We nebema Ghana economy na nyina ye kese na ye ka abu nkama fa yeso ayentimi ntua no yetimi atua. So let me just use a few minutes to summarize to you what President Mahama is talking about. Yedika di nkomo we da we don't know where rekopoku. Ba mpanyi se abaso ba na meja pai. Enu tie ne yebesanso akabiem. Because omo tu mfutrogu amanfo ani on 24-hour economy no. So munya ya we will also we will not stop never preaching the gospel of the 24-hour economy according to John Dramani Mahama. So yeka 24-hour economy, what are we talking about? Very, very simple. A deliberate policy. Yewra Mahama ede bagana. Se ode enhyehyɛ egu akwam na ankwankra nyuma, whether businesses or companies, any aban nyuma binom etimi aye adwuma 24/7. Omo adwuma no be 24/7. Because 24 hours are onyame dia dom ye dakro bia no. Omo be chemu miensa. Don hwene nwotwe. Nti obi kwa adwuma no pa no nwotwe a ye adwuma don hwene nwotwe no wapo anwumre no 9. Na obi akwa adwuma no 9 wa ye adwuma no don hwene nwotwe no wapo 12 am. Na obi so akọ 12 am. Wapon 8 a.m. So human beings omo ye adwuma no benya ahome benya braje ahome benya brada, but the businesses and the economy will never sleep. They will work 24/7. This is it. Very, very simple. 24-hour economy ni nyina no that certain businesses, certain companies, certain government institutions will be supported by the government to run 24/7. Mame mo ne to fama e te say wasi so bobra wo ye teacher ni. Bo so me yetu aka 2000 cedis. Wo de ahwe wo ho aduru baabi. Ba de duru baabi no afa akohwibra kakra sebi. Etu wo ji sika na wo de aye masem. Na de akotena choba, wo de akotena bia ba, na de atwa wanim spelele. Ti se obi a menim no. Eni na watwe na sika na hye. Nti agesa wo kɔbɔ besia ebi another 3000. Wo kɔgye besia no so na wadi asɛ no. Nti wabɔ brabɔni akohwibreya fokubreya wabɔ masese de. Wabɔ asesa. Ɛka yɛ den amene wo. Oji wakatua na untimi mfa ntua wo ka. Oje yɛ kɔka ka no so kra untimi ntua mu 1% mpo. Ɛna watena se adwen wo din sɛ sɛ metena ho the message be demiri famu say me ya adwuma 8 hours pa na maje me bosom ya katua 2000 as a teacher entimi nsome ne me ma ne me yere no ya didie de ye be hye de ye be no mpo na kampesa etinye tua me ka ama me fi ohia na yekam enu ntimi nya akwadworo me ye adwumaden instead of working 8 hours no me ye adwuma ni bia ka ho se ne be ya me sika bedoso na metime tua me ho ka na me mma me yere muso anya ebra papa bi atimi abo abusuanfo so bi kasa wakabone ana. Just ask yourself this. This is what the 24-hour economy is about. Because Ghana and this teacher Nino wakobo brabo ni ama eka mene no. All because your mind is sheba wumi Ansah. Wabe bobusia me ka mene o mind no. And therefore, say ne President Mahama say Ghana yenye adwuma 8 hours pa. Da ben dan ye betumi enye sika tua ye keya ye ntumi ntuai. Ai na ye pache say ye omo aye de won ka na omo ntu ka ne hye animu carry forward na nchirima metua. Da ben ye betumi akreti inwuma ama memo ane mabawa omani etutu aka wonsem omu nya adwuma. Today unemployment is so high. Almost 15% from 8% under Mahama. And because of that, national security say ya ade we betimi de how no ye na Ghana. So this is a serious issue. And that is why President Mahama says we can't do the same things and expect different results. Extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary times require extraordinary interventions for extraordinary results. And until 8 hours Ghana yede ye adwuma no yen sisa no. Onyame aboye wa ma 24 hours. Abode mu nyanza pefo say ubetumi ada 8 hours e the 16 hours aka ye adwuma. Why do we work only 8 hours? Inti obeye 24-hour economy. Businesses, companies, state institutions, binuma maybe abe chirichiru mu omo ye adwuma 24/7. Inti adwuma na wo ye no ubetumi aye mienu instead of one na usika akosoro. Adwuma na unya bi nya because 8 hours but say wo benya bi aye because ye be chiche mu miensa. Kwaku kwa anopa na ya wukwa awia na amaso kwa anadwo wa enya adwuma anopa obenya adwuma anadwo. That is what the 24-hour economy is all about. Now obika say, I mean, why do we need a 24-hour economy? That is what I've explained to you. 24-hour economy na policy they solve so many problems at a time. Because they say Ghana ye come. The only way we can get out of it and go back on the capital market, and they say your GDP, ye sika send to me nyina ye kese. What said the be how the ye can to 2 ye sika ho a ye can be ye kakrebi. Because then what the ye ka to 2 ye sika ho a ye sika ntimi ntua ye ka. And nti na ye bankrupt no. But as the 24-hour economy is rolled out, now more businesses are operating for more hours and producing more. Production is going up. The GDP, gross domestic product, and yema Ghana produce no, ye wet no so kosoro. Enti ebe odi ye ka to 2 ye wet ne ho ebe ye kakra bi. Afi ye kopebo sin obi be ma ye bi. Afi adwuma so a eni ho no, 24-hour economy di adwuma eba. Sika e bi ni ho no, abai ni nya more revenue because there is more production and more productivity. There is efficiency. So these are the benefits of 24-hour economy. Bebre. Now, I told you, say, what are the sectors? President Mahama Boboma, in the tape of boy, in the just American, this is the manner what dame nyame asono daye. Say on for 24-hour economy, bra. We say we will have 24-hour passport services. We will have 24-hour post and harbor services. We will have 24-hour custom services, 24-hour DVLA services. We nyina ya banjuma. But ewu hiyama yen. Yet, per passports Ghana ni supposed to mean siana unyebi. Minimobia will apply for passport this year. Since January, be seen in some kind of passports. Would you bribe still emma? Because even though you can apply for the passport on your phone, thanks to John Mahama or the online passport application, not by Wumia Wucha a Hontro. The processing of the passport not check. Enti and Mahama passport office, Yebibieno anopa, just like we are doing now, 8 to 5. And now 4. Sa batch ne ponwa, another batch beba. for another 8 hours. So batch another batch beba. The same for pots. I want it me bo peso amount for peso mu yo mu to me. No mind risika, then you pay j bribes your connection. No. Let's give citizens better services. The demand is there. The pressure and traffic is there. President Mahama said the post too, the same thing. What this means, they say, send you my na send a passport office what you my 400,000 24-hour economy inti mienu beka ho inti e 300,000. Wa wo hwe me no inti wunya bi nya. The same for ports, the same for customs, the same for DVLA. Inti adwuma no formally no ebe cost times 2, times 3, times 4. And because these people are engaged in productive work, the state will benefit. The more passport application they process, the more revenue Ghana gets. The more goods we clear at the port, the more revenue. It will be say, oh now for better to your moka. That is it. That is what we mean by 24-hour economy. Na economy na ba womiani ekufuado ase no afa ntomapa efra. Now, the declaration say apart from the public sector, private sector also can be. And the agro processing factories, manufacturing industries, construction companies, yama contractor kwa onkoye kwa baako or ye 8 hours into no timi dia femi ensa. Na kwa no create to say amount for person mo use kwa no ntumi use no mine bo woka ye tua ho interest on delayed payment. They say President Mahama say a major project say yesuku say ye kwa construction. We are 24/7 because abino ebe ma umbo ebi mebo boso. Inti adwuma yo 400 laborers say welders for na wofa, carpenters for na wofa, mason for na wofa, omo mo be konsuo na wofa. Wo fa no mo ho miensa. Inti adwuma no be buso. Na kwan no watumi aye ne ntem ama man na nya so mfa so. They are all here in toast processing into tin tomatoes the same thing. Or yeno mo miensa 8 hours. 3 batches of workers edwuma bebre so that they can produce more. Na Ghana yankasa yetimi di what we grow and process. Na yede dia kana kwa mono na yakoton akonya foreign exchange. That is what the 24-hour economy is about, to increase production, productivity, revenue, and more importantly, create sustainable jobs. In the financial institutions bebre Bola okwa brucha is sananajo. President Mahama the same thing, 24 hours. No break. Community farmer care, healthcare services, tourism, retail centers. He has spoken about all of them will run 24/7. Now, the Crown said there will not be any limit to the sectors that have benefited from the 24-hour economy policy. And in Kwabena are buying edeboa these private companies. The kind ahobambo security. What video no tie ni ya President Mahama ka say ya the private security ni a police for be carbon. Na campaign a wo ye adwuma 24/7 bia ne amana hobambo ka hobambo ni wa 24-hour economy enye ye enti police for nko they need new police officers 25,000 ja branch we school SS otifi onye adwuma nya ope police vote for Mahama na 24-hour economy ni mra na nya police ni biko. Apart from that, private security companies are no be adwuma ni nyina no oboso be fa nipa bebre. It's a dream we operate 24/7 biano. Security for why ye born by. On the streets they are there. At your workplace they are there. Bia bit me akọ adwuma a unsuro hwe. Umpewe na pedie ben. Then tax incentives at our businesses need to my ready to natural. How can any business survive in this environment? The last time businesses in Kwabena free Ghana because of high taxes. Unilever for Big Pen, Glovo, which is a lot of businesses leaving Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire and our surrounding neighbors, our neighboring countries. Because taxes need also. President Mahama said, if you want investments to come, you want people to invest, businesses to thrive, then reduce our cost of production, cost of doing business. Not so. Bakone sent two no yabete so. Bakone sent Kenya buono. Ne boye one of the huge overhead costs on President Mahama so better so. Ebema special meter wo ye adwuma najo a ete oketuwa bi as compared to what we ye adwuma wia. Nti obi si o ene adwuma yefo no be ye adwuma anadwo nko because ho na nkani aboefo da bi. The meter is calibrated to read 24/7. So if you are not working during the day and consuming meter ne be hu anadwo, it will not read as it ought to read. You can't beat the system. And that is why there will be a 24-hour economy secretariat. There will be regulation. So people will not be able to take advantage. Now the end of the Quran say, President Mahama say, we'll give them financing support. Now you see, there are a lot of things to talk about under the 24-hour economy. And the main thing, they will call baby here me pa. Sami Jemfi betunya Canada on the 24-hour economy. President Mahama betunya Canada. Sometimes MPP for say, oh, NDC communicators in Timinchrim. Communicator bakubi. I manage over 1,000 of communicators. And you know, no human institution is perfect. So it's possible to get a communicator there. On a particular day, I want to prepare call radio so. It happens. And on the 24-hour economy is not doable or it's not a good policy. And then I make about 24-hour economy now. Omuncha mi video nko to Facebook and trade me. And then I present my kasa about 24-hour economy. Omuncha video nko to Facebook and trade me so ntimi. Ask yourself that. And then I rekopokube jina ha 24-hour economy. They are not able to share those videos to ridicule the policy because they know that the explanation is there. We've provided it. So omo tete omo ni policy ni bi. Ubi sa mo say mo policy amodi be create adwuma we here. Omo say mo first year na me. That is their policy. They don't have any policy to create jobs. Omo dey say NDC for ntimi nchira omo policy. Where is yours? But I want to let you know the verdicts of impanyinfo a omo wonim die enyuma yekuo a omo nye NDC omo nye MPP. Omo nyina omo adwen Mahama 24-hour economy ne ho. I want you to see what day these neutrals are saying about the 24-hour economy policy. Number one, TUC, Trade Union Congress. Ghana Jumayofo nyina ku bad time. Ghana Jumayofo nyina MPP NDC fo nyina ka ho. This is their verdict. Or say it is a great idea. TUC boss says Mahama 24-hour economy could be the game changer. Charges youths to get ready for jobs. This man is not a politician. Only economists. Any meduma wasem change MPP serial callers, ni social media communicators na. Omo kasa pan. Onim che omo 100 times. Say kasa maganda jumayofo. Say this is a game changer. Producer abo video ni mae. No mo huye no mo hwe.
We are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade, you have to take your time. Because I can imagine the amount of jobs that this kind of thing will create. That could be the game changer. I'm telling you that you have opportunities in this country. We work 24 hours, 3 shifts. So if you don't get a job in the morning, you can get it in the afternoon or in the night. So where are the young people? Get ready for jobs.
Where are the young people? Get ready for jobs. This is the TUC General Secretary speaking for the workers of Ghana. And here the MPP, listen to the experts. Listen to the experts. Obibaka's away edumayofo akrachefo. Okay, yenko tie adwadifo so. Adwadifo wo Ghana nyina wuku. Ye from Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA. Almost so asemo makeni. GUTA president endorses Mahama's 24-hour economy. If you are now winning, your friend Dr. Joseph Obeng, the president of GUTA, has backed the 24-hour economy policy proposed by John Mahama. Dr. Mua and the Kasama Ebядifui. Video ni Mrs.
And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it makes the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday.
This is the president of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Dr. Joseph Obeng, Doctor. What they think about it, about the 24-hour economy policy. Many sure as a political party be the policy about Ghana, neutrals, TUC, Guta, all of them applauding that this is a good policy. We in Ghana everywhere. If you are still not convinced, let me show you more. This is Institute of Energy, Institute of Economic Affairs, IE. Dr. Kwache, Dr. John Kwache, the Director of Research. We muna o the policy be ba. Omu wonimdi omu ye se policy ni ya papa na nye papa. Hana na jimensa ye adwuma. Muntie di okan. Was a 24-hour economy apt for a country with high unemployment. Was a 24-hour economy. And ya dear pa Ghana or maya adwuma nim no ye hia. This is the IE, Institute of Economic Affairs, not MPP, not Sami Jenfi. I've shown you TUC, I've shown you Guta, I've shown you IE, I'll show you more. Federation of Labor. Labor unions, Ghana, Bibre, Omukubatani, Federation of Labor. The story says Federation of Labor supports 24/7 economy proposal. This is Federation of Labor. And on that chain, labor unions applaud Mahama's 24-hour economy policy. Modern Ghana published it. It is here. I'm giving you the evidence. You can go and check. Federation of Labor, IEA, Guta, the TUC. All of them. All of them will be a year. Education for students in Ososwe. National Union of Ghana Students. Ekubata and Wohoma Education for Ghana. Listen to their verdicts. Guta, NUCS, emphasis on NUCS. Students are Ghana MPP, NDC for Yinakambi. NUCS endorse Mahama's 24-hour economy policy. Graphic online. December 5th, 2023. Evidence in it. Maybe you are not convinced. In Benyisi Bomochiche, Ofinsu ase beka choso denche mawu aye ni nechinye. Obia ni wa ompendisi ni joma amasem chen MPP ni. One of them oboye chipa oyene swafo hwe omeyayare hwe ne yayare sabia apomudi hu nsem so Minister for Health Dr. Bernard Okuboy Oni Bobo tie papa on na kasa about 24-hour economy mo hwe 24-hour economy. I am not the kind who will say it is not possible. What? Wait a minute. 24-hour economy. I am not the kind who will say it is not possible. Dr. Okoboy. I said, maybe the mean can say it is not possible because it is possible. MPP knew. Someone with MPP for no crowd mugu one wodo. It will mole for no. Mole for no. The NDC baby almost saying but Dr. Fone will say no. We dear. Adie no cray back President Mahama we BT. This is a good policy for Ghana. Maybe if we say Ghana web for the year Okuboyanka. Well, producer, play the video and let everybody see it.
I'm not the kind who will say that a policy is not possible. No. I mean, I don't work in that realm. Everything that you think of is possible. Manche, 24-hour economy has existed in some form, percentage. Maybe let's say it's 1%. Anybody who says we can take it to 80%, It's not dreaming, it's possible. But it is the details that will show how fast we move. And for me, let me make it.
So it's not a bad idea.
Oh.
I know we don't have time, but this is the Minister of Health.
I'm not a can who will say that a policy is not possible. No. I don't work in that realm. Everything that you think of is possible. Manche, 24-hour economy has existed in some form, percentage. Maybe let's say it's 1%. Anybody who says we can take it 20% is not dreaming, it's possible. But it is the details that will show how fast we move. And for me, let me make it.
So it's not a bad idea.
Oh.
All right, so that is Dr. Okoboy. Need I say more? No. Me have me okran kabinka. MPP ni. So onse no nyame si ye nenyema. Onyame na kwan doso. Omo ye enye no. Akaba akwa se masaka no kre ade ne bebo Ghana ka. Mahama na de ade paba. So onse EPF na no. Pie. So because it's possible, boy, possible. So I didn't know how ye kitten. It is possible. That is what Okuboy said. You can go and watch the full video. This is another MP. Where there are no crack into what to about here. MPP. Nipe bien wa MPP mu a kind of crowd they will continue to vote for you. Dr. Dixon Adomako Kisi MP for Nyanso too. I say MP praises Mahama NDC for 24-hour economic proposal. I'm ready to be new video next time I watch or Metro TV or Bob President Mahama Basosa, and that is why they voted against him. Now this is Afrafrantosi Alliance for Dr. Abu Sakara or CIA Economic Affairs. Intisa MPP serial caller na social communicator no yamani 200 Ghana 300 Ghana data. I don't know they run a 24-hour economy as it's because on TSC. Omo matena bruchire omo ye adwuma mienu miensa a day obi ani wo be run 24-hour economy down oman bia obekwa ahochire mu tise Ghana no the 24-hour economy is your only way, especially when the majority of your population ya babunu but omu nya adwuma 24-hour economy de be me adwuma na ba ento ye babunu na wo hweme na wo pe adwuma we need aso ene John Mahama thinks about you. John Mahama cares about you. John Mahama unyame na so no dae. So for 24-hour economy imra. Na how kese number 1 eda Ghana so ye adwuma sem no. Ye mfa metu ase. Na memo ane mabawa. Omo wie school omo suansa no adwuma. Omo person omo de omo ho de ye adwuma. Obi anya bibi nye. Na my Ghana intimi mfa na tuma pemfra. This is NDC 360, the 9th edition, and this brings me to the end of my presentation. This segment was the NDC and you, and today we just spent time briefly to talk about the 24-hour economy policy. Dear Dewumuni said, Mahama Oyanokwafo, Osia Waye Wayebida, and so you can trust him to deliver on the 24-hour economy policy. Let's read a few messages. The first one I have here is Ataglia Raphael Adegiyoke. Dr. Bawumia, the chairman of the economic mismanagement team, is not different from a fraudulent company. Dr. Bawumia can never be trusted. Asante Yaltenkran say, a vote for Bawumia is a vote for Kufuado and MPP to continue our current hardship. How profound. A vote for Bawumia is a vote for Kufuado and MPP to continue our current hardship. Otu abanema Bawumia, upana Kufuado ne nache mafia for watu ama omo beka bo masanso abetwe aso ama ye ho akire. That is what Asante Yao is saying. Yusuf Abendao, or say Alhaji Bawumia is the worst vice president we have had in the Fourth Republic. He is only good at lies. That's a fact. Then Michael Nene Gaddafi, no, Michael Dukrugu, I said Dr. Bawumia has no integrity.
wakyerɛ sɛ ɛnyɛ wɔn nyinaa na ɛyɛ nkwasiafoɔ ɛnyɛ wɔn nyinaa na ɛyɛ nkwasiafoɔ te sɛ dampare no a ɛnyansafoɔ wɔ mu maka kyerɛw sɛ Greater Accra commander yi a asirifi wagye MPP ata n'ani ase a ohunu deɛ ɔyɛ ne ho saa no. You see, these people, they don't learn. Wonim sɛ aban bɛsesa aban sesa a waso bɛyɛ hye awudomi estate nyinaa yɛda mo ase nyame nhyira obi biara maako nyame nhyira maako nyame nhyira mo nyinaa yɛ na menim deɛ nti a onipa no bi wɔ hɔ a ɔban a wotimu a aban sesa na aban aba na wɔyɛ aban adwuma na wagyi mi nti na wɔma obi daadaa wɔ na wɔyɛ nneɛma fon knowing sɛ aban sesa a wo na waso bɛyɛ hye politician no ɔkɔ ne baabi what you say enti tema police commander mo ana Ghana fo no mo gyina mo na so na no mo gyina mo na so ma omo sai CJM soundboard no yada mo ase na me nhyira mo bebre saa na yɛpɛ no ento wonsa emfa de mo obia entwe aba entwituo ba mo nyina ho pintin ade we yɛmpre ɛyɛ so simple ade we yɛmpre it's so simple. You see, your friend positive defiance. Positive defiance doesn't mean say kwatwi aba nemo mempre. Ade no awo ye no mempre. Mi gina me na so mempre. Emo no emfa bibia anka no, and I think say temafo eso eye we no. Omo show we no over the weekend. Jifa gunu no nyina akọ ho. Omo gina ho yempre. It's so simple. Obia no obia ankontokwa. Say the maka kire ye okan South for no. Omo de ntokwa na eba yeso omo kwasesa nkrofo bi se omo de omo ba be ye ntokwa wo ho obia na omo nkontokwa na emo munyina mo na so yempre suban no amu yi na di no ye de kwa akosi ye 7 December 8 December 9 December na ye be home 9 December amache ene ye be home but until then no mempre okay, obviously the commander, that's in reference to the Tema police commander, was recently transferred from the IGP's office to Tema, and he's just a good man. Correct. So no, I dampare no. Na dampare no umbe ye nedio. 3 weeks ago na nkomu yi nedi. And okwa nante pepa chawa dampare or pepa chawa sa no ye dey obeko fie dampare okwa hanu nyame ani ba from dampare will go home. Near sanitize police service no hwɛ and some police for us ma men can same way Ghana bibi koso and I think some penny phone sorry na opposition also opposition for no muntie me ora asedun ketia general ora John Mahama Dr. Callistus Fankrawe Emma ora John Mahama mame sometimes yes, say me pe NDC a posture no, or my approach no, me pe manage home, but any money be wa mon koso anyo NDC amayuko muntie me awie mesre mwara. I don't need to call on a year. Me say enipa 8 ayira. Within 2 months, the Ghana Police Service is not saying anything. They are not giving us any idea whether they are searching. The media is quiet. Enipa ngotwio, enipa ngotwia yira. Yehu omo. Ghana Police is not giving us any update. The Interior Ministry, quote enam. Ena nani abre no ho de obeba be IGP ena ogi one tax metwofo ayiye meeting kwase meeting akote untimi fanya hwe se Ghana for tisi krum akote untimi nya hwe bibia no abetimi aye instead some be address serious sensitive matters. You are not doing it. Okoka na West Africa Media Foundation said the Brahima Sulemana na Brahima ene Kakari Kofi Kakari professor no no mo shedem no mo keka nkwasi asem say you are making the baseless allegations and blah 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 blah. Enipa no ono gi taxes edino on care about the country. We say metrasi amempampa no menkaso ayade. Anyway, so let me concentrate. You see, from this time on, we are very focused. From this time going, we are very focused till 9th December. Yeah, you be free akunu na yaji ahome. And this is the last hour. And we believe God. Yenim so nyame beye. Mesre NDC. Urajo mama. NDC eye urajo mama handlers. Any communication team. And yama say mama mwani emra ho. Yende magana fo hunu say modwene wo mo ho. NDC communication. Ora sami jamfi communication eye strategy. Communication enye rattling. Yes, you can rattle. You can do, but a strategy. A strategy, please. Orejo Mahama, and then what Yam and to Kawo, and Nippon or Chia Ira, and then this for a Kufadu Kumono. No, Nansaya Tema Emsa Tema West, women organizers, the Onukra Ira. Orejo Mahama, and then Monday, Ansah ni bedru, a friend say. Friday no my auntie wonka Ansah no wako tamale. NDC, please do this, please do this. Ya pamochao owura to bi kwa achi mutie mia. Do this. Sometimes stand up, you guys should be quick in thinking. It's very important. Obeka say ehun here because as much as we are looking for alternative, then we are looking for somebody who can protect our lives and the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian matters. And I know, Kwame, you see, ya tutu, ama Trump, a 12 and so now Kufuado Tiaka Kankwasi Asem, no issue statement. Say Trump on Kafra. What to a memu, we are president. What this year 8 Ghanaian citizens. Ayira, you don't care. You are not saying anything. Bawumia is just doing something. Wasasa. So be ko diasa wa tinka TV. So be do wasasa. Oko kan na Ibrahim Suleiman say I udi di MPP for atem. But Ibrahim, look at all this. What do you expect me to say? I should pamper them. We should pamper them. And Ibrahim, report on your trust how. Unikakari, West African media said, mobile trust. You can't do anything. What can you do? You can't do anything. Where is your power? You can't do anything. Omo cross state power current me nyahwe. Now Ibrahim. Whoa. Oh, so you are just joking. Now, your friend say, you see, I told Trump too. Then the president managed to, what? Oh. Ghana for 8 years. And Parliament is aware, led by Alban Babin. They are not raising issues. They don't. It's like last week. Omucha driver nibiti ewa. The Ghana Police Service is not addressing the matter. The president doesn't care. The interior minister, is just a joker. Then you have the running mate who also is a joker. A friend is a vice president Bobie is a joker. Then you have a very weak parliament, as if they don't read news, they don't listen to news, they don't read newspapers. What is it? So these are the things we raise. Then they come and tell you a baseless allegations. A baseless allegation say nipa 80 and you no nipa 8 ayira. How baseless? same way then our friend baseless allegations. People just set up institutions just to destroy a beautiful country like Ghana because it's their own. The YGP Wokroma, nobody is asking him any question. Any police personnel or team be and catch them and say, Asema Bobie Kano, Nyansenim. Okay, say Americans 8 Bayira. Na America buying 8 war. Yeah. Debbie, a serious matter. A serious matter. We have our chiefs. Gamanche, wate, the same way. Togba Fede, wate, this issue. Otum for wate. And I don't know Otum for Jina, a friend say, UK, museum, or my speech. While we have serious issues pressing us. I'm here, wate, and he's talking about free SHS. Yagbonura, wate? Ayi Domahine, wate? Duncan Williams no mate. Ghana Pentecostal Assembly o mate. Peace Council, they are aware of this situation that Ghanaians 8 ayira. So it tells you how we don't care about even the lives of Ghanaians. We don't care about each other. We don't care. Christian Council, Peace Council for the budget Tacoma government, almost $1 million. You see, when you do the analysis, then you get so wet up that you need to insult them. So you're a foolish man, pa. You are a stupid person to stay in the Peace Council office demanding $1 million, and these are serious matters. And so I will ask Orajo Mahama that yes, your NDC is now doing well, but more. And from today, Kopem Friday, General Mosquito, Momiantimonka on this matter. Momayantimonka on this matter. They are very crucial. Yachi obi bakuno, yachi obi bakosie, yachi obi yere, yachi obi nuabema. Tomorrow you can be a victim. Your mama and train my young choba Ansah. Ansah no wakasa. Ore se dun katia mama ntwen na nipa 8 no yamoma. Show the family some care. Show them some care. It's very, very important. You can't sit here and you are just issuing a friend say a statement to sympathize with Obi Oti America to a fan nation. While we have families who are crying, mourning, they can't find their loved ones. So that's it. I won't say much. And I think I've touched on the Brahma issue. Let me just leave that guy. Let me just leave that guy. So, Monshe Katie Amon over the weekend. Just watch Katie Amon. I think it happened on last week, Friday. And these people still need, yes, Omunya 8 years.
From the manufacturers. But I think I see a couple of manufacturers here. What are they doing here? Can they leave the building? I was invited by the Chamber of, say that again? Construction. Yes. I wasn't invited by the Association of Cement Manufacturers. I was invited by them. Can they leave? Respectfully, Minister, Honorable Minister. Yeah. I've had a dealing with them already. I've done with them. So this is your time. You asked me to meet you. You didn't tell me. I wasn't given any notice that I was going to meet you, a combined meeting of the two of you. I'm supposed to meet with you. This is not a meeting for a manufacturing place. Yeah, the respectfully honorable. No, we're not going to detail discussion of this. Honorable, if two options. Can I leave or only leave? Honorable, anyway, Chairman, over to you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
My big brother, let's get this. I've met with them, we know the president for everything. I came, look, there's cabinet today. Who called me? Who spoke to me the other day on the phone? You did. Look at how I struggled. I told you, come to my office today, I was going to the mosque. I'd forgotten entirely that I was cabinet. And then it dawned on me that there's cabinet. All right, yesterday we left the place very late. Today, we started about 8:30 about a short permission to come and meet you. They'll come back. We've been doing 2 for. I'm here now. I'm not going to entertain any issues, which and part of why you called me. Cement Manufacturing Administration, I've met with them. So they don't need to be here at this meeting. Actually, if you want it on record, they would not meet with me. They would not. So can they leave, please?
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Before they leave, I want to passionately approach you. Maybe if you understand the point why we invited them, then you would agree.
No, they would have spoken with you. You know their position. You can articulate their position. I'm not listening to anything.
Okay. Respectfully, our manufacturers, our minister has stated clearly that he has already met you and then you have articulated your issues. And you have also met us and articulated your issues to us. So he thought that he was meeting only the chamber. So that is where we stand. We don't want a situation where the minister will leave, then we didn't have achieved the purpose for which we are meeting. So with all due respect, painfully for me, I would ask that, hold on, my vice, make a point.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable, my name is Nano Kwabena, a Bobie and the vice, the chairman of the chamber. I think calling you for this humble meeting with our partners, which is the cement manufacturers, is because we share common idea, common goal. With all due respect, I will personally, if I may land. Yeah, I'm making a point to the whole floor that them living makes me to appear that we call this entire meeting off.
From the manufacturers, but I think I see a couple of manufacturers here. What are they doing here? Can they leave the building? I was invited by the chamber of, say that again? Construction. Yes. I wasn't invited by the Association of Cement Manufacturers. I was invited by.
Mame enkoye adwuma kakra bi ewo phone no so. Chris Jamfi Buatin. Chris, I think say mama otan numra from kakra. Chris Jamfi Buatin. When I started mentioning him I mentioned Otumfuo's name. Echere say asem say esi Ghana Otumfuo ko UK my lectures ewo your friend say a museum. But you see, because of the hate, you did not even take your time to listen. Mama hate numra from. Because even when you hate the Otumfuo, there is little that you can do. It doesn't also mean say or bro a criticism so. Yeah, Santiphone cry criticizing no. I mentioned he is the first person I even mentioned. Timenya me mama or time numra from na. When the person is wrong, the person is wrong. When the person is right, the person is right. Okay, so my many here, Ori Manuel Sherry, on ACU Ghana Chamber of Construction Industries, and Kodim Komoka Krabi. Uncle Akwaba.
Me just so many of them.
Pacho Boko there.
I don't know, Bobie.
Yeah, then Yamia say, Uncle. Now, Uncle Cherry, what happened? Yeah, and I know Friday, you share video be money trade minister. Trade minister say, Encrophobia sorry free a yemu meeting. I say, what happened? At the end is here.
Yeah, my baby, I'm say, yes, any United States. You're too thankful for Minister for Trade, Ghana Standard Authority, and then the other associated industry players for a stakeholder engagement concerning the cement manufacturing airline ministry no are presenting for Parliament. So see, the issue before us is the manufacturing companies, Omu complaining say, Oman consortium, so that their input is also not being represented as long as the bill, the draft airline is so much concerned. So, Omu petition the trade minister, Ghana Standard Authority, but nothing came out of it. So they went further to Parliament. But still, they are not hearing anything positive from that quarters. And the way it was going, we have no choice as industry players to also step in.
Okay.
Because, as you know, say a sono yenukua, how do you call it? The grass. That's and we would like to sit aloof as if nothing is happening. And then before we realize, they come and hang it on our neck. So we decided to engage the manufacturers at a forum, which we did. They stated their position and the concerns that they believe should be seen to and be addressed. And then afterwards, we invited the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ghana Standard Authority, and other 27 stakeholders, including GUTA, AGI, and what have you. So at the meeting, the minister walked in. After the introduction, that was when he was not happy with the presence of the cement manufacturers.
Okay, so hold on, Uncle Cherry. The point is, more inviting basically to discuss cement issues, and yes, sir.
Exactly.
And he accepted so beba meeting, no.
Exactly.
But more notifying say yes, cement manufacturers association for us will be there.
And one thing say your platform that's PPD, public private dialogue platform.
Yeah.
And in never be saying if you are handling it on this leg, what we normally do is all the collaborators, the stakeholders involved, you touch your modine to the invitation letters. And the invitation letter that was set on the Minister for Trade and Industry, all the collaborators list, including that of the cement manufacturers and the cement dealers, were attached.
Okay.
So it's in the known of the ministry.
I see. So which means no, you are aware, say yes, cement manufacturers, no, so by including the dealers.
Exactly.
Okay, so tell us what happened.
Yeah, what then happened was also working. Introduction every year. Or say is unable to sit in a meeting together with the manufacturing company association. So therefore, he has been invited by Chamber of Construction Industry. So if anything, we want to deal with Chamber of Construction Industry, not Chamber, how do you call it, as Cement Manufacturers Association. So that's what happened. So we were trying to explain to him, but he was not in the position of listening. So therefore, it became, how do you call it, a bit heated among ourselves. We wanted to even call off the program.
I see.
But upon second thought, we decided that no, we have already know the position and the concerns raised by the manufacturers. So if the minister is insisting that he wouldn't like to have them in the meeting here, and then we know their concern, then let's plead on them for them to give us how do you call it, some few minutes.
Yes, please.
Let's deal with the minister, get his position on some of the areas that we believe we need clarification. Then after that, we'll handle it holistically. So that's what exactly transpired.
And eventually, no cement manufacturers for PA.
Exactly. And then now minister no stay.
Wow.
Because automatic no mind say I that's all on PA. No bet you a man say on stay. I meeting no. And now no be now manufacturers no I meeting no. So that was the automatic one. Oh my.
Cherry, tell me at that particular point, at the end about Trimas's Ghanaian citizen.
You see, as a citizen, and then as a leader of an organization, what we seek to do is to carry our players along, our stakeholders, especially the key ones, in terms of policy formulation, implementation, what have you. So, as a Ghanaian and as a leader, all that we need to do, first of all, is to ask ourselves a simple question: what are we trying to cure? And the policy, the document we are bringing out, what is it going to do? What are the mandates? How do you call it? Enshrined in that particular document. Who is it going to regulate? The people you want to regulate are the people are present, and you are not ready to entertain them. Then, if you face the document, who is going to implement those documents? Those dictates of the enshrined in the document. You see, and sincerely, it wasn't the best. It wasn't sincerely, but we have no choice than to, because we also needed to listen to the minister, the ministry, and then the Ghana Standard Authority, because they are the proponents of this regulation.
Yeah.
So with that, getting them involved, it will be difficult for us to get certain clarity. So upon that, we have no choice than to act upon the request of the minister, which we did, and then I may say it has really served a purpose.
Anyway, but more say we no cement manufacturers no say better.
Yeah, you can say we are mobile.
Now, how did they feel?
In fact, initially they wanted to go, but because of the respect they have for us, we tried, how do you call it, talk them down, and then I must say we respect them so much, and then we thank them so much for having that patience and tolerance for us. Because if I were there, I were in their shoes, I would do worse off. You see, because it seems as if their right has been trampled upon, and then they are being treated as if they are nobody. Meanwhile, these are the industry players that we need to actually stabilize the economy. These are the people you need as a private sector, how do you call it, the captain in the private industry. You have the MDs of Gansem, Dangote, CMAF, Supersem, almost all the, you see, the gurus themselves, the MDs. So I don't see the need for the minister to act this way. But the harm has already been caused. I believe he might, after a sober reflection, regret the action that he took, because it was in a bad taste.
No, do you think so? Unim Keti Amoye.
Oh, minim nupa.
And do you think, or that sense of remorsefulness?
Oh, as human as we are, no matter what, there is a letter of remorsefulness in everybody, and then there is some soft spot in everybody, and then there is some feelings that we all have. So, no, as human as you are, no matter how wicked you are, after certain actions and then upon sober reflection, definitely your conscience will speak to you. But no, I've done this, but it wasn't the best.
Anyway, it's a very sad situation. So right now, no, with the bill, more than a day, are they going ahead with the bill to pass it, or my updates, Kaka?
Yeah, airline or parliament. If I'm not mistaken, we are within 9 days more to mature. And sincerely, where we are now, we like it or not, either the minister or the president impress upon the minister to go and withdraw. But if nothing of that nature happens, then what we are foreseeing is it will definitely go through. And then afterwards, whatever supposed to have been done will be done.
So go through. Now, a law. What are you going to do?
No, for instance, as consumers, we don't have so much problem as long as this is concerned. But our concern now is there must be a fair playground. The people you are trying to regulate, give them an opportunity and listen to them. That is all we're asking for. You see, it shouldn't be like a rubber stamp and be pushing certain things through people's throats because they are expatriates, what have you. Do not forget, we need them no matter what. In as much as we are trying to protect our local content, we must also not forget that the investors so much matters. You see, so we must be very careful how we treat them. So, people that go to their how they call it, their home countries, to their presidents and what have you, keep begging them to come and what have you.
Anyway, Cherry,
listening to them, you are not treating them fairly.
My background, education, so what is the bill seeking to cure?
All the bill is seeking to cure, the LI is seeking to cure now is they want to regulate the price mechanism. The pricing mechanism in the cement sector. That is what the ministry is trying to cure. You see, it seems as if you need a proper regulatory regime around our sector, but it's not the cement alone. The higher roads and what have you, almost all the economic sector of the country is break down.
So, which means
we don't have Consumer Protection Act.
So, which means
we don't have Competition Act. We don't have it. So now, if you should go to the market today, you see that it's a free flow. It's a free market.
Yeah.
And you go and buy what soda you want to buy, sell it the way you want to sell it. You see? So if you're dwelling on cement alone, in fact, it's called for certain suspicion. However, that shouldn't be the case for now. The concern must be, do you get the buying of these people? What is their concern? Have you been able to address their concern, carry it along in the regulation? Those are the things we are asking for. They are seeking for. They are not asking for much. You want transparency, which is a good thing. Sincerely, the regulation is something that we must all welcome, but the approach, the methodology that the ministry use is a Rambo style, which is not the best.
Anyway, so which means, say, airline when you go through both indigenous cement manufacturers and expatriates, they will be affected, right?
Everybody. In the value chain, all those in the value chain, all of them will be affected.
Then, which means a buying a baby determine how much you guys should sell it.
Not necessarily, because there is, initially it was meant as if cement price control. But during last Friday's meeting, the minister made it known to us that he's not trying to control any price. I just want price mechanism introduced so that, for instance, the manufacturers have certain indicators, economic indicators, like freight, demurrage, petroleum products, forex, that's dollar to CD fluctuation, exchange rate, interest rate, on per se, how the build up and son of profit margin how they can and it's as out of some less than 90 cities. Now this handing in our bar. I remember here committing the yes, the OD San 90 cities. I would this must you how do you call it?
So which means they are going to allow which means they are going to allow more to determine more price. And yes, sir.
the same procedure, all right. But all that happened, the changes now is you are going to submit the detailed price build up, hot, inform the 90 cities who arrive at. And the committee never come and say okay.
But the committee also committee a better component in a better politicians or a better free industry, which is which.
The composition of the committee, we have industry players there. They have cement manufacturers there as well. We have AGI rep.
Okay.
We have Ghana Standard Authority, 2 reps from there.
Okay.
We have the Ministry of Trade and Industry, their rep.
Okay.
So it cuts across. The only rep that we don't have there is us, we the consumers or the developers. We don't have a rep there.
Why?
But apart from that,
why?
That's another concern that the minister has promised that he's going to look into and get back to us.
Okay.
And the price bill that we submit here, then on my film say is fair. But it's not fair who said there be a profit margin and is too much. Then they'll call your attention, draw attention, say, okay, this and that, can something be done about this? You see? Yeah. And a whole sell be free about because we don't have consumer protection acts. Okay. We don't have competition acts. So what do you call it, basis do you have to be telling somebody that your profit margin is too high or is too low?
Okay.
These are some of the modalities we need to at least I could have sit at the roundtable discussions, settle this among ourselves before going out. But it wasn't done that way.
Anyway, I'm just sorry that's it. You're back trying, sir. Also I can 9 days, right? Okay, so let's see how it goes. Thank you so much for speaking to us. All right, okay. All right, so that's it. And Obiangu KTM. When you have government appointees who don't respect anybody, Brahma Suleimana say we should give them respect. We the citizens. And I don't know how different Bobie is. That is from the ordinary citizen. Apart from some microphone, no etna actually no. Me a citizen. You disrespected Ghanaians. Then you tell Bobie Ansah that Bobie obeta a microphone a respected politician Mimi Trianeka. Meanwhile, that politician does not even respect me. He has no regards for me. Orakobi Adam say commercial director, Supersem, right? Cement Manufacturers Association. Chairman, Akwaba.
Yeah, afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah. Now, Boko there.
Adum, na.
You cremo akopim se be yi. Nyaminti. And I know muko meeting a chamber of construction association mushia no mukobi minister by trade minister. Then we saw this video where the minister insisted say na onim se momo beba eyenhia mudie ni binti no say it's like mo ambushing unti mo nsorenko. Tell us your side of the story. What happened?
Yo, mini amedase let me say medase fan kwakunya ademaye. Yeah, invitation senya okay no from the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry. Say omanya in here or radio so I mean it's an episode deba. And it's no person ki share me so you kind side of the story, you know. Actually because they are our consumers, I think they are the main customers, so we have to explain to them. So yeah, you to say you have nothing to hide, so we have to go and then explain to Omu Sebi, Omu UC and cement Then we went in there. See a call here, just get to Honum. The meeting was at 8:30. He drew Honum at 8 o'clock to wait for all members, including our honorable minister. It's now say for 2 hours, Ansah minister neighbor. A minister by say he doesn't understand why we are present at the meeting. See, a year or more organized the meeting, which was the chamber, trying to explain to minister and say, honorable, and yes, say and but it was based on an invitation our modern yes cement chamber no, and as a cement manufacturer association no, to come and then see any nearby. But just in your opinion, papa, bibia and ye say change na yempia bonting na yanko because he doesn't want to have a meeting and he doesn't want us to be part of the meeting. But yeah, a juma yebu emra na yebu yempeni for no. Yeah, they say yo AP Kwabena and my minister no of course ko ye ni meeting. And to me you be samia they see ye.
But Bobie, catch say over cement manufacturing industry anymore. How did you feel about the incident?
It's a tough one, and it's not just us because we also have other investors. I'm afraid from the day assembly here till now, and everyone is actually disappointed. But as I said, it's one of those things because for us, we cannot fight our minister, and we cannot also disrespect our minister. In Sebanistan, yes, we felt bad, we felt terrible because we heard the minister saying so invite Yamba, and we thought it was an appropriate platform for us all to address whatever the issues are. And so yes, we felt bad, but it is not the end
but is it true, sir? Is it true, sir? We invited Madam Wanko.
We went to the ministry, we sat in the ministry, and then we were told that we were supposed to meet him with the media. And because we are a corporate body and we also have a reporting line to our board members and investors, we told him that then it's also appropriate for us to get the agenda of the meeting so that we can all align na yama media naba. In your opinion, said that we should still come and sit and have the meeting. We told him that would be difficult. But all that we want to know is the agenda for the meeting, and then we can continue with the presence of the media. So we went to the meeting, we sat in the meeting room, and then he came to call us, and we told him what we thought was right.
So which means the point so invite him is not true.
Well, that is not factually accurate.
Uncle Kobe, catch us the minister didn't draw. Anyway, but the issue about the LI, Emmanuel Cherry, Edin Komo, and it seems also 9 days na omo area process no after 9 days no or GD say ebe go through, then which means mubenya regulations laws about regulating cement pricing and the keka ho mona moya manufacturers no. What do you think about this LI?
Yes, so as we've always stated, we feel that it's an industry that with communication and alignment, we don't even need an airline because in there, your minister he wants to know the price build-up that actually goes into cement bags. And if you look on the website of every manufacturer, the price is there. It is not a secret. It is on the website of every manufacturer, local2%.com. You see our ex-factory price, and then you see our recommended retail price, because we cannot control all the retailers. As I speak to you, we have 1,558,000 retailers across the country. So it's difficult sometimes regulating them to tell them that but all that we can do is to give a recommended price.
Okay, so naturally, say, you more committee, trade ministry rep is on. You have a standard board rep and other interested groups reps. A committee. So now they are looking at indicators. Juma, say be a port charges, the forex, and other being any unfaswa or the toso. So when the committee thinks it be a price in absurd, then Omobe Frau Abusao, the entire price no absurd. Looking at the indicators, so which means anytime a mobile price biano, more the indicators back on the entire more pricing is say, you know, bet me a regulating marketing. That is what he told me anyway.
Yes, that is actually accurate, but I mean, Edikan board na in cherry refer to now is the same board and now more share the quality of cement, and so it is not two different boards. The work that they are supposed to do, what he explained that they are supposed to do to check the margins and whatever. Today, Ansah cement back price in retail cement there was two types, which is the 42.5R and then the 32. So the Ansah 32.5R and local market at the average price of the 32 is about 90 Ghana cedis. Out of the 90 Ghana cedis, more taxes and duties alone, they are 22 Ghana cedis. We free ma a year and Yama DS cement no, which happens to be the raw material, the kind of clinker, limestone yard, and no unquiet 32 cedis, 90% per bag. Who come you know your guess is as good as mine. Who we so so was an eddy your friend a year production cost, a year electricity and so any near my idea. It's costing us 12 cedis 40 pesos. If you hold a year cement no, say a year we are at the core market.
Yeah.
The core market no can no ever one bag be a do 3 Ghana cedis.
I see.
Within every month, yang ex-factory price, 85 cedis. Nipa auton also no 90 cedis. On one infrastructure, 3.5, 3.7. With an additional 1.3 Nipa Nina. And see, with cement, one bag, 85, every Jamabu in the cost actually, the cost build up is within 82.5. So the cement manufacturer is making 2 cedis. 40%.
But I don't think cement companies are born in your pay. I mean the prices differ
because the production cost is different per manufacturer. The production form into the cost of operating into the cost of production form. And I said, different transporters never, which would not make the same price in retail.
So which means me to see this airline no enyadia modibeya juma.
Every minister have, and that's what we've always been talking about, consultation. Because we are in the industry, our minister knows better. But in years not saying me sure say be do honor my touching man, able to me I can boom near. And that's what we've been seeking to do. Say any penny, you be a minister my fine, Nanka Yakna say, na dia yen say airline the come where be abua industry no. And after the Yifuma a be abua industry no is what we are actually calling for.
Anyway, so my next meeting here, Dabe, because we have just 9 days, if I understand the system. We have just 9 days to go. Mobesia Shiani Biu, and I said, more Janus, what can come?
Senior man is here, airline there, a drew parliament. The here, Mr. Yeni minister, Ebeshia, Neyakasa, but the Bayer, it is to be wait for the LI to pass. Or pray that our minister would listen to us so that we can all come together and then form an ally that will help the industry to thrive.
Uncle Kobe, citizen issue I cry for me, that's a baby. All right, so, okay, so that's it live at Accra 100.5. We are back here. And when you have a very disrespectful government with unim say ade we ya ai ketiamo Jimmy no okọ Jimmy no ho no. If we have a president who is wise, and these are some of the things John Mahama should not come back to power and repeat. So minister ko Jimmy no ho e kire citizens say ya hwena so in public. KTM Kese Muman Kotrefie be 1 month without pay. Because the people are disrespecting you know. Their taxes and Bosome Swan or Jenny Yere Akoto Aduane Asena no pipie Nini Titan Tino Emu KTM Jimmy no. Oko kan almost who did you be at him when the person has no respect. Omudipa na me Ghana ni onipa ni mbume wosi for respect me ntini pass yo. Oh, yen na da no dwomfo GJ akwa jimi no. Dwomfo issue statement on KTM's behavior. Then you tell me when I put on the microphone I should respect somebody like KTM. How? Adiabe timidity ni. I wake up in the morning, drive all the way, I buy fuel at a high cost. Drive to the office. Me fuel no ametono, yet me taxes. I buy water, drinking water, yet me taxes. I buy food, me tia taxes. Taxes no, ye bi near ye tia. Sorry, obi to say KTM monka. Me pacho tie me awie ye pa de nti omo se Bobie enye no. Ye yi sa taxes ni bi from my sweat. Near the tia eye KTM monka. And when there is an issue for KTM to come and address us, he will come and insult us. Then you have Jumfo and Sule Brahma telling me that we say eye KTM a bomu asema no say oh kana sem kra kana boko nti ye so microphone no a oh dada KTM na no we share cement for bi na dada KTM we dey wadaro man pacho ka me ka kire o say nka mpacho de oye na wadaro man ka wa anye ndie nka me sa na me nka no nyesa. No, Kwame, does it make sense? Samuel Evans, or you have not had COVID, but you pay taxes on COVID, yes. Me tia COVID taxes near the tia kwasi say eka to say KTM. Then this person, when he is to address an issue, a press citizens no one did what them as if say I said. Ye konifie ko pa na che obi se pa che obrabe minister wate na wo wa ma me minister no a Ghana ha wo so de Ghana nye yeda. Look at this fool get am jimi we stupid man like this. Kwame, this is the problem. Almost say Bobie no, this is the problem. Industry players, do you know how much it costs to set up a cement factory? Do you know? So the issue is good. Yes, let's talk about the pricing. Perfect. I agree with the government. We cannot allow people to do their own pricing in the system. You understand? So me, partially, I am for it. That there should be some regulatory measures. Because on here, the bare politics. Today, what is meant to Bobie politics because MPP is in power. Then you want MPP out. I want Akufo-Addo and Bawumia out, not because they see this cement price in area politics. Yes, they will do it because they are fools. MPP ni ejimi or opposition on the bay. But today, if Bobie sits here and claims say because of politics, let me go and hide behind the manufacturers and fight the government. What MPP they will price it high. Bobie, what are you going to do? So me, I am for it with the regulation. But let's do it 50-50 so that we don't kill the industry. Because almost employment, go to Jata Cement. You have almost about 2,000 workers there. Who get here, mom? So when these people raise issues, concerns, and you know say branani yankasa, you don't go there and talk to them as if when you call bina, when you want to seminar, oh Ghana ya odia. So who KTM on Abedi? Look at this foolish man. Then Jumfo and Brahma is telling us that Even when the minister come and insult you, give the person a respect. What is that nonsense? You don't respect me, you want me to respect you. You don't respect me. Me that I employed you and I pay you, you don't respect me and you want me to respect you. How possible? Tell me how possible. Quite a Manuel Tete says, Commander, please now, Galamsey is ongoing, you know. Ewakwano, Abeho, in Ayensuano constituency near my village. Please, they are damaging our waters. A government in there, a Kufu Niba Omianum to Galamsey, you know, will be anti fight it. Yeah, they are using the national security to do that job. They are destroying the country, that's all. They are destroying the country. So when you have a foolish man like KT Amon, you don't tell me I should give him respect. What is there respect for? When a person doesn't respect me, how can I just give you money? Mama Bosumi Aketu, I said no, you didn't. Me my employer. And when I need explanation to something I don't understand, you come and insult me. When you come and insult me, then they tell you when you put on the microphone, don't insult him back. Ghana, Enyodia. And Katie Amon, on your own, you can't even feed 5 people or 10 people. We have people who have opened companies on my fan for 50, 100. So, Jojo, let's Jojo. Anyway, all right. Last week, make a Kofi for soon cancer. NEP. And Kofi for soon cancer, TME. Lady ne say, one jini details that Obama wakwala ano etua sikana mano. Onipakura afre Kofi for soon cancer no. Say friend say on TME say ano record because me person Kofi for soon cancer echo court. And now on come program issues but me di twam because na Monday Kofi ofosun cancer NEP sa boy no ani ticket no NEP no Kofi ofosun cancer lady ne say wafre no na so be ma wakola no atua sika no na mo ni details. Thank you say what tie masem na be ma wakola no akotua sika no akola no won NEP office wo one no na eye adwuma. You have confirmed to me mutia wiya dia kan ye de beto aso because there is a document eya wo ofosun cancer wo signature ewase me person mutia wiya na ma ba second phase ni so, and I will encourage you to go to the court. Some say akola owo woni ne ye adwuma use NEP document akwa defraud obi oba akogini sika. I'm not interested about the relationship. Me Bobie me honyo obi etwa odi enye masem. It has nothing to do with me. Me, I'm not interested in moral matters. Because me, as I sit here, to be honest with you, as a saint, yes, I'm a saint. So, so be moral issues. Me, I don't confuse myself. Oh. No. Moral matters, you know, you wasem. Me, I don't care about the relationship. What I care is that you obey to me na government institution mu at a NEP. Na unyusu NEP document and find defrauding crofo of a cancer. That is what I'm saying. And me contact you because girl no say onim yes our boy bempa say why no. Let the my enye issue am person me come say ah. Sa guy no of Osun cancer office no na oye reporter. Yes no oye reporter mama multimedia e what tamale. So please, me, I don't have any problem. And I want you to go to the court. What confirm say ni pani wakola, what confirm say our NEP. Ghana so friend say mo betua sika no. Pay the money. Because of Ofosun cancer, you are the last person I'm sure we are say. Na Akufo-Addo no amu na mde na dey na wo Ofosun cancer. Akufo-Addo no amu mde na dey. Na wo Ofosun cancer. Just bakola ni nkotua sika no simple. Obi ani wa enka Ghana no be ka kire wo say ayi your friend say wakola adi fraud no enka mo yi na dimpo. That guy upon one no our office one or deserve say your channel a jail no. He's a thief, a criminal. No for some cancer frame ya obi friend last week say no for some cancer. So many do attempt crowd phone so anka be. Then can pese would go to national security minister assume nanka o tie bi. Next time Messi daddy do what me I record it. Me person Obama MPP phone tie no omo akoma tu. Me asema me no be kan o phone so no. Asema me ntimi kan o badwam. I don't talk about it on phone. Kofi Ofosun cancer. You don't know me. Unnim mintia. Asante Mamponi akola. Me madwena wuche o. Asante Mamponi madwena wuche o 10 times. So please, Ghana say Muslim me go into details today. Just pay when this kind of money we are, then we'll go to the second phase. And also from this time to December, me no any NEP office war ye be ko bumper to bumper sa kopem se be to abawi. Me pese de o pese o ye bia me memo aye me Bobie Ansah. Ye frɛ me Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Me ma me firi Asante Mampon, me papa firi ofin so kokote. Me pia wa na de crowd pese wo ye no. Me memo aye Ofosun cancer. Uni me. You are joking. U tikete sa no. Me be ye wade bia owura mfida. Say wa Bobie din na me do be ko na wo Ofosun cancer wo ye bo ni a wo ye wan. Wo Syria kola Jimmy nya Akufo-Addo kromfo we enu amema mon kola we positions a. But hey bro, me no kan boko one tiasia me kire o se wo mu hia mi o. Mu hu busa enkrofo okotokoto o Sami akunum no sa nkola no a me training wo mo no Sami akubuso mo Sami obi ase obi hu hia mi a. Busa mo Anthony Kabonum no mo didi machi wa salam down. Busa mo let your boy go and pay the money. Onko tuesika no. Ya kare nyama sem. Omon pranche asem enyama sem. It has nothing to do with me. But NIP Ghana for dia. You see, I wonder why these people think say as a Ghana no, they are running Ghana with their own pocket money. My taxes go to NIP. Yanibi ni edi tuamoka. Please, so you can't tell me say mama can NIP asem. Say me Ofosun cancer me frɛ no and I catch him so oh unnim boy no onya adwuma wɔ NIPA. Why come any problem bia why? But you told me that you unnim boy no or yeah adwuma wɔ office or pon brenya said dey or yeah adwuma wɔ office. You eventually called the girl, which means unim girl no, which means unim asem ni mu. Na me kasa na si o Ofosun cancer akwala say obi afrɛ me sɛ wo Bobie din. Wa nim ketekete sɛ ayi. Mutua wi a yɛbɛsi akɔ phase 2 Ofosun cancer and Erika J nkra no ɔde ma me no mete and I promise you memo akɔkɔ and twa ene de maka ni twa ne fa kɔkɔ no. Anyway, so Kwame, let's do the I'm so changing our raise issue be right or changing our raise issue be me pa me cho cement de no mama me or changing say Osre caterers any teachers some more sabotage free SHS. Who is sabotaging free SHS, Nana? Yoda way, editor way. Who is sabotaging? Oh, it's okay, don't worry. Who is sabotaging free SHS? Nana, I'm waiting for a penny. Nana, we had my board, you know, correct pa. Who is sabotaging free SHS, Nana? Your own kinsman, who is the president, he is a thief. And Oma use free SHS in the area of my way. The president and his people almost sabotage the free SHS. Budget allocations are Oma ya abroso. Kwame, true or false? Nana mwati for a penny. What to him fee? Tinana want to say a man for complaining I say budget for free SHS no expenditure na abroso. Almost 2 billion Ghana cedis is missing. Nananti say caterers and suppliers a bit me suppliers to me could that a buffer stock bear na watch a ma no more the almost support and no more towel no more the aqua because a binding to your mocha obeko budget no ya bossy candy say sika when you di kwa free SHS for caterers and suppliers but sikanin konko drew among some nananti what ya him for on to one day. Oh, move ya must be a cassette. Oh, Jimino Dawson. Jimino at Dawson. One day, haven't you heard this? Fredio for Riata, Nana Fredia. Who are Motia? Ufie and a media for in our statesman newspaper, as I say radio, and in Ayamodia. Among Kai News. And it's a Untia cry from a Untia as a radio. Untia cry FM, and Untia as a radio. So. Onkai Daily Post. Now the statesman Onkai. What kind of? Oh, sometimes Nana, so well for Tobia. To Akufari a crown for 24. Why a crown for? Today I want to be good. Today I want to be good. Today I want to be a good boy. I want to be a good boy. Nana. You don't tell me, uncle. But I got here, me, Nana Motia. Nana, I beg you, Nana. I could afford the mammy jaw lie. But you know, me and you, we dare cool. I beg, Nana, over yes, as much as you are, look, tell the politicians, whether NDC or MPP, me, I don't mind. What I say, but those who are sabotaging the free SHS, no, the likes of Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, you know, Osafo Mafo, they are doing those things. They are using criminal activities. Nana teachers are school radio. Teacher be any one person, ni school could abet me a bear penny, papa or best sabotage omo. For what? Go and see what they are going through. Why won't crop for say when you are penny or so only a Ketuo, a Akufo-Addo no. What your PTA mu? And your man a PTA, Parents Teachers Association, or me de bois a school for. Bapemene, abiding to me yet. BC, BC Chromo, no more barbetro. Sikakra, I acquire problem. Why we are scanning in a Nana, who is sabotaging on my education? Who is doing it? And you won't crop for through our fear. Are there not the people doing that? Then you turn around because of politics, you start pointing accusing fingers at teachers and caterers and suppliers omo brofo no ono supplier maame atraka aso akofa aduane free wuram e de aba for free education na obi kwasiampani bi te Jubilee House no ono ayiska no no or the top plane ticket ema ma kwasiampani bi ete eye Jubilee House no the play where the afeska no na ese ma ko da buffer stock for 1 week omu ndware nana mwati a obama oyire obama ayire obama oyire go through sa or how way mu. So who is sabotaging what?
One of the greatest policy areas. So Kwabena or what was it can going to be so fine. Now also why I say you know school as it says school no almost 1 year the no lesson. Na do na buy I school free. I'm a free. I nearly free. Parental difference PTA. Now we teacher no announce a metro no. I be yaba and kolani no. Now we are at the coffee. What the baboni? We are. What for second man say? And kolani anya we the na we. We are na coffee. Now papa na di pa o di ba se fanye yi. O sunas. Ebi esi bi ya yenim. We are for provisions. Yeah, Sabi, Kwada, on your death, as I say, on your move for only any, no be area. Also, the code of Goton.
All right, so my man, Ante, na PRO, School Feeding Caterers Association, Ashanti Region. Auntie, Akwaba.
Yeah.
Boko there.
Erade
kaye ho na wadaruma ayi yahine nana amwati for penny was it mo sabotage free SHS no mo wie anuane no mo ate ho asem
na di ka na chia wonu woti afo nya abafidikese ye school nyane say or can about free SHS and also or can about friends and Kwalanki.
Or can a year and Kolano Enuania or more basic and your friend say free SHS, yeah.
Oh, any no problem natural say or ignorant about the all can. Unim the woman or can. Young school feeding caterers. I know general basic schools. You pre-finance. Pre-finance may say, I buy no money, but the Ansah one more contract. Say over pre-finance. 10 biano a whole term. You can get money we are at the end of the term. You better be school. Sanka yama kwanya ye be ma kwanya. I think I be ye be school no be 2 weeks. Na de mudi ka ye first term no. Na ban na tua. Time out ye share duma na sano. Sa na etie. Sa na wo contract ni. Because what ye be school be be ko 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Na de mudi ka ye na ban na tua moka Ansah na ana asana samo twa sokono but this the case yeah say no ekokodu ba bi say sure you 2 times na you 2 times nanka ye bie the third term na ban na tua ba ko eko ewie ye no wasen tua because ehun say ya ban do baby no COVID ni ade ban na ho kire wo ntini you copy with it but after the do baby no kire ye 3 times ni na Ansah na ban na tua e ba sa so na akwa ho nyenye and a German iron. A bino on my school. One I would do 6 a year, German. Now, bino to Yawaka. And tonight, I may want to see Canada Tom Adrian Yadugo. Nami Sabe Rihanna. And normally, no schools needed our teaching. It was school morning. And as Keltrano will do a while, Conway before and our cooks. So our cooks now or school morning. A do a while did I know Kobua. On the knees, you say, Gianno. And she said, of course, I do have been a catcher in the university. And she said, "One is Sana. I was in the Anna. Your Jacob go on. Your chum." Because, say, why a calculation say, ABR, a whole term, over 10 years, you see ABR, and more 20 bags. And what the Anyaman Kalan. Be obey you 2 beans, 5 bags, 3 bags. Obey you swan, ABR 10 gallons. What I say? Ube you so ABR Moko the we say. We never buy a house. Na oman we biani boom 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 boom. Because someone the biani no kwa. Na teachers na catch more. Biani na nson kwala no. Enti omo so no amba no de be so omo ntin no. Oman no biani no boom dia man kwala. And na omo so no ye nkyere wo omo de aban no e de mayin. So what I say? And she said, "Oh, who's a way a character now? Can I say, or better say, Diana? And what's a way I need to be free? Into almost one.
You don't know, see a movie area.
Diana, because Diana, dear. I buy him there, Cassette, or I buy him there, Diana. They are by one Diana. And dear, Ketra. We have a constituency and woman. Dear schools here, I have their best 10. They are 20. Catch about putting me to the most of say. We can be a no quack of funny, ma. One. Yeah. Yeah. If I tell family near my bar, they are a bit to say a dra. A call bit to say a man thing. A call it to say a shimmy. No, I call told me and said, yeah, cast the cowboy every year by Quincy. Obetini akofani ane ni nyina ade aba ti car na ba enya afa na odi car no ebe ko various schools na aka no ba so what ma say
Matias here
enti se me school a ena me na makra ne ma no eti chochima ya aba enti car na ba be si ni school mu oba no be dru mi school ma asa na ketra ebe fane die ba the fane die si ba the fane ti doesn't mean that the good school one ma I don't need your school.
I see.
That's what I say.
Matthias, I mean, follow.
Aha. And can I buy a day and I'm not on our side to call the Mayano? I say, I buy what you are 97 pesos. I have 1 CD. No, what's it tax? 3 pesos. 97 pesos. And 97 pesos to run a man at all. Any other one can want some says, "Come out with the Mayano." It's all for being at the anchor. And over Cafe or Yan or Sika or bet me. I have 1 CD 50 pesos. Recently, come anchor, yes, you share. I have 1 CD 50 pesos, which is the last payment of year. Based 1 month ago. But what am I say?
Matthias.
And so all 2 years to come. What you 1 CD 20 pesos. As I pay tax. 5 pesos. Am I 1 CD? 15 pesos. Then I hear your third, Yanni. 1 CD 15 pesos. I am Sabi. I send you one new one. More can say.
Any of my can say.
Because I look at it, you can say my anything was a can say my image. Yakrano, Yabua buying for so many years. Yes, sir, Joanna Arsenal. Near a town, a more 120 cities. Maybe 102 cities. Yami a Karamu free Sampa at the Bano. Near to 122 cities. And the money ever. Travel na ba try 97 pesos. 97 pesos no. Abina tia up to this time.
97 pesos no time ben na working.
Yeah, or share school feeding as well. Travel Mexico adwuma na na ya. You bet to adwuma no. Na wo other opponent on. Na adwuma ni sika no. Na 50 pesos.
Oh, okay.
And no we see ya no de buy 97 pesos. Yeah, adwuma no 2 times. After 2 times travel no otiko ho. And na otiko eprema and a bar 1 cedi. No matter tax 3 pesos. Now 97 pesos. And otiko free alcohol. Otiko call around 2018. The first that time no. Ya chia jumanwa besi ne 97 pesos. And I call home demonstration maybe ya call home striker. Ya say yam penny. Sikanisha because enyema bua na yedi. Mu ala time near tono 105 cedis no. Samo corona no and it was no 750 cedis.
Wow.
And today see no ban sabe ka tell say we aban no. Aban ni mo we ayen. Je mo ni ko we aban. And then he at mo 2 cedis. Oba time be na say no le be ko squad. O man ni basika 2 cedis akoko tell wo about tinidi. Na wo de na kura no ko na ko tomu a. Tomu 3 cedis. Chemu 3 cedis ni mo. Chemu mi ensa. Se obenya lado mi enu kura. Lado ba ko kura wunya. And nobody jam and what towa. Kila what tomu 30 cedis.
And na nasimu we anuane no na munyai.
Yes na na chopa na braka. Na ni die kwa so. Ye nwa ne mana ne mana ya ne ma.
Osimu we
Yes o yensra me pa. Na daroma. Eniama no ye nwa ne ma.
Osimu mu we asem mpeda na asem na mpese mu guna mu asem na mu. Mu we ane ma no mu wia. Mu we wia.
Ya adwuma no a be si dey sign. Emrebe na mo take care. Eba won se da kakae. O ma sisi ya che ya kan ya no atumu ache. Sabi o ko faru oba na ugu ne kwasia na ugu ne kwasa mi ha de bi oba ne nkasa hu se e da oba ne be kasa no. E si me hye ne mu bi obe ye pie.
Ene o se mo ya akronfo.
Se ya nya akronfo ne sabi. Ya nya akronfo.
Okay.
Because oba kwa akofa wo de tre 30,000 akodum. Wa kodija one way aduane. Na do say be you payment. Na ye de chiao 10,000, 12,000. Why na area? Ni aka wo sumasia ya so mo fan krata amra. Mo fan krata amra. Mo fan krata amra. E free say school feeding na say e be me. Me kan me kan say oba bia ni ho wa Ghana ha. School feeding secretary to mo neneta. E bi 2 10. E bi 3 10. E bi underpayment. E bi non cooking days. Akatete basa. Ya kan mo atuma to this time. And na time mo so asabi. Ye nim san ka e dia sa abre no. Ka e be ne mayiye no. So na no. Mo da so bebu ye kwasia. Ade.
Yo. Auntie.
Yes.
Say na nasimu wia, mo so musimu wia ti. Ye be he, ye da se bebre.
Ye share am.
Amwatia, wasumo. You are giving somebody 95 pesos. Or no kan ekra no. Onya say, onya your friend say 1 cedi 15 pesos. Or your pre-finance. And you see, Nana Mwatia complains here now your fabo be no. Me, I have serious issues effort the way I must see you. And Nana Mwatia Nyankwa, Ghana him for me was me I didn't them with him, I don't know. I get sad. Oradu Kwei Ayikwe Awule, Director of Communications, Coalition of Concerned Teachers, Ghana. Chama Akwawa.
Yeah,
Bokode onia. Omunyina ajewoso. But quick one, Nana Mwati for a penny. Chebi hine. Ana oshia eye gathering. Eno catcher almost say more money. Eye caterers or man call an Adrian. Ya must sabotage a friend say free SHS no. Timamon sabotage free SHS. I don't know whether I come to more notice. And what do you think about it?
Yeah, my kind. Now, someone I mean, madam said, men for someone. Name of opinion and rest of the for life. Media, now, I can hold a preference and call media growing. Now, or the call you get tired near more. Now, I hope that you are catching up for Lano. Not so up in the no so. Saturday or the catcher. Or more constant never for 1 year. You pick up 4 years. Police and if I some train. And one say I am now, sir, when I implement it. Now, what's going to now, maybe that say that they now have to that say it is a phobia with the young Hollandia. If the avatar, if the ambition of my report to be me, I'm a TID, mean any report be as any bill come by me, some the knowledge and say, bank account, to the Vivian Diana. Maybe you maybe sort of for. May my friend about you know, say, schools made to be your coaching me piano, a good term. And no crime, say, yeah, the way I court, my dear assembly,
no, what raises a very serious point.
Into populism. Maybe I will be on one day and if you're there, could cheating 1 year to maybe you're going to come out in the field. Now you see, once I will to the mountain, you won't say gallon. Nay, and what is the curve? I can say, no, meaning I know you're good in matter, but it's been made in field in Concord. Now, such a problem or your Minister for Education, and now your Director General of Ghana Education, and now your spokesperson for Free SHS Secretary, and now your PR or Majid. Well, main custom point. Now, some put to be not developed here. Uncle Nakato. Or more galamte one a captain. On faithful to come out. Na men country. No munja is hard galamte. Why ye sit up for in repana? Yet the more in a better.
Mesumedase, thank you. All right, so Oradu Kwei Ayikwe Awule, Director of Communications, Coalition of Concerned Teachers Ghana, and you heard him right. I say I'm going to Futua. Said Odon Crawford 2 galam say, okay, or I can say Odon Crawford, but I mean, say, one more yasa. Galam saying, dear, moi on Crawford, or so call a catch it. You go 2 homophobe. Sir, but you see, this man are raising very serious matter. Hey, yasi achi obi, na anwa, any more. Any are you na but Bapem they prosecute obia. So the MPP government stage managed all this. And that I'm what you team no the nam. without verifying, because you can only prove say ampa obi a kronfo say your friend say your chain on your didn't call court you did not say say government into be my statistics no, then we are good to go. Amodia wa wo fie for the area free SHS musika omu twi cars no mo ba ho cars omu park, because until free SHS, until say Akufo-Addo no mo ba bam no cars a wo fie for nkola gabo chiri da konom tititim no no mo ni kapre 1 cedi om de beto car no kra tai ehiafo koso mobrofo omu ntomago koso. And I will join them. Who are Futobia? You see, look at the issues. You tell somebody to go and do pre-finance. You don't give the person money. And what you see, I don't know any problem. 95 pesos. Now, omoto mo bottle 100 Ghana cedis. Now they are buying it around 600, 700. Still 95. Omoka cry actually no. 1 cedi 15 pesos. Onipa we onya omobo. And I tell you, I chebi hine on countless occasions. Washa. Your friend say videos in Kolana Diani Omudi. He doesn't care. Never be any. And an ibusia nibia and yet caterer and our supplier. Yanisika kem. You understand? So he can just talk anyhow. Yeah, he can just talk anyhow. But Namaka said today I want to be a good boy. I want to be a very, very good boy. So I will just leave it here. The public will process it. And that is neutralism, neutral journalism. You leave the public to process it. You know, so you don't say so. You know, so I want to be a very, very good boy. Ofosun Kansa, I want to be a very good boy. You push me, go there. What you go see, where you go hear, you know, go like him. I'm telling you, Ofosun Kansa. So we need penny will fear and no papa pay me this agrono. Me no abusu a penny age pe. What? Okay. All right. So NAPCO. Yeah. Work of a hotel for there be Kwame, hold on. Work of a hotel for the Omako Yejuma. All African games. You are not paying them. Kwame Yanko. You are not paying them. You see, I go for a hotel for Edward Marco Akoyajuma. I hear, Prophet, you, I hear. But you see, sometimes it gets so annoying. Oh, if I had a program before you, yeah, if I had a before you. Oh, can't sit down, can't sit down. Can't sit down. I want to point. Walk off our hotel for. Listen to me. Baby, I will be our Ghana team. I buy no FA hoteliers for all African games. One more year. Sika the ma or calf the ma buy no or more discount without person betray a hotel for neka. You see the problem? Say our hotelier way na I'm waiting a catcher or no hotelier no your cromfo no sabotage Akufo-Addo. How? And today my promise, say I'm a very good boy. It's very good for us. In fact, we will not allow them to sway us from the issues. So our able content here we have issues. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. NAPCO, NAPCO for throw a petition their finance ministry that we need our money. Now I can't tell almost say co-presidency and one musika no. Nana Akufo-Addo, you hear this for the first time. I'll call you Nana President Akufo-Addo because from now I want to be a very good boy. President Akufo-Addo. Ose
ama wenu mai bebre
my bre ade am empirical crowd the president Akufo-Addo
akwa bi o kai say
Francis
emre bi atwam na ye wo mo a mo hwesofo koko hwesofo
achambi
na koko hwesuni ba ko a wo hwe afuosu na ne di no ono ase e friend Mohammed Awa ono ase e friend Champon ono ase e friend Kwaku Manu enti o friend Kwaku Manu obejeso o friend Kwaku Manu dia na chese sada no obedi fufuo o friend Champon dia na chese sada no mom jese okrokro no no Champon no asa wo ne mrane owo ahene enti ubuzan se friend se otimi start Mohammed Awal a champion or wahine yes Kwaku Amu enuma bebre
no but Nana wako all African games all African games and Ghana buying and organize you.
That's true.
CAF eba musika.
That's true.
Sika no we be agreed. Even Boteman stadium no crack CAF se monye no. Mo ye half and mo ja half to and mo di sika no right now
they ended up for hotels.
Yes.
So they ended up taking the monies there.
And one normally organize programs. No. Hotels kakra no a mo high the ma ho e dem no. Osmintua.
Why? Say on so mentua.
O ho ba say ho. Australia. O ma say ho. Oslo, Norway, o ma say ho. All African games. Almost say no, but how? So you turn around, you take so much taxes from these people. What do you have the sports minister sitting there. Then you turn around and come and tell me, give me respect. How do I give such a person respect? How do I give such a person a respect?
Na kwabra ana unim se eya na enye ya se omo ka se ebi a fani se obi gina ba bi se omo mu obi unim se sakasa no meti a etimi ya me ya pa se onipa ko na o ka sa asem no onimade a efe na ebuo ewiase wa umu hu ayemu me na epoku a meti hei se me sore na me mu me ho na me sore na me ya nioma basa se ma bedi mampani na me ne se wa broni akɔhye de na matwetwe pimpini zabɔ me yam ne ya twa me photo na me no fa bobɔ na da abɔnten bibu me ho
na nkola e kan so
omume oni ye ene ye ka enti boy pa na wo se obi nim nyansa na so wagimi
I mean look at KTM ye industry players a chamber of construction for a meeting airline no awo de kono airline no
yes.
To regulators,
yes.
I don't have any problem. They decided say ombeba a meeting nibi a cement manufacturers. You went there to meet them. Now you start insulting them that you don't need them there. They should wake up and go.
You're a minister.
Will you tell me give him respect?
So who should respect who? Is it the master or the servant?
I don't know.
Who needs to respect the other?
The servant should respect the master.
The master. So if
we are the master,
you that are supposed to be my servant have refused to respect me,
then you tell me,
and you tell me that I have not respected you.
How?
I mean, it is only a buffoon that thinks like that. It's only a buffoon. And if you look at all these people in the helm of affairs today, now mono to me begna baby catch Ghana for say yeah momuno yeah. Omono na woso mosom yen no ye mu omo a pani hwesuni
and I'm saying the master mu no
ono say the master mu no
so mamenya NAPCO mra and I don't know why I'm directing NAPCO so monko presidency Nana Tachi Eric Nana Akwaba
ye ni o Bobie Ansah
boko de Nana
nyame adom nyame di achen
nana musika no akasɛe yɛpɛ sɛ ehunu de akapa ɛna moyɛ nipa dodoɔ sɛe
ana awie memfa wafidie so na menkyia napkofo a Nanaro Danko Akufo-Addo ne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia omo bi enkwasea ama ende yenam yefu pan a ya ye adwuma on an empty stomach na ye brewo on my Ghana obi mbra scheme ni ba ewie na aban pame yen wo opebre mu no abra na ya ye adwuma no a aban pame yen opebre mu a wantu aka na ye 67,000 on the scheme. And 67,000 no. Ye penny a binder die and Kwabena permanent employment ambassador or they and Sheba say ye contract extension. This is 67,000.
Moya say 7,000.
57,000.
57,000.
67,000.
Hey, Debbie, Nanatashi.
67,000.
Napko for a Baumian Bumukasia.
Yes, 67,000.
67,000.
Yes.
Very good.
The attorney say what last payment on making last payment was 2022, which was September. And I have the data with me right now. We share payment structure national. About 67,000. And the Umutia for the last payment I could make ya make payment biabio.
But send almost 100,000.
Good. The 100,000 it would be a home near Hotchery near Bufu Ejai scheme. And after you know, a binding that die in the buy say, Obama is a permanent employment now muscle, or substitute with contract extension. Yanam Kufoni none a Japanese on base our contract extension. Into move boycott or contract extension, Koyo Mua, Jumakudi, Omo Payoko, Koyo more construction work in a cotton tom wadie. Into one cow scheme no so year contract extension no per data that I have is 67,000. So 67,000 na Bobie ye year juma a bosom do aban ankasa ye ho ti be fie no na ye de ni hahan ene kasa with media engagement na aban ni tia yen ka baako which is 1 month otiaye efiti hono me no kasi aban no entia ke bia bio. So the areas we are talking about are finance ministry and the creative smoke screen. So one day I don't want to find a napco no omo enti huda enim de omo friend on napco no, which is hypocrite no. And then the year can 9-month arrears. Na yentia bobiaza yentia ye tro letter no kra no ko ye ne say enche bia o ena Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia eko voter oti region to be specific no oko share bo. In fact, one of the chiefs no ye very concerned about the situation of NAPCO beneficiaries. Edison say scheme Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ye the share one star. The whole NAPCO was built under your leadership. And so scheme ya to tear pan some. In Babunu Krom ye Juma was scheme no so. What do Moka Bosuma Krom? Now president yedi. Then I will ya found. Now Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia a share bo. Boa a situation womb. Boa alewa a womb. For dead the womb. Say oh, the papa may return from me programmer may ye pet. Me dia car me ko chef finance ministry mo when we release funds e dey tia na kofu worker na say ye the letter bre mo say mo release funds na mo tia yen kana mo throw letter bre yen say you don't know anything about NAPCO nti yen ko presidency ni yen ko da yen ka wo wa then that comes to expose Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say ayen tro no okodi wo oti region ayen tro bo hye no de say nakofo no say na yeka Bobie Ansah say finance ministry say yen ko presidency is the finance ministry trying to tell the whole country say when we communication with the presidency no a break yana we need effective coordination from the finance ministry to the presidency. And yen vulnerable nampo trainees are abayan chim yan kom ya ye juma 9 months abayan tia yen ka since 2021 ayegusia ye dan ho ka ya ye bobono yen na yen ko finance yen yen ko presidency yen san fa letter ko presidency the presidency no enipa sen e na omo ko ho enipa sen na omo ko presidency. So the finance ministry, one more incompetence under this regime are manifested clearly on the NAPCO letter or mutual brain. Because the institution is competent. Because what they will do is that they collect a petition here to come on. When the copy back presidency, no more add the order from the presidency as to whether they should pay NAPCO beneficiaries or not. On brain yen mbobrofo yen hiafu say yen ko presidency yen fa let am ko presidency be that as it may no Bobie finance ministry if they don't know me no ka say the legal coalition no ma ya submit 3 petitions the ko presidency and that petition na ye submit ye no e ka the same arrears in one sem. The same arrears and the president, let's head call presidency. Now, the content of the letter spoke about the arrears that I am going for the scheme, you know. And president, finance ministry, Bobie, they have before say there are countless demonstrations at the premises of the finance ministry. And at that time, you know, finance ministry director. Ebe ketre yen se yen ya botre no omo gugun hihye so a omo betua yenka and the ban saying and omo ka che yen se omo di omo nim bibia and the yanko presidency ke enye strategy and the blame games and a ministry and a ban airbar na ka den no back finance ministry abe ka tre yen se yen ya botre na musi yezika ni mu betua mayen. Then they had the letter back say we release the files per the promise of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia who be catch and say young co-presidency. Put to us it is an insult.
Say no na tachi microphones can omuntia sa no person mo catch them
Bobie Ansah but trust NAPCO beneficiaries are make us more. Look, we have engaged legal practitioners. Sa about where buamanfo kwasia na ye graduate like us. Some of us ye kra ye masters. Some of us ebumo ayi omo PhD erio ana no mo wona konumu. Until the end say we have spoken to legal practitioners. We have every legal grounds about way ebeya no wanwa for the first time in the history of this republic. Asking on nakasa diaba
well, but they don't care because at the end of the day is the state or no didn't memory on fa abine diaba. I mean a good for individual none of them. So yes, you are allowed to go to court. You
see that makes it clear say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia or lack of credibility. Look, NAPCO, take it from me and let your media people block this. NAPCO for say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you made the show when first manage NAPCO, you went to manage. Now, Ghana now to manage. NAPCO na ye nipa 100,000. went to me manage and also what that down market answer what that down was na Ghana and I'll be to me manage. So if you could not manage NAPCO, then the NAPCO full soup now only a flag bearer of the new patriotic party. Now influential position now one. To me, yes, you are really one. Then first of all, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia qualified. So big number say yen tone swaba because Ghana I will share voting analysis now. Bebu na yetu ababa.
Ba ose mama worry oba be mama your friend is say mobile phones no tweet and 1 city 2 city 1 city 2 city 1 city.
The Bobie said the biggest mistake MPP I new me I don't do politics. But is it issues nibuha a too factual? The biggest mistake MPP fly yepa to elect Bawumia to lead them. Yes, in Bebuno Elsu, unemployment rate is 14.7%. Bobiasa. This is a concern issue. Obia Kot now a dream say no. Program ben yedebeba national policy a regulatory framework. Ben yedebeba able to near other solve problem we at the 24-hour economy aba say in former dokuro additional policy makers nothing. No more than say paper kwema this 24-hour economy will come and deal with unemployment canker. Akato men so ama in the bebunu kwa huhie na fabibibra na bebunu nya resem wo na kofo no mwenye adwuma ye na omu tifie 67,000 no omu su no omu nye enidaso wo mu a wo say me ba me beche phone. That tells you that Bawumia does not even qualify. Say you see Bawumia begina say Ghana kra na yan consider na yan tuno so abana kra. It is an insult to lead the youth. It is an insult. The man does not have any credibility. To me, police bia ebe share youth new crying. Say what that dying. Into no the police we have, but police yendo kro munche. Yes, say ebe buan ya. You bring your opportunity woman. Obi akotna see the 24-hour economy aba. As in fact, able to me at unemployment situation na ye face no so bebu na adwuma then all day ba what you better Android phone. Look at this. And the same person is telling us that yan to abama no abra nam kokura no nam ko 9 month arrears and okura no wo position na wo no unto me enye bibia mo mu ntua yenka. How do we build trust in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? Look, Ansah.
Yes, sir.
Napko for your move fulu. Your short letter. You're the court national security. You're the court national security. We have informed them. Say, Napko issue now when I'm no. You're about 67,000. So you're 3 who go about to say you're demonstration. Be able to mercy. International security. This is an advice. We position na mo handle wo no. Mo fa advice na na dan for Kufuado. No only this canon tiam bebru no comedy woman. Because it is a threat to our national security. Match ye bu mo kombebu na yeduma match wo mo koma bosuma kroma ntwa omoka. Ma pami bebu ni den na ya ma pam mo kofie. Ma pia wo mo etiko. E me bebu ni nam. No one bet next year. Info musica mons no one business. One fan tonton a divi wo kwan ho so a ano so abaye manso. Na national security, institutional like national security, you are aware of this situation. Send your trainees no echo unrelenting anguish. One more experiences severe pain, excruciating hardship. Someone to me to a minor for. Mosolana letter ten and I'm not sure. I want to make into national security cannot advise the president that Mr. President in Bebuna Untio Mokano a threat to our national security. and shame crying and Bebundo or Yamu Komunu and you and you almost come home. Look, Bobianza, we are going to serve greater regional commander your notification for your last demonstration. You are going to serve Greater Accra commander our notice for our last demonstration. And in that demonstration, you know, you have got parliament. You have got petition parliament.
Now, what kind of demonstration is the Wintusha? Kwata da bay na baso.
On the first week of August, the
good
regional commander. This time around, Constitution is really, who read the being where it says police no more in direction. You say police engaged in a demonstration peacefully, in line with the Constitution, in consonant with the Constitution. This time around, this is what we will stick to. The be able to say you're picketing. Our Jubilee House, in front of the Jubilee House, the police will allow us.
But if they decide not to allow you guys 67,000, then I'm betting me.
Say, woman allowing ya, we will do the demonstration, they should arrest us. Yes.
Yeah, and by 67, oh, shall bet me and 50,000 cry.
This time around, we are going to do is a Bobie Ansah a merge demonstration here, say, because youth in afforestation are buying the Omoka.
Hey,
yes,
sir.
Youth in afforestation are buying the Omoka 12 months.
Wow, almost do I say?
Oh, youth in afforestation they are about almost 7,000. Are buying at the Omoka 12 months. And why I buy SND or Moka? And then Guasia, what is our policy? What the woman Yakao?
Why? When why we so?
Employment agencies, one or more, almost a green homogeneous account. I buy the Moka 4 months.
To make me a common in our boom.
We are going to merge all of them. The year before Nukrani said, what say national service as volunteer, whatever extension. 6 months because of election. And we national service will be on TV maybe a Mumbai farm of 6 months. Look at this populist scheme. When a bit to survey unemployment tank and I hear you.
And just by first week of August, they're not Mario Meboa.
By first week of August, near the notification letter no. Yet the court. And kwata kurano say abai ankasa ho second week of August ye stage mega demonstration.
That is more here more the first basic chrome na more headed towards Jubilee House meboa.
That is the picket na yepede yekoye in consonant with the Constitution. Ye mumbraso.
Wow.
The police should allow us, the police should guide us for us to do our peaceful demonstration. That is what we are saying.
Now, sir, police for no, yes, some bebumwa, Moshe idea pepa na money on mobile.
Yeah, no, they should arrest us.
And one can say the money, kikri. Yeah, okay.
They should arrest us.
Okay.
Yes. One forever. Yes. Because
now, one share na a biswa, no more praba, kuna money a break. Say day.
Unim Bobie Ansah issue na ewo ho no dia police for me make attempt so wo beye no ye be hwe constitution no right dia constitution de mayen no yen se be execute enti na ka yen pekura se ebedru ho no yen pese nke ebedru that extent enti ka abane watma abanu nye insensitive na owotima keno ani se mbeguru mintia mutika kranya den emam na se abano opese ochre yen se onitima oye very insensitive enti na obema ye dia ene maka no the bia constitution no the bia onu wa twa om se police direct yen the bia ye mfa wo si police ni mbo ye ho ban nti yɛbɛyɛ yɛn picketing no demonstration no yɛbɛyɛ ɛdi afa Jubilee House yɛbi Jubilee House a finance ministry nhyɛ na ɔde ahyɛ yɛn sɛ yɛmfa yɛ petition no nkɔ Jubilee House no yɛ present yɛ saa yɛn petition no wɔ ɛyɛ tietietia.
All right, Nana Techi, and area Ghana Accra FM Citizen Show Bobie Ansah Yedasi Bebre. Lord Lister is in the house. Honorable Haruna Mohammed, Operations Director, Mass Action Committee is in the house, and we have Sandema constituency. Am I right? Sandema West or North? North, a woman organizer. Busa North, a woman organizer also. I say, Cindy. And radio me Jimmy so. I star 413 hash. Hey, Yoda. Inga says one time. Yoda. Me pacho. Memo bia didi peche. Eh, oh, you mamaska. Oh, you say no, yam that. Oh, you say no, yam that. Some go to do we do this? Do this? Me jita crowd jib. Gola any abrena say almost on betes montia. Me dey me na me jita crowd dem. Me dey me sramo Lord knows or no ready. Me papa cho na ubedi di peche star 413 hash. And I may check 500 Ghana. Pam. May check 500 Ghana. Amount for bedidi. Okay, also. Okay, so members, moment to say Juma we in a quick one. We have Chief Seidu Saka Bakari Benkuruwura. Chief. Hello, Chief.
Hello.
You are warmly welcome on Accra FM.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know whether I got it right. Benkuruwura.
Ben, you spell Ben and
Ben Kromwura.
Wura, good.
Ben Kromwura Seidu Saka Bakari. All right, so you are the spokesperson for Yagbonwura.
Yes, please.
Okay, so sir, quick one on issues about Honorable Jinapo. Minister for lands. Yes. Between him and the great king Yagbonwura. What happened?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for a careful now. Basically, very last week, and they made some arrest in the Mango. Based on some other things that happen in Damango that didn't go well, the chief will and course into almost and maybe prison ourselves. So that after a day they will release them, then they sign a bond to of a good behavior. And to ask and within 5 or 6 hours they release the boss or the man. And the overall find out when they and that means I say on the stand down, in the stand down, anything then Honorable John somewhere in Apple. And almost so, this of them to be passed silently to their home. Or Mudru be there or anything, no, like someone to do no more or anything. And to almost record and almost spread it with the chicken, the beer, almost and after 4 days, the young guy in town or going there in offshore, why would they embarrass our thing this way and nothing is happening? So they want to go and terrorize the paramount chief. And to almost organize it. No, I'm call home. I'm call home. Yet to say, and to assure your displeasure about what is happening now. And to almost call home. And besides, you said, we have our. What do you have to address? And to catch our on what the farmer and empire down. And to your own activity, there's a lot that the minister has done against me. My friend, I own fact. And being the MP in the same committee that I am, I feel even the also good morning and I said good evening, Paramount the King. But the MP doesn't do that. You hear that the man is down with current also when I say MP. The MP will go on my standing. I said fine. Going by this, that means he is a royal. The MP is a royal. But the father is a chief. A big chief, of course. That will move me. And these are the case. Let's function traditionally, let's function him that there is no any other traditional area in Gunja area that you should go. If he doesn't come to apologize to me as what he has done to me, and you know, man of home the beer. And that's why he added to the youth petition. And that's what happened. Hello?
Chief, Ceciano, looking at the situation, no, Jinapo, yes, Samuel Jinapo.
Yes.
Were issue statement.
Yes.
None statement now was issue say issues are the great King Yagbonura are raising against him is a lie. And no krebia enim. And obey performing duties. Meaning say when you copy of his response.
Obi pattern is or say na thing say on to language be another language mano.
Me pacho Abu Jinapo and or say on Hennessy Quanto language mano.
Tano be kaya because you know and address the media and Tano kaya.
Sana Jinapo kaya.
Or it's in the media press he did.
I see.
So if language, the man has agreed on you see your uncle into a place that can't say a dinner. I'll polish in the house and I say a beer. No.
I see. But Chief, quick one. Mami read these portions be kakrebi mount mame read the portion ketua bi the statement now on mine say met me retrieve anka me person me yep okay, all right, so all right, so let me read a portion. I say, my attention has been drawn to media publications, both mainstream and social, to the effect that I am interfering or meddling in Gonja chieftaincy matters in general and Damango in particular. For the records, these allegations are totally false. That is the first point. Now, the second point, as I have stated time and again, I do not have any interest in the Damango chieftaincy affairs whatsoever. As a bona fide Gonja prince, I continue to have high regard for the revered chieftaincy institution, the overlord of Gonja land, Yagbonura, Big Kunatu, Jewu, Swal, and all other chiefs for that matter. Now, my role and overarching interest, both as MP and Minister of the Republic, is to contribute my modest quota to the development of Ghana and my beloved constituency of Damango. I entreat all and sundry to disregard these allegations as same are untrue. All right, so Chief, when in some Mobano de Betuja, but meaning that Yagbonura, the great king, is just putting out lies against him.
Okay, he's a royal. As I mentioned, he also mentioned it. So, traditionally, that king or you beer that you know even less correct, must you come out to say that? I'm not supposed to get the king, get people to go and appease or apologize to. Must you also come out and rebut on the same platform that So that tells you that he said he doesn't respect the person. He has fallen to that part. And everyone says it.
But Chief, if Semeye Bonia now they are chemists, remember say yeah, just reprimand me. I'm your servant, your humble servant. Yeah. But quick one. Jinapo Papa and Yagbonwura, what is the relationship between the two? The reason why me busa sana say me fra Asantemampong. So if say Asantemampong hine ewo issues about me, quickly I'll go to my family. I will talk to them because they are also royals. Then they will go to Mampong Himfie to go and beg. Say, oh, ebia. So Abujinapo Papa is one of your subjects. What try senka onu bekasa? What one Yagbonwura bekasa? What is the relationship between the two?
Oh, it's cordial because he's the vice of national the Savannah House of Chiefs. The Yagbonwura is the president, and Bipewura is the vice. So they work together. So they have a very good relationship.
So Yagbonwura and Rezi Abujinapo behavior and Chene Papa said, this is what your son has been doing.
For that much, I wouldn't know because this way is between the chiefs.
If other Yagbonwura to issue sir statement we know Abujinapo Papa and then Nkasa over it.
In America, no, it's between the two big pictures. So for that much, I don't know.
Now, Abu no also make any effort to reach Yagbonwura and sign an all issue statement, no.
Good. In America, no. When the man said it, you don't pick his call. And now you have heard this statement that I've made. Then try and go there. I wasn't called. What is happening? I heard this. Is it true? You go to a police station, organize prayer.
Chief Ansah Nabekon, tell me, Yagbonwura, how is he feeling about all this with the response from Abu Palace? No, same way. How do you feel about it?
That's what I'm saying, or I mentioned earlier. Let's say the overall say he's not very happy or fine with the MP how he's speaking. He's not happy. If he was happy and the youth got there, he wouldn't have expressed that to the youth. Because in any case, you are the MP there. The big minister, of course, not small minister. And so you are supposed to handle the overlord. You and the minister. I mentioned it. You are not handling them together. So it's not fine.
Anyway, Chief. But quick one, Pacho. Haruna Mahama, one of our panel members in the studio, wants to talk to you.
Okay. Hello, Chief.
Hello, yes.
Yes, Chief. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this is your brother, Alhaji Mohammed, the son of Zanzugu Yapala.
Okay.
Yes. It's unfortunate.
It is.
It's unfortunate. It's okay. So, Chief, I'll call you back door, okay? We'll talk. Right. Just want to introduce myself, then we can talk back door, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
All right, Chief. Thanks so much for speaking to us.
My pleasure.
My regards to Yagbonwura.
I will do so.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's it. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show back in the studio, and I think I've taken much of your time. Let's do Akwaba. So I've dealt with issues from cement, one round cement manufacturers, in Chamber of Construction for Katie Almond clash. I've dealt with Amwetia clash with teachers and school feeding. Say we are near man almost sabotage niwafase amemu nakufu aba then yako issues with Abujinapo or the nani so ade no Yagbonwura so no so so we have so many issues. Hoteliers Association in all African Games, Sika Atiakem. But Napco for the no is tied to Bawumia or so bechiche. More video na mama or so bechiche. It's a credit to it's a phone into or mouth phone. Busumi be near to 1 city, 2 city, 1 city, 2 city. Or no sing getting yet.
We will make access to mobile phones affordable. We will make access to mobile phones affordable. And the mobile companies, no, you're very kata in Kitaho. Now the mobile phones, no, I'm a nipa, not Mafia, what here, 1 city, 2 city, 1 city, 2 city, Kakaka, Namotia, mobile phone before 80, yet scheme no every OVR because we need everybody to have a smart device. We will make it easy for people. We will make access to mobile phones affordable. And the mobile companies, no, you're very kata in Kitaho. Now the mobile phones, no, I'm a nipa, not Mafia, what here, 1 city, 2 city, 1 city, 2 city, Kakaka, Namotia, mobile phone before 80, yet scheme no every OVR because we need everybody to have a smart device. We will make it easy for people. We will make access to mobile phones affordable.
Me say momre na if na dey fan
me sha say free baby
yeah so and if na proof the album to be bo first 12 15 ma kwaba no say abo afaso yenko
I mean kan check for na me mo abaso ni adwuma so awoye me nchi aminu haruna Bahama na kwabra the dikan a me pese me discuss ye yabonwura asemo a odi abetudwa de nyina ye nim se asemo a mu odu papa na kwabra empenifo etai kase suban etise nyinsen utwumu tan a ebepie kwara obia onim abujina po bia nim se oyobia na ni nso ade ekura. He has always tried his best to be very, very disrespectful, especially when he feels to say, I say, when you're baby, the kind of days on campus in KNUST, when Free Hoba Fox FM, Papa, I remember how he was like. And between that time, time I wanted to go boy Kufado no Monsono, Mahuni Subai, anyhow, Abribiano, or Pese, or belittle and call for. Rabbi Kaya, maybe O24 had to pour out. Adia na very unpleasant. A course na him fie. Yeah, akwala mobon se. Ya wo no 83 ya na koma banti say community Jimmy Abrana adwim. Se ono atro krata se otufo kwa on kan sa krata na ono atrama otufo no. Just ohini ni nyansa eni adwene da ne tirimu a obetimi de adwen de e wo so woka na obedwam ho na emom ono epese wo ye ohini krata atrɔtrɔfo na ohini enkoka ono ni tirimu po asem nkyere Ghana fo habra otumfo laughed over it in public, and I took so much pain when I heard Otumfo laugh and gloss over such deviance. I was very pained because it was very insulting. Sir, such a useless guy who just all of a sudden has become a rich man through thievery, armed robbery. He cannot tell the sources of money. And all of a sudden, because he has wealth, he has amassed wealth,
he was bold enough to go before Otufo to tell him, say, oh, hene, asem we de wokwa enka de wo wa adwenim enka de wonim fa ho na mom de ya tro emfaso ba ni yenya. The Ghanaian youth must wake up and show signs. Say, we are capable any day, any time. We are not timid. Don't be timid. Say, mabunu etiemia, mema obia emfa nse wadwene mu say, umwade is a lie, a ploy to steal, to destroy. Me se me ne me ma ete. Na se Kwame me ma esa se omu didi me papa na temo. Which means I've done something untoward. My exhibit suban bi. It doesn't represent a father or a leader. So between the father and the kid, ana enkwala no, say father no and a son na subaya na say. Anytime I met try microphone we chibiano, me advice back to Ghanaian youth is to defy foolishness, defy stupidity, defy a rogue leadership. You should defy foolish leadership. We cannot be timid because obi beka se obi muade. Usia penibia o believe say akola bi e kan asem ontie message no o se akola ne to nation akola se de osika no oye kronfo obi ndina me mejiri say people like sa akwa no akotra Peace FM no my friends say Saman no ni dey say Saman no awa yinu akotra Peace FM no is one of the criminals. When you use proverbs to run account, unim say eba ye bu nyina ye krono be aja Kofi Ajekum or something. Eba ye bu nyina ye krono be, from whether the person is a Ga, an Ashanti, an Ever, a Sisala, Kusasi, a Fanti. The proverbs are ye bu nyina ye krono. The proverbs are ya di TV as nyina no e krono. Unu omanya ye de ebe ene rane oman no a, then it tells you that leadership no e criminals. They are criminals. They are criminals. Unu omanya unu efie unu papa pani a one ne yire ne mate fie or the ebe and what the tifio or kronfo criminals. And that is why our chieftaincy ya Ghana hemfunyina bedania kronfo o kasa kire wa hina who said the okasa kire wa hine o kasa kire hwan a who said the okasa kire hwan. So they have become corrupt. Oya omuhia enye yiye the galamsey issues ahemfu wom omo na etu police commanders wom military commanders wom omo na etu onipa ne sia no abusa asese nka papa ne me a nka abeka sei me papa ne won kama mu odura no mawu se me papa no na aye kronfo na wo sai oman sa wako soja oman abon ho ka ya hwe wo military mu ya sai tua wo ka saba ya onimdia wasua no wo de ba boa oman na ma oman na tumpon atare na ɛhyɛw ne ɛkyɛ na ɛhyɛw ne ntino ɛna wanya crown abo animu na wudi nkwasi asɛm wudi Jimmy free wo maame na papa fie ɛna ade aba soja no mu na wudi nkwasi asɛm yakoka house ntisa wo papa ne me a me papa no wankaba mo adura no mawu kama kawa no wudi Jimmy na bewura police mu wudi Jimmy na bewura friends say health sector wudi Jimmy ababa bewura me papa no wankama kawa no aduro makun because we need for so be a more minor. I don't think many are brave or for TMA. Are you not sad? Say yetia. Na enipa watche ayira. Enipa 8 ayira wa Ghana. Ye tutuo afa eye Trump asoho a na Akufo-Addo ascend no ayi wasend no sympathy message sympathizing with Trump na nipa 8 ewu. This guy is a president in Ghana, living in Ghana. Say nipa 8 no mutua tax o. Ono ne yire ne ma. Akufo-Addo ne yire betimi ato bag $30,000 only in government. Omo opposition, we saw them. Omo mo bro, omo here. Omo ntumago, we saw them. So when you enjoy from the people and you don't care about the lives of the same people, then you call for respect. What kind of respect do you want from me? Tell me. Me bacha what office, what a care tie me, mame. Ude tiasema meka ni na kacha nso Bobie de aka nyansa ba kokora anim say yet to oman mu wa wote trotro mu a wotie me no ya MPP ni agreed but wotua tax like any ordinary Ghanaian ye nyu free mu say o party na o power ntino wo de wontua tax you pay ye ne bi ne de tua Akufo-Addo no mka wo ba ayira enya sa wo ba ko nipa mako wotwe nanka busuani wo mu a o mayira e wo Ghana ha. Ghana Police Service say omo ni eni bibia aka update bi omo mfa ho. They don't care. Omampani aye ne ti krom wo say Ghana enipa 8 ayira no onte ye Trump ya open the president edi ewo America. Any as will be copena bonu 2 fa na so. And what your letter say Trump kafra pa dia tu ya nyame agiwe die ye da nyame ase Ghana fo nyina ma hyeden Ghana fo nyina ase Trump kafra enipa nwotwe na ayira ewo Ghana ha no sa enipa nwotwe no abusuafo de so wo ho. Now, mame, sir president we the 80 years or ya kaniba. Tiatitin ufie. Ya so there I can tell. Sir, enipa watching busia for they are still struggling. Then this president say, o demand respect from minu. Esi ye buno. Adentia. Why? Who national security? And almost say ya no afidi on record Bobie Ansah. Say ya mubetia he. Se Bobie be fota wo baabi a. Enti asema make no. Wa asema me etete okura no wagimi. Ana chese unim nyansa kura mpo a. Ana ayi your friend say MPP ba ya fa wo national security wa because mo MPP ba ya fa mu nyina yi nimu. yewumudin yewumu faces yenimu nyina adam pipi be ko nam no omko simple enti asem we ya enti me kan wa adwene ho se yetie mamu ye tua taxes ma obi de to aduane di ontua light bill ontua water bill. National Security Minister oya kani ni ofa kandapa ye nyina afiri kuro ba ko fe so na yiri firi asantemampon me firi asantemampon ye nyina abusua ba ko oya kani onim oya we enipa nwotwe na ayira police IGP oya kani oya we yetete no si ye no onim se nipa nwotwe na ayira. The vice president on a flag bearer say onim oyawe onya briefings oya wale ni sremni oya tani yetete no si ayen no oyawe onim se nipa 8 ayira Peace Council omati asem they are aware omo pe $1 million every aban sankrofo no omo ayira no omo taxes and a Peace Council pay $1 million akwache ni omo ni no omo senom akodi ni omo mprafo omo mprachwe tantan no omo ti Peace Council watch no omo pay $1 million enipa 8 na ayira no they don't care enye omo asem ndi mame so otina se Bobie kan enti sankrofo unya show pa say they deserve slaps. That is why in France a citizen or she prime minister assume because Prime Minister Macron be catch almost say COVID aba na mo obi anchia obi anfada na batwe obi anfada batwe na onfo opesa o chia onua oya ne batwe say now so why you batwe e say na mo de mo batwe ni mienu no ese ani nchia na COVID time ye chia no ye de ye batwe e na chia Macron to kwai odru aya airport and on the decide say ono onfa ne batwe enchia into over some for such and somebody slapped him. That is positive defiance. That is positive defiance. Who told you say abrofu buade omo di mojasiew and abuild omo mind no. The citizens defy foolish leadership. Yene na ma omo leaders omo ni bieye omo ni tiye. And we must do it today. Even change of government, we should do it to whoever will come. Whether NDC Jomama, me say Jomama Baba Yakufado ni ba omiankwasi asemu ya omo dia. We should face them with the same power. And I know George Bush, about Bessia journalist, a yin in Yamun Pabwa. What did China need to say, ya wine? Or more press conference, and a George Bush, he can't quasi asem. Babesia, yin in Pabwa was massa. By ye hano, ya way ya. It sounds that we have very corrupt elders and pennyform ya crom for, or mere criminals, or much more dainty no. The first nobody show trim say and consent ya penny. And to say, I must say Asano say and Yakrana and Yasani cano. Men can say. Do you know Cody Bonino or no one ferry say, Papa Pen Muti Semi, and you can say me we are on my sika at the Kofro, a year we mushay, any a Maiwa lesbians. I go for the South American Yasimis Runo. And you guys say we are on my sika at the choir side and me a Papa Penny. Ubon se Bobia and some Messianoa, me do a boy palm say, hey, Papa, wait dear Debbie. On yes, sir. On yes, sir. Hey, moment. Thanks for the correction. Thanks. It is a Papa Nan Ferry. Say, oh, no, Bonia me kodi and Fatame. What's it? Mere. Ese me didi na tem catcher and say we are stupid man pa say utimi for my sika e de koya side we mu ade. Just look at this. Just look at me, but your officer, you just look at this. Well, first canon, I say no. Tia colon a year on my mebunia motienka. Omaimra does not allow us to pick arms. Omaimra does not allow anyone to attack anybody physically with weapons. A tiamra, a same omai. But there is nowhere in our laws that bars us from getting angry and showing our anger and young country a corrupt leadership that you are corrupt or you are corrupt for send the 100 years. Now you don't cry you don't fight a bonus because at your age 80 years and you are still in the country. We will work on a gentleman who work on no gentleman. Tiadiana wo ye no a wo say ade no wo say o man no na wo jawako. So when we sit here and yes obi anu obi wa asemo no. And let me tell you, me Bobie, I don't hide what I think and what I know. Anybody who supported Akufo-Addo is a very stupid person. Anybody. Yeah. You know, because you can't run a country down like this. But Mr. Ghana Mebunu, don't be timid. The momentum Obiba Kachira say Akolawe Nani Swadian, which means you are saying something right. Trust me. Don't be timid. Rise up and speak. That is the only weapon we have. Then they'll come and tell you, know what you say, at what time, at that time, at which place. Hey, Jimmy, I haven't asked anybody to call me Dr. Bobie Ansah or whatever. No. No. I don't need it. And I don't want to go and buy doctorate titles. You get money, so you go and buy it. I don't have time. When I'm crying for Siapakem, you are riding in the Apakai on the street. It's none of my business. My whole business is that the Ghanaian youth should defy foolish leadership. Simple. We can't be timid. We cannot stay like this. And that is the reality. Enipa eitewu. Enipa eitewu. Our president is not saying anything. Rather no Trump yako. Trump ya 22 afanason. I've seen people complaining, say your radio no call off. I don't know where the technical team is. I don't know. At least Ghana Police Service will update us. Oh, Enipa 89 Irano. Say. We are doing everything possible. There may be more can be now say and cry. Oh, yeah, bomb or buying. Sort of. Obia and few Obia. And we are there.
We'll have liquidity problems based on bad debt and all that. But the answer was not to clean them out, shut them down, throw more than 10,000 banking professionals onto the streets, and incur a debt of 25 billion Ghana cedis when you could have resolved the matter with less than 5 billion. Because the reason for which they were closed was that they should increase their reserve requirements to 400 million. And so if 10 banks were closed, 400 million is 4 billion. So why couldn't Bank of Ghana give liquidity support to those banks, put them under administration, and make sure that they pay down the equity every year until they are able to repay the liquidity support? It was done in the case of, I think, the Bank of Scotland also. The British government knew the bank was going down. They gave them a liquidity injection and took equity in proportion to the liquidity they gave them. Today, that bank has fully paid. It's one of the strongest banks that you can find in England. And so I think that there were other ways we could have solved this problem without this knee-jerk action of just closing those banks. So I've said that we must restore indigenous investment in the banking sector, and we would give back the licenses of those whose banks were unjustifiably taken. There might be financial implications to it, but we must be prepared to bear those financial implications, because when government does wrong, it must restitute. And so I think that these are things that would look at with regards to the banking sector. Apart from that, not every bank must be a Class A bank. And so you can't say every bank must have a reserve ratio of 400 million, because they lend to different segments of the market. There are banks that are lending to small communities, and their reserve requirements should not be 400 million. Why do you need 400 million to establish a bank that is catering to a certain segment of the market? And so we'll have a tiered banking structure. For the small banks, Class C banks that lend to the SME sector, 80 million cedis or 100 million cedis is enough for them to operate. For the medium scale banks, 200 million cedis, 300 million cedis is enough for them to operate. And then for the Class A banks, the big banks, we can raise the reserve requirements even higher. So I think that that is what we need to look at.
OSP, whether will you scrap it or not?
Why would I scrap the office of the OSP? I won't.
Thank you, sir.
It is an addition to our anti-corruption fights. And indeed, the people who set up the OSP office today are the ones trying to remove the special prosecutor. And they are the ones who are insulting the special prosecutor more than anybody else. And so the special prosecutor is doing his job. And I expect that if we remove political interference in his work, that office can be more, efficient. Today, cases that the special prosecutor took up, I mean, one cannot understand what is happening. You see what happened between the special prosecutor and Yoko. The docket has been sent to Yoko. Yoko say we haven't received any document and all that and all that. And so the case has been left to die. Today, the $1 million something under the bed case is effectively dead. And don't think that it died because justice prevailed. It died because of political interference. Another case, PPA, went to court and the judge ordered the unfreezing of the accounts. The day he ordered the unfreezing of the accounts, the next day all the money was withdrawn from the accounts. And so we need to create an environment where the special prosecutor can work and work on behalf of the people of Ghana. And so I will not scrap that office. I will strengthen that office to be able to investigate those who are leaving office, who have been harassing the prosecutor, and also investigating my people who will fall foul of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree.
I've heard this thing said so many times, and I wonder the basis why they say so. The NDC has no social intervention programs. It's the funniest thing I heard. Who brought the District Assembly's Common Fund concept? It was the NDC. We put it in the 1992 Constitution and said 5 to 8% of total government revenue should go directly to the districts for their development. So if you go to your district and the District Assembly has built a school, a KVIP, a nursery, a sports recreation, a community center, it is a social intervention of NDC that has produced that. Who introduced the GET Fund? It's Rawlings, NDC. We passed the GET Fund law. But for the GET Fund, where would our education be? Most of the educational infrastructure in this whole country is being provided through the GET Fund. And so how can you say we haven't introduced social intervention policies? But in any case, what is social intervention policy? Is an action or policy that provides social services or social benefits to the people. And so it's not only GET Fund and other things. We have provided more access to water than any other government in the history of this country. When Professor Mills came into government, access to clean drinking water was 58%. By the time we left office, access to clean drinking water was 76%. For Accra alone, we added 40 million more gallons of water. In 8 years, not 1 gallon has been added. And I hear the Ghana Water Company say, oh, Accra is overgrowing a supply of water. It's overgrowing its supply because in 8 years, you have not added a single gallon to it. You must plan and know what your population growth rate is. And you must continue to put in the capacity to bring in more water. And that's why I'm saying that we took water and brought it in from the northern direction of this country. And so Adenta and other places that had never gotten water for almost 15 years saw their taps flowing for the first time. Today, I'm sure your taps flow twice a week or something. If you don't store water, you will run short. And so we need to invest to bring more water supply, not only to Accra, but to all our growing communities around the country. And so if you are a government and you haven't invested in improving water, definitely access to people will be denied. We've extended electricity more than any government in the history of Ghana. Electricity is a public good. When electricity arrives in a community, it changes the lives of the people very rapidly. People can engage in small-scale enterprises. It was Rawlings who introduced the Rural Electrification Program and the National Electrification Program. And so today, when we say that Ghana has more than 80% access to electricity, it's because the NDC introduced those policies for us to be able to do so. So how can any person say that NDC has not introduced any social intervention? Even the NHIS. NDC started a pilot in Damango and Nkranza for the NHIS. Implementation started in President Kufuor's time. But what President Kufuor introduced was a mutual health insurance scheme. And so your card, your NHIS card, allowed you to access health services only in the district in which you were registered. Today's National Health Insurance Scheme was introduced by Professor Mills. He changed it from a mutual district insurance scheme to a national health insurance scheme so that your card so that your card could access healthcare anywhere in Ghana you go. And so I wonder what is giving these people this idea. You know, I can refer to free school uniforms and free sandals. The free school uniform policy was introduced by Professor Mills. I can refer to the free textbooks for basic schools. When Nana Jane, seated here, was minister, she came and met a situation where 3 children had access to 1 textbook. By the time she left office as minister, every child in basic education had access to 4 textbooks of their own. If that is not social intervention, I wonder what else is social intervention. Even let's take progressive free SHS. It's a policy, the free SHS. I launched the free SHS. And so you can't say that we have not had any social intervention. If you talk about the cocoa sector, our policy of free fertilizer and free cocoa inputs and free seedlings changed the lives of the cocoa farmers. And if you remember, when I was leaving office, we did almost 1 million tons of cocoa because of the policy that we had of giving these inputs to the farmers free. If that is not a social intervention, I wonder what else is. That argument must stop. I've heard this thing said so many times, and I wonder the basis why they say so. The NDC has no social intervention programs. It's the funniest thing I heard. Who brought the District Assembly's Common Fund concept? It was the NDC. We put it in the 1992 Constitution and said 5 to 8% of total government revenue should go directly to the districts for their development. So if you go to your district and the District Assembly has built a school, a KVIP, a nursery, a sports recreation, a community center, it is a social intervention of NDC that has produced that. Who introduced the GET Fund? Ms. Rawlings, NDC. We passed the GET Fund law. And but for the GET Fund, where would our education be? Most of the educational infrastructure in this whole country is being provided through the GET Fund. And so how can you say we haven't introduced social intervention policies? But in any case, what is social intervention policy? Is an action or policy that provides social services or social benefits to the people. And so it's not only GET Fund and other things. We have provided more access to water than any other government in the history of this country. When Professor Mills came into government, access to clean drinking water was 58%. By the time we left office, access to clean drinking water was 76%. For Accra alone, we added 40 million more gallons of water. In 8 years, not 1 gallon has been added. And I hear the Ghana Water Company say, oh, Accra is overgrowing its supply of water. It's overgrowing its supply because in 8 years, you have not added a single gallon to it. You must plan and know what your population growth rate is. And you must continue to put in the capacity to bring in more water. And that's why I'm saying that we took water and brought it in from the northern direction of this country. And so at Denta and other places that are never...
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I go on to other important matters, please let me state my understanding of where we are as a country, as a nation, and the implications of what lay ahead. The election ahead is not so much about Ghana making history, although that is important. It is not so much about returning a competent president back to power. It is not even about producing the first woman vice president, historical and exciting though these are. It is not only about bringing the NDC back to power, although that is indispensable in our current circumstances. The elections ahead and winning them is about winning elections for a purpose. purpose goes beyond those enumerated above. The purpose is the opportunity to heal our country again. It is about the opportunity to pull Ghana back from the precipice of destruction, of normalizing corruption, of incomprehensive greed, from deep despair. The election ahead and winning it for our party is about hard work and abiding sacrifice. It is to embrace everyone in building a Ghana that functions again. It is to work towards a Ghana where citizens have confidence and hope and are determined to regain their independence of thought and of agenda. We must work towards a Ghana that at the very least can feed itself. We know we can. We must work towards a Ghana where the law truly works, where there is shared prosperity, where democracy has not become a fluke, where people are not abused, and where the basic necessities of life are not denied the majority. It is a chance to work hard towards building a country where citizens do not feel disrespected or intimidated or ignored because of the way they vote or the language they speak. The victory we seek as a party is to invite everyone to the onerous task of rebuilding a broken Ghana, of restoring hope in a manner that the is capable of, and evidenced by its history and achievements, especially the recent ones under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. My brothers and sisters, we are not in ordinary times. This is not news. Some of us have been around for a while and have experienced the to and fro of politics in Ghana, but never have we experienced the levels of greed, unbridled arrogance, unrestrained impunity, sheer dishonesty, barefaced hypocrisy, incompassion as displayed by this incumbent government over the past 6 years and more. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the task ahead is formidable, much more than it was 4 years ago. When people ask me what we know why are you doing this? Let me explain. I remain inspired by the fact that as a people, we have faced terrible situations before. Check our history. Please don't begin with the Fourth Republic or the struggle for independence, although these are also important milestones. Go hundreds of years back. In those hard times, our forefathers and our foremothers too did not throw up their arms in despair. They fought back, they resisted, they sacrificed, they persevered, they brought back hope when there was none. They picked up the pieces of a broken people and carefully and strategically is not an option. We must all soldier on. Across the political divide, across social and professional groupings, among the youth, you hear complaints and stories concerning state capture, where this government has chosen to use its power not in the broader interests of all Ghanaians, but to favor a small clique. What is that? John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable. And my friends, this is not a threat, it is a promise. It is a promise which is premised on the wishes of our citizens across the political divide, and it is hinged on the principle of accountability. Let us face the facts. Today, what do we hear? Is the promotion of ethnocentric elitism, which is masquerading as intellectualism. Ladies and gentlemen, it is elitism masquerading as intellectualism. It is weakness strutting as courage, and crony capitalism masked as development in freedom. It is shameless hypocrisy pretending to be objective. These will never move our country forward. Rather, the most significant achievement of all these has been a country in near insolvency. Its natural resources such as water, land, and even the environment in rebellion. A people harassed and intimidated into numbness, and as some will say cynically, some of us also bribed into silence. I envisage a report on the administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on the ticket of the NDC in his reign 2013 to early 2017. And I bet that the report will have no reference to the following: a multi-million dugout. I don't know about you, but the image I get looking at that hole is a trench in utter shock that anyone could believe it was intended as a Thanksgiving gift to the Almighty, invisible, God only wise. You will not find in his record a free SHS at war, the battle fought on the grounds of food, shelter, space, even calendar, teaching and learning materials, or those who spend a couple of weeks in school and many months at home just idling by. You will not find past questions instead of textbooks and science equipment. You will not find an atmosphere that suppresses learning. You will not find free water and electricity to a few that has turned out to be most expensive for everyone. Such a report will not find COVID money shared for partisan political campaign purposes. And all of this done when people were dying and they needed just a little bit of help. You will not find in a stem an Japan-like manifesto. And you not find him as president clearing malfeasance and writing love letters to prejudice a bad situation. You will not find that unemployment jumped from 8 to 14%. And actually check the figures. Check the actual figures. Go beyond the percentages. And you will not find a debt to GDP that has gone a wall, or a city that refuses to be tamed. Under his tenure, you will not find weak efforts to hide the truth of Dumsor. The reports will not include scandals surrounding the PDS, Australian visa, Kelvin GVG, was contaminated fuel, excavations, and Aboboya tricycles that can fly faster than Nkonfem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will not find unfulfilled promises of one village, one dam, $1 million per constituency per year, 350 secondary schools from scratch, and too many betrayals and too many instances of disrespect. You will not find in his time Extraka too embarrassed and gone into hiding because it is too afraid to expose its plagiarized content. In truth, such an investigation of his time would not reveal over 100 scandals and still counting. What will the report say about the NDC under John Dramani Mahama? After exhausting the list of clinics, hospitals, medical centers, expansion of existing universities, polytechnics, 10 technical universities, brand new universities, focus on current and projected national needs, you will find the Mahama schools, popularly called E-blocks, and you will find these constructed from scratch. You will find that there was a debilitating shift system and that it was painstakingly and effectively abolished. You will find that the ratio of textbooks at the primary level moved from 1 book to 3 children to 4 books per child. This is a leader you can trust. This is a leader who has the love of the country at heart. The reports will highlight new roads, harbors, railway lines, not what we've seen of late, Ayalolo buses. You will find the lack of intimidation of opposing voices. You will find serious investment and practice to enable a digitized economy and society. The reports will go on to point at housing projects, including the famous Saglemi housing complex, and even those that somebody has happily raised to make room for a presumed cathedral. You will find that journalists were not hounded into exile. Should I add more? Okay. The report will find that once upon some years ago, the blame for power outages was placed at the doorstep of the President and the Minister for Energy. The report will find a President who solved the energy crisis that he inherited, and a minister who did resign on principle. The report will tell of a timetable for load shedding, provided to respect the dignity of citizens and acknowledge their right to plan and also to learn the truth about our situation with energy. The report will contrast the existing arrogance in leadership with that of the respectful JDM, who builds the children and youth by offering lasting skills, quality education, serious adaptable training, who opens up the economy to create more space for jobs and self-actualization. The report will highlight a JDM who does not line up desperate young people in the heat of the tropical sun to march and salute him as head of state for jobs that have no head, they have no tail, they have no future. The report will explain the foundations of the principles of the policies of the NDC, that they will see that the NDC strives and thrives on consensus building, from observation, study, analysis, vigorous debates that tolerate all views, to an agreement on the options at hand, and end with well thought out implementation plans. The benefits of such approach inure to everyone. They inure to nation, they inure to community, they inure to individual, in that order. The report will highlight, going forward, the critical processes that will lead to innovations and flexibilities of the brave, timely, intentional intervention of a 24-hour economy, as proposed by H.E. Mahama after consulting widely with stakeholders and citizens across the country, because he respects everyone. I am not surprised at all that many labor groups, businesses and individuals have embraced the concept. It is a vision anchored on the firm belief that with the right policies and incentives in place, we can inspire a new generation of enterprises to adopt a multi-shift work system and wider participation in the economy, thereby ushering us all into a new and golden era of Ghanaian industry. Obiara baby. And by the time the policy is in full flight, a couple of years down the road, we should not be surprised to see how, from the vegetable seller to the miner, from the smallest hamlet to the crowded cities, from the farmer to the fisherfolk, from the young couple to the single parent, everyone will come and see and apply the benefits of the 24-hour economy for national, group and individual advancement. Please come join us in our hall meetings, in our town hall meetings and other programs to learn more about this incredibly effective strategy. Do not fall victim to those who have realized that, having failed in sloganeering and packaging, that they have exhausted all their strategies and therefore resort to deception and distraction. We are particularly pleased to see, as evidence in credible polls, that this visionary policy has caught on and resonated with the public, especially with our young people. Where are the youth? Are they here? The policy is for you, so please come and learn more about it. I know for a fact that the nation builder, John Mahama, who is not an economist, will deliver this economic model. He thinks through what he does. He thinks through what he says. He considers advice. he is confident enough to amend his views when confronted by working alternatives. He does not rush with decisions that have serious effects on the lives of others. John Mahama does not shoot from the hip. A 24-hour economy. A 24-hour economy will demand that we pay special attention to skills training in Sanwejuma. And that is why we are serious about continuing with the critical reforms and the improvements we made under his tenure in our technical and vocational training institutions to ensure that we equip our youth with the technical skills necessary for a thriving economy. In Ejuma also means equipping our youth with tech skills so that they are ready to participate in our economy and in the global remote economy. So, as we mentioned several times, during the 2020 campaign, we intend to implement the 1 million coders program, which set an ambitious but attainable goal to train over 1 million of our youth in coding, data science, and other tech fields. The potential for this pool of young people to contribute to Ghana GDP is enormous, and inshallah, it shall happen. Definitely, another important area, and why this position is important, and why the NDC has prioritized it. We will pay special attention to issues and challenges faced by women in all walks of life. Oh, the women are not happy. And the men too. This is part of the reason we propose extended maternity leave, in line with one of HE of His Excellency President Mahama's 2020 election promises. And in the 2024 manifesto, the flexibility offered within the context of a 24-hour economy must hold special attention for women, for obvious reasons. Maybe we should meet and have a long discussion on that one. Women entrepreneurs must have access to capital for the entire sector to boost their businesses. And that is why we will actively pursue the establishment of a Women's Development Bank. To primarily nurture and grow women-owned, women-led businesses. Women must become millionaires too, shouldn't we? We must become millionaires too through hard work, as our men do. We do not need hands out. We need hands up. Women of Ghana are capable of managing that bank 100%. The bank must take care of small-scale businesses or tiny-scale businesses to give them credit. And I'm talking about those who are hawking or people whose businesses do not depend on huge capital. I envisage a board made up of trading associations and cooperatives, and all these fully represented and making serious decisions and being accountable to its members. An eye into me. Hello, Wanye. And the world knows what we do with our resources when women prosper. We hardly leave our children behind. We hardly leave the wider families, including the men behind. There is better stability at home. There's better peace at home. Most will demand less job money, so the girls should clap for us. And you know that all these add up to make a nation at peace with itself. Surely this is what Kwejiru Agri must have observed when he made his famous statement about the far-reaching effects of the education of women. Thank you very, very much. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has any doubt, just remember a lady called Esther Oklu. What brilliance, what innovation, what display of entrepreneurship. She showed the way. Let's revive that dream and hope and actions of our hero and heroine entrepreneurs as models. Let's stop killing their dreams, because some of us are simply too lazy, too envious, too lacking in original ideas, or have capabilities that are too low to match their results. How do we preach entrepreneurship, encourage a study, and propose this practice, and then turn around to make waste of the efforts of successful entrepreneurs? If you decide you don't like the owner, think of the worker who may be a member of your community, your political party, or even your church member. How about him? We must move to the level of encouragement, appreciation, and support of those who participate in the private sector, no matter what. Their efforts at nation building trickle down to all groups. We will also undertake the modernization of our markets, which remain special and dominant places for women in the economy. Market women deserve the benefits of a clean, modernized marketplace. Our efforts so far bear witness. All I plead is that our efforts must not end with beautiful Kejetia or attractive Kotokraba and allied markets. My fellow Ghanaians, please, let us just be mindful and show some respect to our citizens. So the lights are not stable. And because somebody has not told us that it is doomsday, it means there is no doomsday. So the Electoral Commission is struggling to defend its credibility. And until the Commission tells us that the missing equipment mean nothing, everyone should believe that there are no issues to worry about. How did disrespect get so high? Actions that impoverish and disenfranchise do not necessarily translate into feeble-mindedness in people who are angry, in people who are hungry, and in people who are oppressed. On the contrary, again, check the details in our history. Electoral Commission, I address you directly. It is in the national interest and in your own interest to make transparent what has been and is going on in your establishment. The truth will not be suppressed. You cannot be so independent as to disregard the people who validate your existence. It does not happen anywhere. Easy. A word to the wise is in Ansah North. administration has all but given up. Whereas they will not consult, they will not engage, they will not review. Woman Ethiopia, woman be konusa, a man for so ni woman be pimsusa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, fellow Ghanaians, Ghana requires a different environment, and urgently so. The Ghanaian voter is presented again with the experienced, humble, focused, and truthful John Mahama, who has always consulted out of respect and out of the conviction that knowledge does not reside in the head of any one person. The condescending see this, unfortunately, as a sign of not having original ideas. The unpretentious see it as a sign of understanding the foundations of democracy, which is consensus building. I see it as a sign of strength, and I feel privileged to work so closely with JDM. Consensus building should be the fulcrum of any progressive, positive project. It has already. Corruption is too rampant in many government and non-government institutions. Sadly, those institutions meant to check on corruption have been significantly weakened. We must strengthen the institutions, and we will do just that when the NDC comes to power from January 2025, God willing. It is our duty to ensure that our sources of wealth are not given away to obscure entities or shrouded in opaque deals. We must not arrive at a destination where our national assets and natural resources are treated by some as if they were assets of their own creation, to be willed forever to friends and family. We must be passionate about justice, about the protection of our environment, about protecting our differently able citizens. We must be passionate about institutions that are responsive or are supposed to be responsive to our collective needs. We must be passionate about stamping out corruption. Let no one tell us otherwise. Not even those who have so alienated themselves from reality as to be impervious to the truth. The truth of women delivering on the floor, of children waiting for a benevolent person to advance much needed vaccines, of children learning in dangerous circumstances, of teachers threatened and parents intimidated from their core functions of caring for their own children, of those who can no longer afford healthy and once affordable meals, euphemistically called face the wall or coffee broke man. We must ensure that our elderly citizens must not picket for their own money. Let no one tell us that the culture of silence has become the norm. And let no one convince us that 8 persons were shot in cold blood because they had gone to exercise their civic responsibility of voting, and that it was all right for a whole member of parliament to call them criminals, or that it is okay for Sal to have no representative in parliament for 4 years. And all of this are happening under democracy because somebody whimsically decided hours to elections that they could not vote for a parliamentary candidate. And please don't tell us that the Bank of Ghana, rather than defending itself from accusations of breach of procedure, can choose to label those who raise the matter publicly as hooligans, and that they should have followed procedure. at the time of accounting to the people, let no one pretend that they have more human rights than those they have consciously disenfranchised and those to whom justice has been shamefully denied. When those otherwise loud voices we assumed spoke for the voiceless have gone into self-imposed silence and even deafness and blindness, with all apologies to our friends, but this is self-imposed, not natural. Should we honestly be surprised at the high levels of cynicism, if not downright mistrust of our leaders? Are we surprised that we have our youth in despair? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our country is not sitting pretty. Things are gravely deteriorated. We agree to that. It is high time we came together to do the hard work, to build again, regardless how daunting. All is not lost. Our beloved country can rise again. Ghana will rise again, and this time it should not slack. Politics is about building the country. It is not about insults or filthy language. Politics is not about disrespect or fear. It is not about violence or greed. It is not about abuse of power or hypocrisy. Politics is about fighting injustice, hunger. It's about fighting hopelessness, arrogance, selfishness, unbridled greed, corruption, state capture, disrespect of fellow human beings. And in this fight, we don't need private armies, we don't need mercenaries, we don't need destructive ammunition, or in Ghanaian parlance, by heart talk, or wanton ruining of other people's hard-earned reputations. That is not politics. What I've enumerated is jealousy hoisted on cowardice. We need the armor of principles, selflessness, sacrifice, and all these rooted firmly in the service of those who give us the power. Politics is to imagine a better community, a better constituency, a better region, a better country. All of us building the Ghana we want together. The time for us to rise as a nation is now. Let us walk and work towards a victorious election that goes beyond political triumph. The triumph must work towards a transformed Ghana, where merit counts, where equity is paramount, where opportunity is not a privilege, where justice is just, where our sons and daughters can aspire to any height without the fetters of bias or limitation. To everyone who has lost hope, our youth as a collective, especially our indispensable constituencies made up of young people, especially the women and the girls, the professionals who are at work, those who remain unemployed, our friends in the media, wherever you are and whatever you do, whether you are driving, you are a food processor, shop bar operator, factory worker, market woman, worker, I address you last because you are very, very special to me. And I put my arms.
be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are.
Nya okaka ho any taxes and levies. Ampa ohwe ade ba ko ama Ghana kane na yese ye favorite destination for investment. And it say na your taxes ne levies e wo form kakra. And so afen so de say senya aban ama the economy no ahwe ase no IMF program omuko mu no IMF akachiro mu say yeto a yeje anasa revenue a yenya no e wo se ye pager ekodru 24%, kane near 15%, taxes a omodi ato yesui a pager ya aba 17 point something percent. And so almost by 2028, I will see a drew 24%. In the chest, Omunya ye, sa taxes now de gue so no, and young Andrew Pempenswa, Yabeka say, Omoye. Entina now person omode VAT to electricity. So that was one of the reasons. And so, yes, a TU Simo, Ekotia ya, and by now electricity bill bia and VAT edaso. Yankwani on mine are a woo ya see hangina, a chese yare. Aba eko a yeji eto efa sa yare no COVID levy. COVID aba eko China bibia COVID efrimpo ye mji omo COVID levy. Nso Ghana kwa na yeje COVID levy. Enti sa nyoma no wo hwe emissions tax any sa taxes ni na eyeto a aban edeto ye so as a result of IMF agreement a omo aye. Enti na obi ka say oh me ba metwa eto no mu wo aban no mu sesia so obetimi atwa to no mu a hyase natwa namato eto no mba from ne ehu menka se o montoma mi Ansah me ba sa eto yi me ye fi ho enti nia wo kanu ne no kre no no. One of the things I be say you be streamline VAT because mentias here say obekọ ejom na enkrofo miensa eton ade baako eye VAT 3%, baako ne VAT e wo soro kakra, baako so VAT ye 21%. Meanwhile omunyina the same customers. Enti say me ba ho na obeje me VAT 21% a meko ne obeje me 3% no. Enti I see a streamlining so that traders nyina will pay the same rate in terms of value added tax. I feel so port wa send your kind no Toyota Vitz. Edano mini guta fo share me fa an example of car bia obia import and na me kind levies and taxes also. About 23 levies and taxes. So what has a duty any sanyomana and no you harmonized ECOWAS tariffs into duty no but the problem the levies and port charges are illegal. Enti me say ba we rationalize all those levies. Ye ni say wo ho no ye be ye fi ho. Say na be ya e be mato na ba from kakra. But the major thing I was saying they say we have to stabilize the currency because it will affect bibia. One of the reasons Ankrofo esu and they say this week we be call na currency no yes Bank of Ghana say currency no exchange rate ni say into that one no e be jo port. The next week we be call Nasidi a free ebia 14 about 15. Into that one now obetia in CDs no na say a cost. Into one of the priorities of government will be to stabilize the currency and stabilize the economy. Senebeya obia asombejo no. Into say emoya memano. Na niaka ni propaganda. Ebo aye she nyina ye diso. We are the best government since independence. Nkrumah Mpoma say, "Sa abayinfo we, mo de mo ho to Nkrumah." Nkrumah was a visionary. And ne besine, wo de kodum akosom go hwe say benya light wo oman mu ha. Meanwhile 1965 and Nkrumah Biesa Akosombo Dam. Ebesine, it is the bulwark of our power supply in this country. And now would you see motorway no? Na share say obi betimi akobebi wo Ghana ha. Tama habo Nkrumah nesi. And then Kataman habo ni ho could we have imported items into this country? Kotoka Airport Nkrumah nesi. You dare not compare yourself to Nkrumah. Don't try. Ezu, mo pese mo ye comparison na. Mo de ma mo fa nko Nkrumah so. Mahama o heya. Ezu, enfan ko rolling so, enfan ko kufo so, ata mills enfan ko ne so, Mahama wo heya. Me ye 4 years, musuma ye 4 years. Yes, mo betra say. Mo track record ni, yes ye die ni, me enfan ye comparison. And also mo se mo ma. Na ni aka ni propaganda. Ebo aye she nyina ye diso. We are the best government since independence. Nkrumah Mpoma say sa abayinfo we mo de mo ho to Nkrumah. Nkrumah was a visionary. And ne besine wo de kodum akosom go hwe say benya light wo oman mu ha. Meanwhile 1965 and Nkrumah Biesa Akosombo Dam. Ebesine, it is the bulwark of our power supply in this country. And now would you see motorway no? Na share say obi betimi akobebi wo Ghana ha. Tama habo Nkrumah nesi. And then Kataman habo ni ho could we have imported items into this country? Kotoka Airport Nkrumah nesi. You dare not compare yourself to Nkrumah. Don't try. Ezu, mo pese mo ye comparison na. Mo de ma mo fa nko Nkrumah so. Mahama o heya. Ezu, enfan ko rolling so, enfan ko kufo so, ata mills enfan ko ne so, Mahama wo heya. Me ye 4 years, musuma ye 4 years. Yes, mo betra say. Mo track record ni, Yes, we had the ni. Me find comparison. And also most of my. Na niaka ni propaganda. A boy you say ni na ye diso.
Okay, obi a all good party no a. E ya won to be ni ba obi a. Won to be any ba obi a. O mu good MPP party. Enya me hu amaka. Ena me good party no. But no mo ni ye. I would have any of the good party. By young Tioho, every good party. May catch no woman meeting so much when you know. I have it. Yes. Mistake. There'll be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see your empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Kwabena. Ofika. Otumeka chire ni club ko se. Why ceremony ti yanjuma no. Why ceremony ti yanjuma no. Na wo de wo ya kania. Wo fare se obeka se wo ya kania. Wo ye Kristonia. Wo fare se obeka se wo ye Kristonia. Me nka Muslims who some etise. Onu aba omi afa na Muslim community ni vote to tell. You vote to tell. It is a new man, my young macron. I will need to be your quota. I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So what more in yai? Now we play religious stuff. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from? Because the honorable chairman said here. Honestly, the one for Messi over here is in for drama. When you make your me a capital drama, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that tribal politics.
Last week, me costo, me one your friend say, "Omo nya letter say Ghana revenue say, omo de oma komwe besi ho. Ahwe fish do am ton a day." Oh yeah, and let me state it clearly. Me matra ehununa. They cannot, I repeat, they cannot use the system to intimidate me. Now it's so sad for me to make this statement. Here, Rollins Abreso, Mibia Juma, President Kufu Abreso, Mibia Juma, Atamils Abreso, Mibia Juma, Eya Mahama Abreso, Mibia Juma. I never went through any of this harassment. I'm sad. I have to tell you the truth. I have never gone through harassment and intimidation as a Kufuado government. I'm a MP for 6 consecutive terms. Me be a Juma. Na me say Juma. Obi a meti obi comment say ni mados into ombefun. Me baby a mama president I will go and work for me. I have a lot of businesses for them to work.
To baby anyone
No. But this is the frustration I'm going through for setting up businesses to create employment
for Ghanaians.
Yes. So businessmen any woman at say minimum woman here say because I'm going through it. And yet top here I cover bar and then come away. Yeah. Because I'll face them squarely. And the third parties, more Ghana revenue for Momo Gigi bribe. Omo ya me there omo. May expose to Ghana revenue because we should not be intimidated by any institution in this country. We should not. Institutions should work. Systems should work. We don't have a problem. But say what Ghana for utu enisi u Ghana for so be go omojuma. What kind of people and black people yeah. Momo di adwuma ma Obia, omu office building be a omu si wa kanda. Contractors, they charge them 10%. Ghana revenue. Adi ami be ye woman. Omu fi say me be pre-president inti and say hunu e koso amenka meka upa men to mame. Because I'll live for the rest of my life. And I stand for the youth of this country because the future belongs to them. If we allow these things to go on, there is no future for any young man. If we allow these things to go on, there's no future for business people, Ghanaians. Mimiti ho. Opinion Indian is able to call custom commissioner. I don't even know the custom commissioner's number. And I don't intend to know.
Okay.
Because I'll do the right thing.
All right.
But you see, in the businessman for last week.
That runs around the clock with a 3-shift work schedule in many sectors. The intent is to transform Ghana into first a self-sufficient and then an export-led economy. To be clear, we are not creating a command economy with centralized planning. That would be at variance with our social democratic principles as a party. Specifically, 1, we will combine government support and private sector involvement to realize the 24-hour economy. We'll establish a comprehensive policy framework that supports the growth of a 24-hour economy. Companies that sign up for the 24-hour economy will enjoy smart metering calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power that is consumed during off-peak hours at night time based on a time of use tariff system. Financing support will be provided for certain strategic agro-processing industries and manufacturing companies to boost production for value addition, self-sufficiency, and increased exports. Knowing that government is the biggest spender in the economy, we shall boost demand by ensuring that all government ministries, agencies, district assemblies, and state-owned enterprises buy made-in-Ghana goods and procure the services of Ghana-based firms where available. For instance, we should be buying electric cables produced in Ghana, transformers produced in Ghana, vegetable cooking oil produced in Ghana, soaps and detergents produced in Ghana. And I think that government being the biggest spender in the economy, if it makes a deliberate policy to procure goods produced in Ghana, we should create the kind of demand that will make our industries run 24/7 to meet that demand. We will address safety and security measures to ensure smooth operations across all sectors during these extended hours. We will see to the availability of the necessary infrastructure such as transport networks, public amenities and security systems, including a well-regulated and monitored private security architecture to facilitate round-the-clock activities. Technology and digital infrastructure investments would also be prioritized to enable automation and seamless operations. We cannot have a successful 24-hour economy without an aggressive expansion in our exports. I will therefore personally chair an accelerated Export Development Council, which will meet quarterly to review initiatives for expanding Ghana's exports under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the African, let me take that again. I said I'll personally chair an accelerated Exports Development Council, which will meet quarterly to review initiatives for expanding Ghana's exports under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. There will be extensive consultation and collaboration with various stakeholders, including CEOs like you, businesses, and our workers' unions. Businesses will be encouraged to empower the workforce with the necessary skills and training to thrive in a 24-hour economy, focusing on the most impacted sectors. Sanitation, cleaning services, garbage collection, and environmental protection will also form a significant part of the 24-hour economy. Financial services will be enabled to work additional shifts at night and weekends to allow for 24/7 clearing of goods from our ports. This will help reduce demurrage charges on importers and reduce congestion at our ports. My brothers and sisters, there will be no limit to the sectors the 24-hour economy initiative will target, and the benefits, I can assure you, will be enormous. As a young child, I worked through a 3-hour shift when my father was a business person in the north. He was the largest commercial rice farmer and owned a rice processing plant. And I used to do day shifts and do night shifts. We can do it again. Through the 24-hour economy, we will create new, decent and well-paying jobs for our youth, reduce unemployment, which is a significant challenge, and improve the living standards of Ghanaians. Also, the expanded range of operating or working hours will increase productivity and fully utilize all resources, including infrastructure. The 24-hour economy will provide greater flexibility and convenience for workers and allow citizens to access goods and services at any time of the day. We will improve infrastructure, lighting and security at all entertainment districts, such as Osu, Oxford Street, Abekala Pass, East Legon, Lagos Avenue, etc., to allow operations throughout the night. Consider hospitality transportation that runs around the country.
MPP Ebedin Tro se moto abama mia meba free SHS no metwam. Eno anom de ye campaign. Meanwhile Tro if we say free SHS do 2016 any Yeshase ni day students. You can say day student be a school be a untiashe. And you say Afia Eba 2017 September 2016 academic year no ye the borders beka home. It is Afia no ye the 140,000 boarding students eka free SHS no. If we say Constitution, let's say we should do it progressively. Now, progressive. Every year near the Biakon, every year near the Biakon. Copim say Yebeko Bia. And almost on Bayano immediately. Immediately, Omoka on Bayano. And no energy or how Abeto Awofonoso. Because Ansah now be chef free HSS or making sure say dormitories were home and Kwadanu Benya baby ada. Also making sure say classrooms were home, our Benya baby Asian there. Also making sure say dining hall were home, baby on beti didi. Enti esha say no and an ESC dormitories, dining halls, this and your money na was secondary schools thing na and ESC E-blocks. Community day schools so I can if you say in say and Kwadano Bedos one, I was on Munya school Nibiko. And we mobile. Say free SHS no at once.
Wednesday dated. I remember I said West End FM. I want Lembele. I know Ansah. I want Tonso. Kumase. Mike's Multimedia. Malekaya. David Semeko. Dubai Froyne Chiamo. Sawal. Abon Nelson. Fidelis Kudo. Lembele Agudan Kwanta Yamoti and Kenya Nishramo Yagway One Crawford Kenya FM Welmina Mediana and Kwabena Bobie Ansah. The soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boam. So 6 p.m. Jewa. Live on Accra 100.5 citizens so yeah that when you say that we are here. Ajuma ha. My membusa question be cost of living. Ghana. Cost of living. Cost of living. Cost of living. Cost of living. Talk to me. Yeah, I'm out for pound. I don't know a deal. And say, yes, I think Muhammad Musa, I present to me, say, I don't know Kufuadu, ministers be brave. Or say, on Frere Kufuadu Musano. We all go rich there. You bedroom, huh? You see, success is not about what me did now or baby papa da now walk car papa beach you. No, that is not success. Yeah, no na any pebin tiasi no. But me at 60 years, 70 years, and you still don't understand what is success. Because you see, you want microphobia, you want more. You want to sika, dear Dianepa, or call the best saloon, to the best car, our fat bank account, with me pedicure, ne manicure, ne whatever. For them, that is success. They don't care how the society survive. They don't care. Was but you see, whatever it is, we all day inside. We day inside. Now petrol boy jam. Say Kwame, yanka petrol Bobie obi abre. Yeah. Mpacho ma memfa nyom no nto fom. Obia abre. Until now, we don't talk about fuel issues. We don't talk about it because obia abre. Obia abre. Yafuna. Ansah galam say no obia jaika. Omugusu tu. You see, the reason why citizens they become fatigued over an issue because when you have say ade na ekoso no eye aban no na eye saade no uni ho ahodin bia galam say no ma na etu obi ajaika obi abre because say ya bonifo bi na etu a ene wo so me kana aban ate Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia ate nanka omo akwa but they are the people doing it. Yes, Akufo-Addo they see as na say Kwame your friend say akwa what is his name? Canada Japan on your friend say Padiman Bombay oni Bombay asem na ko say kwaguba ko asem na ko say omo na etu omo ton emu generators ema site omo kofa chamfan eba beton omo na etu. They are the very people doing that. So it becomes very difficult for you to fight it. And cost of living, impunity. My impunity no my mentim flow. I me te say anyway, the other me di catch no. Kone kobusa Akufo-Addo no. On say after mark in parliament say politicians with the kind of impunity. Oh, sorry, no worries. Even so stupid that in the face of realities, omuntu mi sorry nyina won ka say ade we enye. One way ya bufusem me after marking so kasa na me tune free because I don't like foolish boys talking. When fools, stupid people are talking, mimpese meti. Afenyo marking, o Jimmy Dodo, and some of us as friends, we should tell him that Afenyo, you are foolish and here. And even politicians now here. What the 20% ato a year friend say beverages eso 20 is no egu. Me pacho TMU egu. Last week, it was a Monday. No, it was on Monday. Just this Monday. Plastic manufacturers work for 5% excise tax. What they piawomo companies in Ghana are folding up. They are going to Cote d'Ivoire, Togo. Afenyo market no was our statistics no. They have it. almost our statistics no e wo mo nsem plastic manufacturers adwuma no egu still what the tax Akufo-Addo Bawumia I impose 21 new taxes on Ghanaians. Kwame, 21 new taxes na e your platform no ka de to. No be antiase. Into what is our taxes no egu. Jijinia mabasa. Uria why increase fuel prices? As if say, you no kwanya issue. Why increase electricity? From what taxes? And 80 years. Yame pa. Your friend is say my press conference, but you see. So if you quit to say the way or more packet court no money in ho then me pacho ade ba ko so a honorable am say here is cement issue no but once a man for kasa money ba heart say saade na ayikura mutala kan say on tia say minority man kwai ma saade no call floor and run it say abambabin so omo ensign fine right or but or advice any say okay Mate what else been fan to me the better on there nti am repem ye be uwia was wa appointed a number of ministers no would be aka ho also Kwame Angwa asem na afanyo mark ni 2 year for say Kwame wonya sa table. Okay. Oh, don't worry. Now for your 4 and see Ghana memu da. Hey, you say unim Rollins problema onyano kwakuba konsem. Kwakuba ko say Rollins ede a friend say military chopper akwatre ne ba how to fly. Yeah, Kwame Kura when you better the same way. Peace FM. Anopa bi aya na discussion. When is anopa? Na kwa kuba akuya brantie no. When is anopa? Hey, from year 2000. Eba